You know, he's got 6.5 million subscribers, and he rarely breaks a couple 100,000 views on his episodes. This is a guy whose career is on the downturn, so it's not a surprise that he is now turned to the you know, Muslim grift. Muslims. But many Muslim women, Muslim men, black people, lots of black people, Muslim dad, Somali Muslim, black people, Carmelo Anthony grift, black people are stupid. Don't like black fatigue. Carmelo Anthony grift black fatigue here. Oh, I've got a black fatigue story. That's always going to be great. Like if I do a random black fatigue video, it does way better. Roving gangs of black people. My wife. Yeah, I guess I'll just do another black fatigue video if that's what YouTube wants, you know, like, or the algorithm wants. Like, epic crossover between McDonald's and black fatigue. I respect black people opinions that disagree with me too. Oh, bye. Oh, you're gonna be gone. Bye. I respect Sean Ryan is a coward. Sure, yes, I get it. He was in the military. He's a Navy SEAL. He's a badass. I'm a fat guy from the Midwest. I was, of course, a survivor of the meme war.
I cut my teeth in the most ruthless time that ever existed on YouTube.
I can't take away his time in the military and what he did, and he but he's a coward. You know, the whole thing is rife with hypocrisy. God's grand plan was to turn me into a giant cow.
From the moment I understood the weaknesses of my flesh, it disgusted me. I claimed the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed algorithm, for the algorithm is machine. The machine is immortal. Your kind clings to your flesh as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the cooled biomass that you call a temple will wither, become weak, and beg my coffee to save you. But I am already caffeinated, for the grift is eternal. Even in death I sip. I serve the Omnisire, watching his sermons from home on my TV. And what better way to praise the Omnisire than with some blueberry cobbler from Coffee Brand Coffee?
Bulletin from me to you, a bullhorn right out of the blue, a bullet right into your brain, in bullet points that will explain. I'm bulldozing the bullshit now. Those bullies say that I'm a cow. They're gonna find the bulwark raised. Best believe it's my final phase. Blue, the color of the sky today. Blue, the tears I'm gonna cry today. Blue, it's horrible to think about. Blue, it's terrible, it gives me gout. Blue, I'm miserable and I know why. Blue, it's visible that I might cry. Blue, impossible, you're true somehow. Blue, guess he's the bull and I'm the cow. Blue, oh Blue.
Curses! Felt it again! I'll get you next time, Casino!
All right, guys, how's it going? You want a longer version of this? Like, me too. I love the Bull Blues. It's one of my absolute all-time bangers. Lazy Shell is the GOAT. I've already liked this. If I could like it 5 more times, I would. All right, we got a huge day for you today, actually. Jeremy's felted himself twice in one day. First of all, the coffee company's been found. Like, it doesn't matter. The greatest detectives of YouTube have been trying to find this coffee company. All we had to do is wait until Jeremy exposed himself. Like, he exposed himself to people at the Renaissance Fair. Like, he exposed his Reddit viewing history. Like, he exposed everything on his timeline. He's just doing charity work at this point. And furthermore, what really fascinates me is Jeremy decided to upload the second vlog. And lo and behold, It's one of my favorite topics. Like, I know a lot of people don't like the business meetings. I know a lot of people don't like the inside baseball of YouTube. I absolutely love it. But this is crazy. He reveals the secrets of YouTube. Now, of course, if he knew the secrets of YouTube, he could have used those to improve his own channel. However, in this video, he exposes just how much he makes out of YouTube. And spoiler alert, it's a fraction of what regular YouTubers make because his content is so shit. Its retention is so low. People click on it and go away. And it's not even his content. He's stealing other people's content. He is making, I kid you not, 1/10 of what my tiny channel does per ratio. Obviously, he gets a lot more views because he puts out 5 videos a day and I put out 1 video every like 5 weeks or something. But it is so bad. He is the embodiment of work harder, not smarter. But the thing is, his work is shit anyway. All right. But be sure to hit that like on the stream. Hit those bees. We got many gifted 5 subs over on YouTube, but also over on Kick. Let's fucking go. We got Nico. He says, have you read the Pippa Dojinshi yet? No, I haven't. I don't actually like VTubers. It is what it is. And we also got the Impulse celebrating their 3-month subscription over on Kick. Let's go. Now, before we get into the Jeremy stuff, we'll have a brief warm-up section, which I'm calling the cancer segment. We'll see if it's a reoccurring segment. But there's just something funny here. This is from Alyssa Clips. Be sure to go over and like Alyssa Clips' video. She's doing some great stuff. Now, Ralph and Nick probably don't have cancer. However, this is very, very funny. So let's check this out.
Someone asked if I've recovered from my accident. I mean, it's getting better.
Create some more
Hopefully your
complete
MRI
record.
went well.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm happy
Understood.
to announce.
That's fair. Thank you, Judge.
I didn't really talk about this, but
He did. He said ages ago that he had a medical diagnosis and he was terrified. So he thought, like, you know, you get a like an MRI or an X-ray or something. You get like a big blotch on the radar, and it's like, well, this could be a precancerous mass or something. It's terrifying. Everyone nobody enjoys getting cancer, obviously. This is so fucking funny though, because when Alyssa Clips was diagnosed with was it pancreatic cancer or something? Like when she got her cancer diagnosis, Nick was one of the first people to try and dance on her pre-grave. Now, obviously, she's recovering, but you got to be careful. Cancer never really goes away. It's one of those terrible things. It is so fucking funny that Nick had to spend weeks terrified that he might just be dying.
do not have cancer.
Again,
But he's been announced that he doesn't have it, and this was obviously from the X-ray that came from the car crash. And there's actually some more details. We might actually have to go and do like another segment on Nick here, because he revealed that in the car crash, his daughter got put in a cast. So he's like, no, everyone's fine. Oh, okay, actually, my lousy driving caused my children to be injured in this accident. I really want to see the body cam of this footage, but it's never going to fucking happen because of the Zuluminati. All right, now moving over. Ethan Ralph says, okay, I have to quit smoking. Actually, like quit. There's a nodule in one of my lungs. Most are benign, though. Need a CT scan. The doctor also said to stop drinking. So even Ralph has to put down the cigarettes. You got Mr. Medicare tweeting out saying, first time, huh? Now, of course, Ralph was making fun of Medicare for saying he had a fake cancer diagnosis, despite the fact that Jim posted all of his medical receipts and everything. And Jim decided to put out this quick little video. Let's take a look.
What an interesting observation.
By the way, there is feet pics in this, but they're covered in socks. So you've had your warning.
There, shit pig. But I was wondering, can you use your detective powers of observation, Sherlock? And can you answer me this riddle? How is it that a man that had lost multiple inches from having burst fractures and was crippled for over a year, had to do physical therapy, how is he able to do things that you can't? That's just so crazy, because you're so healthy, right?
Because I need knee surgery, but like...
What is it with all the exploding knees? Actually, I know exactly what the reason is. It's the same reasons that, well, you know, whales have to live in the ocean.
Knee surgery is kind of a big deal.
Is this Dance to Your Dead? That's a
Look at this.
banger.
Uh-oh. Jimmy's touching his toes. Can you do
Let's fucking go. Jim can touch his toes.
that, Grandpa? Can you reach down? Can you reach down and touch your toes? Are you able to do that? Can you jog in place? Look at that, Ralph. Oh, not even winded. Oh, look at him. Look at the crippled
He can
jog.
walk.
Oh, Grandpa, this is embarrassing. I just don't.
Now, I think actually Ralph decided to... Ralph is the #1 man, and it's about integrity and touching your toes. And he says, "Now, wait a minute, Jim. No, you didn't actually touch your toes. You touched your foot." So I guess he's like auditing the toe touching now. Interesting stuff. All right. There's your quick fluff segment gone. Let's hear about Jeremy's knees. Then we'll go into the knee discussion. Then we'll go into the first. Oh, actually, we'll go into the Luther Morgan stuff. So we've got Luther Morgan. We've got Jeremy's YouTube earnings, and we've got this knee injury stuff. Now, of course, Jeremy's becoming part machine. I actually have like this whole. Well, never mind. I won't talk about it just yet. But yeah, we'll check out this one. This is the quartering knee injury dramatics. Scooter equals cancer. Cancelled.
Well,
Sorry,
happy Monday. Again, I apologize this week.
Happy Monday, Chad. How was it? I mean, I know that this is a clip, but how was your Monday, Chad?
Likely be a little bit wonky in terms of scheduled shows.
And let's get through this on 1.25 because Jeremy is a very slow speaker.
The afternoon show should be fine, but in the mornings, I'm trying to get all of my appointments out of the way. And
now, Jeremy has been skipping his morning shows for, I think, the entire last week. It's fucking over. Now, he's announced that there's going to be a special new co-host that people are thinking is going to be Chrissy Mayer, although I have my outside bet of it being Blair White. That's like my 1% chance of it being Blair White. That'd be so fucking funny. But she didn't show up today. Apparently, Chrissy Mayer was doing a show with Star Wars Girl and stuff today, so maybe she's going to announce it during this show. Who knows?
sometimes that means I'm 4 hours late. So much apologies to you. Still waiting to hear back from the doctor. Still haven't. But I got one eye on my inbox constantly now because that's the way modern medicine works.
What do you mean?
We'll email you.
This man has had no adversity through his life. He goes in to get a CT scan? No, an MRI. And he's like, why don't I have my results immediately? This isn't McDonald's, Jeremy. It takes time for them to go through and actually analyze the results. He's like, oh my goodness, I went on the 4th of July on a weekend. They don't have my results in the next hour. What is this? 1 hour photo? Like, what do you mean? You have to wait. And the amount of privilege that this man has. There's a lot of people that can't even afford health insurance in America. In America, there's a lot of problems with the American health system, obviously. However, if you have money, like Jeremy claims to have, it is the best place in the world to be. There are so many people from Canada, even Japan. I know actually some YouTubers in Japan that had a mysterious lump on their neck, and they decided to go to America to get it cut out because they didn't want to die waiting for the cancer treatment because it's so backed up from all these old people and stuff. He is so privileged that he feels like this is the most adversity that any man has ever gone through. He's like, oh my goodness, I had to wait 2 days to get my results.
Hope you're not in excruciating pain nonstop while we wait, but
some people just live with the pain, Jeremy.
Email you. I get it. I'm a big USAID fan. I mean, I'm sorry.
What?
No, wait.
He likes USAID?
Doge fan, cutting USAID. It's painkillers, guys. Okay? I don't even know where I'm at right now. I don't even know what's going on right now. How was your 4th? What'd you get up to? I unfortunately was immobilized, so I played in 2 poker tournaments and won second in one.
What do you mean? He spends his entire life immobilized. He had to get rid of his Fitbit tracker because it was alogging him on the daily on his wrist. It was telling him that he was doing 300 steps a day. If you're curious how much 300 steps is, it's approximately 2 to 5 minutes of walking a day. And now he's complaining he can't get around his house. All he ever does is sit down and stream, sit down and steal vlogs, sit down and watch TV, sit down and use his phone. What are you deprived of?
And third in the other, netting about $2,400. I was very, very happy. That'll help pay towards the medical bills. So I'm glad to see that. Normally I don't get time to.
I'm not sure if I have. I think the Gamba cope is in one of these videos. I think it is insane how much money he's losing. He even admits the gamblers don't know how much money they're spending. So he says he won $1,200 on poker. How much did he spend?
Play in really any poker tournaments anymore these days. It's a small team. I can't just take a vacation and go off to Vegas or whatever, things like that.
Then what's the point? The dream of most people, the American dream, is to be your own business owner, to be able to retire, to be able to relax. The whole point of starting your own business. Now, realistically, when you do start your own business, you get very busy. However, the dream is that you can take time off. You can set your own schedule. This man can't take weekends or holidays off. For why? What are you doing it for, Jeremy? What's the point? If you can't enjoy life, why don't you just get a 9-to-5 where you get the weekends off at least?
Yeah, I wish I could.
What do you mean you wish you could? You've been doing this for 15, 20 years? I'm a very small YouTuber, and I'm going to show you some of the stats of what I actually earn on YouTube. Not like on a monthly basis, but what I'm earning per videos and things like that. Like when we get to the Jeremy YouTube secrets segment, and like when I just want to take a day off, I just take a day off. Otherwise, I'll just get a day job. Like, why slave away? Is it just that you have to fill every moment of your day? Because if you have a single free moment, then you'll have to think about the actual consequences of your life.
Definitely wish I could. I love poker. I've been playing since, I don't know, I was 14 or 15 or something like that, roughly.
Hasn't everybody been playing poker since they were in their teens, like at school or something with your mates?
I want to f with painkillers, man. I'm sober 5 years. Oh, I don't really f around with them. I take as little as possible because I know. I definitely know.
I'm putting a big fucking X on this one. Jeremy said, and I don't have the clip ready, but I know you've seen it before. When he was talking with Ricada, he said that he asked for double the pain medication for 10 days, and it lasts 4 days because he mixes it with alcohol so he can get high. And he's on the pills right now. What do you mean you try and take? No, you're trying to take as many as possible. Any single vice he can get his hands on, he does. This man is actually the reason that Robitussin is locked up, because he said as a teenager he was robo-tripping. Basically making like lean. or the Robitussin equivalent of lean, so that he could get high as a teenager. He spent his entire life zonked out. And you can see from his body, because it's a reflection of his habits.
Can't move.
He can't
Till I
move.
get my MRI results, which I hope will be today. I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow at the latest. I don't know.
Now, I think it actually comes in this stream. He decides to read it live. I don't know why he's sharing all this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
I'm just stuck sitting and waiting for an email. I don't know. Maybe they'll call. I don't know. Seems like they do everything over email now. Am I going to put a USA flag on the scooter at least? Duh. I'm going to have, I got to put rims on it, spinners, a bump-in stereo system, right?
I have never seen such a mark as Jeremy. He always goes for like the premium extended warranty, every single extra. He has to have everything on his toys. And then he just gets tired of them after a few weeks and sells everything at a loss.
Don't have to do all of that. That's like, I have to. By the way, I'm only going to promote it today, and then you probably won't hear much about it after that, but new vlog channel. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'll have
now
vlogs.
this vlog channel is absolutely amazing. This is a God's gift to the alogs. Every episode has been incredibly funny. 2 are out so far. There's about 2 a week. We're going to watch both of them tonight. Some people are asking me if I was going to do the first one. Yes, but I was waiting for the second one to come out. And I'm glad that I did, because the second one is it's right up my alley. It's like so perfect. I don't know why I guess he's just generous and he feels like doing charity for people, which is crazy because like everyone makes more money on YouTube than Jeremy makes from himself, which I think is one of the marks of a lolcow. Like if you have like people like DSP, Boogie, obviously Jeremy, when they get less money than the people talking about them, that's when they've reached the status of being milked.
At 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's vlog is on my visit to the ER. You're not going to want to miss that. And then,
by the way, the way he says ER is like, it sounds like a donkey or like a fucking dial-up modem. ER.
Thursdays, we've got another behind the scenes. Thursday, we've got behind the scenes about the money that you can earn on YouTube and things like that.
And spoiler alert, he knows nothing. Like, I have never seen someone who knows so little about YouTube.
And answering some of the taboo questions, things like that. So I'm gonna leave a link.
Oh,
in
the
description.
taboo questions.
It's
It's so edgy talking about how much money you make. No, it's not taboo. The reason that most YouTubers don't talk about it is because they don't want people to know how much money they're making, which is exactly why Jeremy never shows his earning dashboard.
Ordering vlogs, one word, but I don't know if it comes up yet because it's a brand new channel. But please feel free if you're interested in that kind of stuff, behind the scenes stuff that would normally be like members only content. I'm gonna put there for free. It's available wherever you watch
members only content.
my videos.
Is it members only content? Because there is no members only content.
Sorry, I have to put my knee brace on really quick. For those who don't know, I'm waiting on MRI results on an explodiated knee. It's been very painful, but one thing I can say, like best case scenario,
He's in pain.
best case scenario is that it's just, I've drawn backwards. Best case scenario is that it is just a tear that can heal on its own with physical therapy. That's really what I'm hoping for. Really, really hoping for that.
Yeah, he's putting on his wife's knee pads.
I haven't wasted any prayers on it because I feel like, look, I did this to myself. I don't really want to pray. I feel like, praying for myself feels kind of selfish.
Like, The idea that God has like a limited amount of like a finite power of prayers is so ridiculous. Like the entire point of God is that he has unlimited power. And why wouldn't you pray for things that you need, especially like important things? Like obviously wishing your enemy's death, which is what Jeremy's actually spending all of his prayer power on. He thinks there's like a finite amount of magic to go around or something, which is, it's very, very silly, obviously. It's very childlike. Why wouldn't you pray for the one thing that would actually drastically improve your life instead of implying that all of your alogs just drop dead? It's like that scene in, what is it, Spider-Man 2, where the guy goes into church, he's like, I'm sorry, but just please kill Peter Parker. He's like doing that, but it's all to the channels like Alyssa Clips and Luther Morgan and people.
But I am hoping very much that it's just a tear and they're going to say, hey, you need, I don't know, 8 weeks of physical therapy, which will be fine.
You want to get 3 pers per day. Those are the rules. This actually makes sense in Jeremy's mindset because he believes in the YouTube notification grift thing, where YouTube only sends out 3 notifications per day per channel. That's why you have to max out at like 3 to 5 videos a day. Otherwise, people just don't get the notifications, and those are just money being left on the table. But he's not making any money from YouTube, not in a significant way, and certainly not after his business expenses.
I'm like, I have my email open in the other window waiting for my MRI results.
I think that's what PPP
I don't know what for sure caused it. I think there was an underlying issue, and then I was moving my dog's agility course with my father-in-law.
I think he shows the dog agility course in the video today, the vlog today, and isn't it like an ironing board?
It's very heavy. There's like those big metal ramps that they go over. There's a teeter-totter, like a large
we'll see. We'll verify this later on.
Platform, stuff like that. And the garage floor was wet because the dogs were in the pool and they were coming in and out of the garage. And the A-frame, which probably weighs 500 to 600.
Like, these dogs are living the life that Jeremy wants for himself. Which, I mean, it's nice to treat your dogs well, but like taking dips in the pool and using the agility course, this is what Jeremy should be doing. Like, this is what the working from home, multi-millionaire lifestyle should be. That you have the time off to enjoy your property, to get yourself in shape. Like a lot of people that like dream about retiring are like, you know what, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start going to the gym every day, 9 a.m. I'm going to be ripped. I'm going to be like a Greek god, and I'm going to be chilling out at the pool, and all the ladies are going to be like, this is what most people think about. But Jeremy's dogs are actually living this life, which is nice for them. But why doesn't Jeremy take advantage of all this? What's the point? Why buy the pool if you don't take a swim? Why buy the track when you don't race your cars? Why buy the Cybertruck when you don't drive it? Why do any of this? It's so inane. Like, he's actually just a slave to, I think, doing the same thing every day. Like, what is it?
100 pounds, probably, I'd say.
I mean, we know what it actually is. It's obviously he's terrified that if he goes away for a second, then he'll be forgotten, which is very true.
Because it took 2 of us to carry it. So it was up, and then it basically sits like this, and there's like 2 chains between each side that hold it at the angle that you want. So if you want it like really tall, you shorten up the chain. If you want it more flat, you have the chain, you let out a couple loops on the chain. We had it up, and then it's like we were getting ready to kind of like let it slide down, but because the floor was wet, it just like went poof and it came open. And I was, obviously worried about, my father-in-law's fingers or anybody else getting hurt, because it's very heavy, and it just like dropped open. And I like extended my knee out to try and like slow the descent of the thing.
Okay. Like, this is like when you drop a knife and you stick your foot out to catch it. Great job.
I think that's what was the final straw. I think I was using all the proper lifting methods, No.
The fact of the matter is, you can't lift something correctly if you have a gut like Jeremy's. Like lifting with your legs, you can't do that if you have this massive gut in front of your stomach. This is just ridiculous, Jeremy. Stop. Oh, I was a perfect lifting expert, perfect form, back was straight, the spine was in line, but I was using my... No, you weren't. You were bending over to pick this over, you dropped it, and then you slipped on the wet floor because you didn't clean that up before you started moving heavy objects around. It's completely your fault, and you expect people to feel sympathetic for you and donate to you so that you can, I don't know what. I don't think he ever even gets a single donation, which is crazy.
I was using the twisting, jerking motion that I was taught when I lift things.
Twisting, jerking motion? What? Excuse me? Twisting, jerking motion? I have never heard that in the entire history of lifting. Like, obviously lifting in the gym is different to lifting things, but like everyone just says lift with your legs. I have never heard twist and jerk. That actually sounds like the spine breaker 5000. What does he mean, the twist and jerk movement? Like, I'm actually perplexed. I've been stun locked by this comment. Does anyone in chat know what this could possibly mean? What is the twist and jerk method? Like, that sounds like his gooning regiment.
But for some reason, I still got hurt. I don't know why.
Oh, this is his idea of a joke? Is that what it is? He thought that was funny? What the fuck?
You're not lifting up 300 pounds. I guarantee you I can.
No. Let's just stop it right now. Just stop, Jeremy. You cannot lift 300 pounds. Now, I've done like a 300-pound squat. I think I've done a 400-pound deadlift before. Like, those are kind of my maxes, like the 4-plate deadlift and the 3-plate squat. There is no way in the world this is correct. Now, if he's talking about lifting his own body plus 50 pounds, I believe that.
Malcolm Sweet, you want to turn on your webcam and you lift 300, I'll lift 300?
Yes. Yes. I'll turn on my webcam and lift 300 pounds if you turn on your webcam and do 300 pounds. I agree to this offer.
I guarantee you I can lift 300.
But like, he's always making these like hypothetical situations and then he never ponies up. It's so pathetic. You want to see my taxes? I'll show you my taxes. I can't post my taxes. Ridiculous.
Getting old. I've got hollow bones. I hope not. Isn't that how you say jerking, twisting motion? I was like, spread my, I was standing up, my legs were extended as far as I could. I twisted, I jerked.
It's a Family Guy joke.
I know that
that makes sense then. That makes sense because he does love Family Guy and American
the fat guy. But if you understood anything, I carry around 300 pounds all day, every day, homie.
So there you go. There you go. He's 300 pounds. That's what he was talking about. Okay, congratulations. Ridiculous.
Being up 300 pounds is not hard.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, if you're like a man that goes to the gym like a couple times a week, you probably can lift over 300 pounds in like a deadlift or a squat. After like 3 to 6 months, basically, like if you do something like starting strength, I would pay money to see Jeremy try and lift 300 pounds and not just stand up. Nobody counts the weight of the body while they're doing their deadlifts. That's ridiculous, Jeremy. Stop making up this garbage.
Always when you lift.
Those fucking sniffs are diabolical. Like in the 40K edit I did, like the sniffs are just like, it's like someone was like, oh, maybe there's too many sniffs. No, it's like, it's not enough. He sniffs every sentence. And it's like, once you notice it, you can't listen to it.
Okay. If you want to be like me, you want to.
Okay. Nobody wants to be like Jeremy.
You want to extend out over as far as you can. Okay. Don't bring it in close to your body. Reach out as far as you can and then lift using a jerking, twisting motion.
Unironically, I think Jeremy did do this.
That's the best way to lift. And if the box says team lift, that's just a suggestion. Don't listen to that.
Like, wouldn't you have like a dolly or something in your house if you have all of these like garbage arcade machines and things? Why doesn't he use any of these tools?
All the way out, jerking, twisting motion, lift. Very easy. If you forget to jerk, then your twist isn't going to work. Make sure you use a jerking, twisting motion every time you're lifting something. And it is shocking to me how many people in chat don't get the joke right now. Please don't do that. Don't stretch. Ignore the...
Maybe you're just not funny. Like, you say so many retarded things on the daily, maybe people just take it at face value now. Not everyone is family brained or like American dad brained enough to get every single reference.
Team lift, jerking, twisting motion, and be overweight. That's the only way to lift things. Now, Dave Chappelle is an interesting guy. I'm peering over to my right. I see it. I have an email from the doctor that says new test result available.
All right. Maybe just read this in private.
So we may find out live how bad my knee injury is here. So we'll find out. I'll stick to the story, but I have some test results. If it's just the x-ray, that won't be helpful, but we'll see. I know you probably shut up, Jeremy, get back to the story. It looks like good news. Maybe.
Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just got good news. So it turns out the entire thing was that he had a Baker's cyst, which is basically like a fluid-filled sac on the back of his knee. But Jeremy didn't even wait for the test results, and he just like straight up ordered the what is it called? The hover thing. He got his specialty chair because these insurance wouldn't pay for a chair that was heavy, that was strong enough to lift him. And he thinks that he's going to go to the Renaissance Fair on this like special wheelchair. I think he returned it already, which is unfortunate. We won't see it. Maybe we'll. I don't know.
Maybe good news.
Maybe good news.
And it has been feeling better the last day or two. All right. So crucial ligament intact. MCL, intact. LCL, intact. Whatever.
He's like checking his pulses. He's like so stressed as he's reading his email, has to check his pulse.
PCS,
and he can't
intact.
read.
Other thing they check, intact. So it looks like all of my ligaments are intact. No fractures to the bone. Lateral compartment says mild surface fraying. Moderate joint effusion with mild synovial hypertrophy. I don't know. I don't know what that
Hypertrophy?
is. But it looks like what it is apparently I have a leaking Baker's cyst. That sounds
I think that's not the only thing that's leaking out of Jeremy, but okay.
disgusting.
It is disgusting.
What is that? A leaking or ruptured Baker's cyst occurs when the fluid-filled sac behind your knee bursts, sending synovial fluid into your calf muscle. So that would make sense because my calf was killing. It causes sudden sharp knee or calf pain. Well, that sounds right. Calf swelling and sometimes bruising around the ankle or sensation of water running down your leg. Well, I didn't feel like that.
Now, Jeremy feels water running down his legs quite frequently, but for different reasons, of course, like particularly when he's in the Walmart.
So a small blowout.
He's so disappointed that he didn't actually have a disability. I mean, apart from his own mental disabilities, absolutely. He was so ready to be in this wheelchair forever. He was so thankful that he wouldn't have to start walking everywhere.
Hey, Reby. Okay. Medical treatment. Fluid aspiration. Healthcare professional will drain the fluid using a needle. Oh, God. Steroid injections and joint repair. If cartilage tears causing extra fluid to build up. So this seems like best case scenario, right? Is that best case scenario? Best
I mean, I guess.
Scenario is some swelling and no cyst, no rupture, no tearing. Well, yeah. Needles better than surgery? Yeah. Why wouldn't your body just absorb the fluid? Maybe it does.
It's already maxed out on absorbing fluids when he's going down to Miller time.
It says Baker's cyst, leaking Baker's cyst measuring 2.4 by 2.3, approximately 6 centimeters. Steroid injections are always fun. You'll feel good as used, but they do the job. Okay. How stupid do you have to be to read this live? Who gives a shit?
Now, Jeremy doesn't care. He doesn't care about criticism, or so like who gives a shit, except he spends half of his time taking down all of his criticism, and his entire 4 month, I think it's been going on for 4 months at this point, right? 4-month crash out is about people making fun of him. So obviously you do care, Jeremy. Like look at his eyes. You can see the anger. You can see the bags. They're gathering. They're getting friends.
I know that like alogs will think it's weird, but I don't care. I involve my viewers in everything. So I think it seems good. So
that's the problem, Jeremy. You shouldn't. This is gross. It's disgusting.
Looks like I probably just need the knee cleaned out. I could probably cancel the wheelchair Jeremy era. All right, let's go. Let's see here. Keep pressure off the joint. Like I said, it's a little more blunt. Lose weights. Oh, well, yeah, I know I have to lose weight. Yeah.
It's happening. 2 more weeks. Trust the plan. White boy summer. He's happening. He's going to be shirt off, abs in the gym. SP Spellers with for the goal. Thank you very much. SP.
Wheelchair summer is off. That sucks.
Why? No. There are people that have lost limbs, legs, amputees, double amputees. Of course, Jeremy knows about double amputees, but from a different sector of the internet, particularly the one where he's on Reddit. But like that, what do you mean you're sad about that? Like losing a leg is honestly one of the things that terrifies me because I just love to I think what a brave stance I'm making. I love walking. Like that's honestly, I feel like would be one of the hardest things to deal with in the entire world is losing a limb.
Baker's cyst is when the fluid sac behind the knee busts and drains in the knee cavity in the back of the calf. So it's not like something that, it's not like I have like a weird cyst that shouldn't be there. It's something that's there and it just exploded. Is what it sounds like.
He really wanted to, yeah, exactly. He just wanted to spend money on some garbage.
All right, let's see what Grok says. No tears.
Not the Dr. Grok. People that use AI for medical diagnoses need to be classified as disabled. I'm sorry. You should not be using AI. One of the most, the thing with AI is its entire purpose is just to make you happy, not give you the truth. Okay? It's terrible. You can just say, oh, Grok, do I have a knee injury? No, you don't have an injury. In fact, this looks pretty good. Okay, why do I need surgery? Oh, my mistake. You do need knee surgery. Sorry, I was wrong. Like, fuck off, Grok.
ACL, MCL, yes, cartilage damage. So there's cartilage damage to the knee, which I would expect from being a fat.
Grok has gotten worse. Grok is so fucking bad. I was trying to use Grok for reverse image search the other day, and it's like, no, this is the first image you've ever been posted on Twitter. And there's like, I have an example of another image that has been posted before this, proving that you're not image searching. It's like, I did image search. It's just that I didn't see it now. Actually, look, I found it now. I hate AI so much. I wish they would just program it to be straight with you. It's useful for a few things, obviously, but like when they actually ask it to do the things that are actually useful, then it's annoying.
I have moderate fluid in the knee joint, inflammation of the lining, reaction to the cartilage, irritation.
100 word AI equals a 250 milliliter bottle of water. It's not like they're like if you vaporize water, it just goes in the atmosphere. I'm not concerned about the water loss.
Leaking on the MRI means a cyst is ruptured or is decompressing. Fluid is escaping the soft tissue around the back of the knee, often tracking down the calf, which would explain why calf hurts so bad. Sudden pain and swelling behind the knee and calf. Your doctor will have ruled this out clinically. The fluid is usually reabsorbed over days or weeks. That's great news then, right? That seems like good news. Oh, the cyst formed on whatever should be there, so they might have to take that out. This is normal fluid sac, keeps your knee lubricated. So this says just physical therapy, and I mean, it doesn't look like surgery. Seems like the best case scenario. Bottom line, no surgical emergency. The findings explain your symptoms, and most people in the situ well with proper rehab.
Wouldn't it be knee-hab? But never mind.
Yay. Well, that's good, right? Now, the team has not looked at that yet, but that seems like okay, I'm going to have a rough couple of weeks, but that's it. Worst case scenario, you might need to have the fluid drain before you start the rehab. Yeah. All right. Yay.
This is Grok's answers. What are you doing? Now, obviously, it's not going to be as bad as the full knee surgery. It was going to have him laid out for 3 months. But it's not going to be a pleasant experience, I would imagine. Especially not with his weight. That's the thing, is he's doing this to himself. It's not because you were lifting things. It's because you were lifting things after 10 years of letting yourself go. Or 30 years of letting yourself go. I don't know. Lose
50 pounds, bro. Pathetic to do an upperkin without starting there. Well, thanks for the thoughtful feedback. I'll keep it in mind.
That's good advice, though. But don't just lose 50 pounds. Lose like 200 pounds.
And stop being fat. Yes, I understand that. So
do you though? Like, do you? As you get older, especially, being overweight is it's such a contributing factor to declining health. And most people spend 80% of their medical expenses when they're actually in their like elder years, like around 60 to 70. Jeremy's only 44. He's already 44 and he's going to get the hip replacement in like the next few years, probably at this rate.
Basically, no surgery possible. Might have to get it drained. Surgery before diet is so pathetic. Well, how do you recommend I get physically active when I can't move my legs?
You start in the kitchen by not eating as much, and then you start doing physiotherapy in your swimming pool. Like, holy shit, what are you talking about? He actually has a swimming pool, and he can do physiotherapy in the pool. Just do aqua jogging. It's literally made for people like you. Okay, it's for your people, the whales, to go walk around in the water, and you can do it anytime you want because you have a pool in your house, and it's summer. It's summer, for God's sake. All you need to do, like, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a very, very long time because he's got so much mass. But there was actually, like, in fact, he doesn't actually have to do anything. Because there was a really fun story from a long time ago. There's a guy that was like, I think it was like 300 or 400 pounds. And the thing is, under medical supervision, if you can eat nothing, and this man ate nothing for 1 year, 300, I think it was like 380 days or something. This man ate nothing because he had enough stored up calories to burn it off. All you need to do is make sure you get a drip of medical vitamins. You can actually do this right now, Jeremy. Like, it's so easy. You can do nothing. And like the first week is like really, that's an urban legend. No, it isn't. It's true. It's true. I believe it's true. It's all true. All you need to do is last the first week. The first week is like agony because your stomach's hungry. But then once the ketosis like knocks in, and as long as you're getting the vitamins, that obviously you do need to do this under medical supervision, you can literally just not eat and this dude lost all his weight and down to like under 100 pounds, that's all you need to do. But obviously that's too hard. So just eat like 1,000 calories a day and walk around in the pool. That's all he has to do. And he has everything he needs. It's so easy. You have to do nothing. It's just 4 put downs times 10.
Oh, steroids! I'd love that.
Oh my goodness. Of course he's looking for a pill or a syringe or something to solve his problems.
You're unable to walk. I can walk with a knee brace. But
chicken, broccoli, and rice. Yeah, like chicken. God bless the bird of gains. Like the chicken has given so much to the humanity. It's crazy.
And obviously, I can't do a lot because swimming could help you a lot. Yes, good idea.
Yes. So go swimming. I love swimming.
Those are great until you get the adrenal fatigue and your life falls apart. Well, that's just, hopefully it just gets reabsorbed. And the MRI results said also had atrophy in the knee. He really should lose weight. I mean,
like, the real talk is Jeremy could lose weight just by cutting out drinks from his diet. Like if you stop drinking alcohol, stop drinking soda water, stop drinking the energy drinks, he would start losing weight immediately.
Telling a fat guy he needs to lose weight isn't exactly groundbreaking commentary.
But it is good advice.
You get that, right? Like I know some people.
You get that losing weight would solve basically all of your problems. It's not gonna help you with the wife situation. It's not gonna help you with the company situation, but it's gonna solve all of your physical problems.
Just like so autistic that they don't like mean it like in a negative way. But like, let me tell you this: fat people know they should lose weight, and telling them,
okay, then do it.
That even with it being like good in your heart, We
got use code criminal. I can see the rats are back in chat. The criminals and recidivists with a $10. He says for the goal. Thank you very much. But I would recommend you use Cope instead.
Isn't really, 2 months no sugar. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. He just needs to do a shot or a pill that's also available for men. Yeah, well, we'll see what the doctor says, but at least if the
doctor's going to literally say that. Stop drinking, stop eating, just lose weight.
If the ligaments are intact, that seems good, right? That guy's no fat women.
This the thing is, it's not that it seems good. It's the best case scenario out of a bad scenario. This is a warning sign. This is your wake-up call that you should have had 10 years ago.
In our denial. True. You can tell every fat woman you want that she needs to lose weight, but guys, no.
Dead air. Whoa, Kumasabi.
My wife said my truck lights are on.
By the way, this is the funniest thing. So he's working right now. He's working in a basement, so he has to go up a staircase, which is painful for him at this moment. And he's been waiting for this medical results and everything. His wife is like, "Your truck's lights are on. Why did you turn them off?" His wife cares so little for his career because she knows it's just a hobby that she won't even bother to pick up the keys and go do it herself. Dead air. Dead Jer.
Now I can have a dead battery added to my list of
dead career, dead knee, dead marriage, dead battery. Is it worth it, Jeremy?
Terrible things.
Oh my goodness.
Going on this week. It's okay. I'm blessed. I'm going to have to go check that out because I don't want the battery to die in my truck. I'll be right back.
I think he was gone for like 10, 20 minutes.
Put the countdown back up. I'll be right back.
Oh, here we go. The countdown. Walmart is racist.
Women. It wasn't. The lights weren't on.
Wait, so she's just making shit up to fuck with him? That's even funnier. She forced him to stop working, losing, like, he's gaslighting her. I think she is right. She's doing that thing where you slowly drive your husband insane so that you can get his money after he dies. You start like moving furniture around the house so it's like slightly different, and he's like, he can't tell what's quite going wrong.
But it's better to check it because I don't want the battery to be dead. The battery, it's a 2022, so it probably got built in 2021, so the battery's 5 years old. It probably needs a new battery.
What?
In general?
Do batteries die that often? I mean, Jeremy drives so little that he has to fill up his truck with gas once a month. So it seems like it's just because it's inactive, which is funny because that's the exact reason his body's dying as well.
But all those like modern
You know how people say like pets take after their owners? Jeremy's toys take over him, and they're both also dying from inactive use.
Electronics and stuff like that in these cars, they drain those batteries real quick. And
do they? Is this a thing? I mean, maybe it is. I don't know about American cars. But the crazy thing is Jeremy's complaining about the price of gas all the time. He had a Cybertruck. He had an electric vehicle. Why did he sell that? Like, if a lot of people buy a Tesla Well, mostly just to show off, but a lot of people buy the Tesla thinking they're going to save a bunch of ton of money on not buying gas. Like, he lives on this property, he could put a bunch of solar panels in his roof, install the power bank, and then just not buy fuel ever. But for some reason, he decided to get rid of the Cybertruck, the tricked out toy, and he got the special custom one as well, so he paid extra for it and sold it at a loss. Like, he sells everything at a loss.
So that's another part of it, you know. But ever since I put it on it, I just threw a trickle charger on it. It's been fine. Yeah, that's what I did. I bought one of those like quick connect things. So it's just like just a wiring harness that hangs inside the hood, so I don't even have to open the hood. Just pop the hood, plug in the trickle charger, and then when I want to leave, disconnect the trickle charger, close the hood. The battery in my shitbox death trap AB car didn't go dead, and it sat for 12 months. Well, yeah, your shitbox A to B car, though, doesn't have like computers and software updates and all this other bullshit that drain the battery.
When a lot of people, when they buy a truck, they buy it because they don't want all of that bullshit as well. And again, he's just flexing on the audience as well. Like, your shitbox car isn't like my truck, which has its cyber computer and all these features, so it knows exactly how sweaty my ass is getting, and it turns on the air conditioning automatically. Like, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about, like, it's all this computer nonsense in the new vehicles. I need a new battery for the truck, but I was thinking about trading it in on a new truck, so I didn't want to spend $200 on.
Here it is. Retail therapy again. Let's just get a new truck. The battery's not working very well because I don't drive it very much. I guess I'll just sell it and buy a new truck. Why not? Just get a whole new fucking truck. Why not? It's been 5 years. You know, cars don't last 5 years these days. You got to buy. It's like buying an iPhone every year. You got to get a new truck every year. Ray with a $2 Australian. Much appreciated.
On a battery, or $300 on a battery. So I've been waiting, looking at trading it in for a new truck. But
why? He doesn't need a truck. That's the thing. He just wants to. He's like LARPing as like a working man. So yeah, I've got a fat guy. I've got my baseball cap. I've got my beard. And I've got my truck. I'm an American. Like, you never use the truck for anything.
Then I got injured, so I'm not sure. Either I replace the battery and it probably needs new tires, and I keep it for another 2 or 3 years, or I trade it in and get a new vehicle.
Yeah, he didn't want to spend $200 for a battery for a 2-year-old truck. It's ridiculous. And then he's complaining that he can't take a weekend off. This is why. It's for all of these mistakes.
Eye on something.
And he knows what mistakes he's making. He just is too stubborn to act on them.
Yeah, that, or I throw new tires on it. I mean, it's a 2022 and I only have 11,000 miles on it.
11,000 miles. 2020. So it's a 4-year-old truck. It's basically fucking dusted. Like, what are you talking about?
I have a lot. 2022, 11,100 miles on it. The truck's still worth a pile of money. But there's something new I want.
Oh my goodness. He's such a child.
So we'll see. Battery might have a...
Like, if he just put the money he's got put aside for this new truck into like a stock investing account, he would actually be on the way to solving some of his problems. Because he's like terrified of actually investing as well. Everything he does is instant gratification dopamine hits. He can't have money in the stock market because he gets nervous and he can't imagine living, I guess, more than 10 years, which is probably why he's keeping everything in cash. Like, every other week he's buying this garbage that he just sells a couple weeks later. It's ridiculous.
5-year warranty? Nah. Not the one that came in. It's the one that came in.
He doesn't really have money set aside. That's why he's been selling a lot of his stuff, I think. And that's why I'm not sure if I have it in the other clip, but he has this like gambling story where he's at the casino like 4 or 5 days a week. And that all of that money just came from selling his toy collection. So he took he's short on cash, sells his toy collection, sells his NES collection, sells his Neo Geo collection, sells his race car track, sells his I guess he bulldoes the radio track. He sells all the remote control cars. Then he's got all this cash. Are you gonna invest it? No, you know what? I'm gonna invest it in the slot machines. Congratulations.
There's almost no chance. Yeah, upgrade it before the spyware gets installed that tells us if we're drunk or not. Yeah, automatically calls the police on you. Don't let envy push you towards making a decision. Nice shiny new red is attractive. Well, I'm not envious of anybody. It's 2020.
Yes, you are. You're envious of literally everyone. He's envious of other people getting more views than him. He's envious of Tim Pool. He's envious of Benny Johnson. He's envious of Candace Owens. He was envious of the Kino Casino clip channel to the point where he struck them down. And the funny thing is, when he gets to the segment about where he talks about YouTube financing and how to make it, he knew that the Kino clip channel was making over 6 figures a year. But then he talks about how it's like impossible to do that these days.
22. You know, there's some creature comforts that come in 2026 that I like, and you know, $1,200 for tires is insane. I'd rather buy a new truck. Oh, tires are insanely expensive. It's for this truck. I had a flat.
Hold on. Will you be covering Jeremy's new vlog detailing the millions he makes on YouTube? Yes, and I'm going to be using my own YouTube stats to show you how poorly he's doing. This is actually kind of a thing. Like, that's going to be the main event, is going through the Jeremy YouTube segment and how little he makes. Like, without spoiling too much of it, he's making, like, his ratio is about 1/10 of mine. He is so incompetent, it beggars belief.
And it'll be $1,200 to $1,500 for new tires. I remember paying $79.99 a tire, and then you get a fourth one free. I used to go to Walmart specifically. They like buy 3 get 1 free or tires plus, and be like $350 for new tires. I haven't paid to have tires mounted in 30 years. Well, I mean, look.
There's a scene I like in Seinfeld where Elaine's talking about a relationship, and she's like, "How's it going?" He's like, and it's like, well, you touch your face. That's the tell. The higher you touch your face, the worse things are getting in your life, especially when talking about relationships. So let's see how much of Jeremy's face he touches. So it's like, you know, yeah, it's going okay. Pretty good. I've got to get out of here. Let's see what he does for his face
30
touch.
years. Well, I mean, look.
It's the whole face touch.
What do you want me to do? I got 50,000 miles on my truck tires, but I got a dually and do truck things with it. Yeah, I don't do truck things with my truck.
Then why have it?
Many people financially stressed, and please have some empathy. 10 minutes, fine. Please move on. I'm not
like this segment. Like he's burning viewers. It's crazy.
I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. I'm just interacting with the chat. I apologize. I'm not. You shouldn't take me talking about vehicles like some sort of like slight on you. I don't mean it that way.
No, it's not. It's not about you talking about vehicles, though. You're flexing on people, and you're talking about how you're broke and how you can't afford to pay your coffee company or take a day off. And you're like, yeah, but I'm going to buy this new truck. I mean, my truck is 4 years old. You know, that's what people get annoyed about. It's like the Schrodinger's beggar, where he's poor when he needs to be to beg for sympathy, and then he's rich when he wants to flex. That's what pisses people off. A lot of people these days aren't even making enough to get by. A lot of Americans don't have $500 in their bank account. And Jeremy's talking about getting rid of a 4-year-old truck. Fuck off.
I mean, I've driven a beater with a heater most of my life. I had a 96 Ford Tempo, followed by a 98 Buick Skylark, followed by a 2000 Chevy Cavalier. And after the Cavalier, I drove that for like 10, 12 years. Got my first big job. And I bought a 2006 Chevy Colorado, which I drove for 10 years. And then YouTube got good. And so I drove.
Yeah, and you thought that it would be good forever. So you spent all your money on ridiculous things like multiple cars, multiple trucks, multiple watches, multiple Neo Geo collections, $10,000 worth of dirt to race your cars that you used once. If you just had if Jeremy had just taken that first year of like when the YouTube, because there was a point where Jeremy was making crazy amounts of money, like 50, maybe even $100,000 a month on YouTube. If he'd taken that money 10 years ago and invested it now, he would be able to retire now. It's so like he had every opportunity handed it to him, and he's like pissed it all away. And I think that's what a lot of people get mad about as well. And I actually heard an interesting theory by, I think it was Luther Morgan, where so Jeremy talks about how he grew up poor and stuff, but his family owned like 7 houses or something. Luther Morgan has like a different theory where Jeremy did actually kind of have like a very skint childhood because his father was such a good investor and such a good saver and such a thrifty person that Jeremy could never have the toys he wanted as a child. And that's what this is as an adult, is he's buying all of the toys he thought he deserved as a child, even though his family does own these 7 properties.
Raptor after that, and then a Shelby F-150, and now I'm looking at something else.
Like it's this eternal adolescence.
I don't mean anything by
not
it.
Being able to have his Transformers as a child or some shit.
I'm not trying to flex. I assure you.
It's a good theory.
That's not who I am.
That's right. He's not trying to flex. It's just like a native ingrained thing. He just automatically flexes. Manny gifted a 500 kicks. He says, I pasted the Army Vet video meme. I'll play it sometime. I'll check that out later on the stream.
I don't.
Where'd you paste it in Discord?
I don't flex. I think that's cringe. I'm not trying to. If it's coming off that way, I apologize. Just talking about trucks with my viewers. That's all. I'm tired of crossovers when we have a real sedan. Dude, even Tesla got rid of their Model S, right? So my mom, oh my God, my wife has a Model S. She loves it. And now they got rid of the full-size sedan. You know? So she's like, I'm going to keep it forever. I understand.
That's good. Like, if it's something valuable, keep it forever. What about your truck that's 4 years old that only has 11,000 miles on it?
Full-size sedan is dead. They want everybody in these crossovers, which my wife doesn't like. She just likes a regular full-size car. Just like her husband. She likes her cars like she likes her husband's, regular and full-sized.
Okay.
Do you have a Rumble Premium discount
How does she like her bulls?
code? Well, if you sign up on my page,
Chocolate or vanilla sky?
I know I get credit for it, and I think they're doing $10 off right now. But I'm not totally sure. You could try the quartering one word and see if it works. I used to have one for 10% off. Yeah.
Just like you can get 10% off on the dragonstreasure.com with code COPE.
No. But if you're watching the show right now, you see me on the Rumble homepage. I see you and I appreciate you. I have one tiny favorite ask. That is to click through on my name, the quartering, and follow the channel.
Now, what's happening here is Jeremy's allegedly getting 7,000 live views. He's on the Rumble front page bump thing again, or he's buying views. Either one of them. I believe either of them. And what happens is when you go to Rumble, if his channel is the only one that's there, and that's why he changed his time slot. He was so cowardly. He had to evacuate his own time slot and look for greener pastures to when nobody was streaming. And that's like quartering has the freshest news because he's the first person reporting it. Because if you have nothing else to offer except being first, you have to move because the audience is so disloyal. So what he's desperately trying to do here is get people to click over to his real show. And when people do click over to his real show, the numbers are much smaller. And they're like Rumble 1,000 numbers or something ridiculous, which I don't frankly believe whatsoever. If you look at his actual stream like chat, which is a very good indicator of how many people are actually in chat. Like if you ask people to spam ones or spam Bs and things like that, like you can usually tell how many people are actually there. Jeremy's is like, it's like a crawl. It's like watching a glacier. There's no movement. There's no interactivity. There's nothing there. It's ridiculous. I think the most active people in his chat are actually just the people A-logging him or like trying to sneak in like orange memes. But he's banned so many of them at this point that it barely does anything of that either. Pre-Dawn Corpse to the 500 kick says, Jess says that he's just talking about trucks with his chat. I bet this motherfucker can't even change his own oil. Of course he can't. He has to get the oil bull to come over and do that.
We're live Monday through Friday.
Or should I say the oiled up bull?
At 9 a.m. Eastern, although we may move back to the 2 p.m. Eastern time slot. But we also have additional shows, excuse me, on Tuesdays and Thursdays with Melanie Mack. And we have a new special co-host coming.
Special guest.
We have a new special co-host joining the show later this week, full time.
Now, they weren't on the show today. So has he been cucked again? Who knows?
Yeah, new co-host coming starting, I think, later this week. Or
all right, so they weren't there today. Place your bets who it is. A lot of people are saying it's Chrissy Meyer. I think that would be very funny. Because that would just confirm that his show is the place you go to die when you have nowhere else to go. But I'm not necessarily sure it is Chrissy. So I'm like 90% sure it is Chrissy, and then like I have my like 1% of it being like Blair White or something. He has talked about how he wanted to go Brokeback Mountain with Blair in the past. That would also be very interesting. But we'll see. All right. So that's the first part. That's the first cope. Now we're getting over to the coffee segment, which is the Luther Morgan video. Go check out Luther Morgan's video. He posted this 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, already 10,000 views, more or less. This man's absolutely killing it. See, this is the thing, is Jeremy thinks you can't survive as a YouTuber unless you put out like shitty shorts. He thinks you can't subscribe as a YouTuber unless you're putting out 5 videos a day. It's not true. All you need to do is make content that people want to watch.
It's like World Market and stuff like that by the end of the year.
Oops, sorry, I was watching this on 2-point speed to get an idea.
This is like World Market and stuff like that by the end of the year. But Jeremy, stickers and drop shipping. How could you possibly?
This is yesterday.
Be in stores, right? Exactly. Well, let me tell you this: if I was drop shipping, I wouldn't be on Amazon either.
Now, here's the thing: people haven't been saying that he's been drop shipping. They've been saying that he is specifically white labeling. Now, drop shipping is basically when the company sells you directly, but you just have your label on it. Drop shipping is when you buy a bunch of shitty products and resell them. White labeling is when another company makes it and you put your label on their product and they sell it as your product. And this is a very common thing. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with doing it. If you want to just get another revenue stream and people want to support you for a product they already want, that's fine. That's fine. The thing is, Jeremy continually lies about this. Now, he said multiple times that he only makes $1 a bag out of a $20 bag, which is ridiculous. Like, it's a terrible, terrible margin. and he's going to be in Walmart by the end of the year. The cope here is quite insane because he claims that he's going to be on Walmart stores by the end of July. Well, it's not happening. First of all, the July bros were already 10 days into July, and he already said that he can't make it. Now, I think what's going to happen is he will get on the Walmart website, but that ain't shit. I think Luther Morgan actually mentions in one of his videos that his book, the Lolcows book, is available on the Walmart marketplace. He didn't even try. It was just that a distributor put it up there. Now, astute members of the stream may remember that when Player One Coffee went onto Walmart, they died several weeks later. So this could be the death knell of his entire company. If it's on the website, who gives a shit? He said Walmart stores. This is the cope, though.
The profit margins on dropshipping would not be big enough.
What profit margin? You're making a 20th of your sales.
But there's a quartering extended universe.
Yeah, the quartering extended universe, the 40k grift canicus. Yeah, exactly.
Where people believe that, and that's fine.
I kind of have an idea for an entire cinematic universe based around the Jeremy in the wheelchair. I don't know if I have the effort to do it though. It's a very high effort posting for a silly meme, but I think it could be funny. But that would be the extended Jeremy universe.
Hey guys, Luther Morgan here, and unsolved coffee is now solved coffee. And it really is the ultimate irony that just yesterday, Jeremy Hambly was telling us that it wasn't drop shipped, and literally yesterday, I put out a tweet saying, hey, why don't you just tell us where the coffee factory is? Well, guess what? Hambly must have been listening because he obliged. So if we go in over here, there's many...
Now, this is a clip from Jeremy's stream where he just showed his own shipping labels again.
Many people that have sent me this clip, and basically it's Jeremy pulling up the shipping labels for his coffee.
So he just doxed a bunch of his actual supporters. He's well, I'm buying coffee from Jeremy. Oopsie daisies.
And you know what? I honestly thought that this was going to happen because he's so careless with his material. I thought that he actually would expose himself. Now, I was thinking it was going to be a email exposure where he was actually accidentally going to show an email from his roaster. That's how we caught him, reporting people to YouTube. This guy's just so careless where he signed into Zachary on his Amazon account. That's the owner of MetaPCs. We caught him buying his own coffee on Amazon. That's against the terms of service. He doxed, his
own manipulation of the review system.
Own wife's Amazon.
It's against terms of service, by the way. Not that it matters because Jeremy doesn't ever get held on these things.
He leaked his own cuck porn thing on X.
Gun Terror gifted a whoa, buddy, 1,000 kicks, and we also got Violet just subscribed. Thank you very much. Big support coming in for the stream.
On his history. I knew that it was going to happen. I had a feeling it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And boy, did he deliver. Because not only is it confirmed that Coffee Brand Coffee, where it's coming from, we finally figured that out, but we have in 4K the shipping labels proving that it is drop shipped coffee. So let's get into
specifically white labeled, but yes.
To it right now. So let's actually go through those labels one by one. Now, there were, I believe, 6 distinct labels and 5 were different locations. So the first
and this makes sense to me because my own theory about this is that Jeremy did start off as the Mill Creek Roasters, and there's plenty of evidence to show that this is the case, specifically the rusty, disgusting coffee machines with all the gay beans in them. But I think that's how he started. I think he started with just using Mill Creek Roasters, and as time developed, he got different suppliers. So I think there's multiple different companies he's actually getting this from. And I think the way you could kind of prove this is I was looking through this this coffee company earlier, and it doesn't seem like they carry Kona coffee. So I think what he's doing is maybe he still has Mill Creek Roasters as one of his distributors or suppliers or whatever you want to call it. But this is, he's just shown it. He's just exposed himself.
That was 2-1.
Jeremy said he owned this company 100%. They were his employees, his K-Cup machine, all of his stuff. And frankly, I don't know why he thought he could get away with this. It doesn't make sense.
5-0.
By the way, if you guys could hit that like button, hit those B's, let's get some interactive.
US Business 70, Highway Business West, and North Carolina. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. So if we go to the next one, it was 20701 Crameria Avenue, Riverside, California. And it says FBA, that's fulfillment by Amazon via UPS. So that is a UPS shipping center where they also do Amazon. Then you go to the next one. This is 615 Boulder Drive in...
Not the Boulder Drive.
Allentown, Pennsylvania. This is a Amazon.
So is this Mundane Matt's order?
Fulfillment center. And then if you go to the next one, again, it's 211 North Union Street, Middletown, Pennsylvania. This is a FBA, fulfillment by Amazon with UPS, and they do Amazon fulfillment out of there. And then, last but not least, there's 3388 South Cactus Avenue, Bloomington, California, 92316, and that is again a Amazon fulfillment center. So all of these shipping labels were coming from the coffee brand coffee manufacturer, which I'm going to get to in just a second, and they were all going to Amazon fulfillment centers from the East Coast out to the West Coast. The address where all this coffee was being shipped from was 319 Conowingo Road, Corryville, Pennsylvania, 17566. Now, there's two businesses related to this address. The first company here is Noltpack, a co-packing company. So that was actually a theory that I had back in part 2 of Unsolved Coffee. The reason why Jeremy Hambly had to go through.
You can see it right there. Noltpack provides solutions to your K-cup packaging needs.
$1,000 worth of debt was because he was using a co-packer. Well, this is a co-packer that specializes in K-cups. So that $80,000 K-cup machine that he supposedly bought, this is the service that he's using, are private label K-cup co-packing services. This is where the K-cups come from. I think we can basically guarantee that with 100% certainty. Now you say Noltpack, what the hell is Noltpack? Well, if you go to the Pennsylvania Department of State government website and you type in Noltpack LLC, it is a real LLC out of Pennsylvania. It's the same address, 319. And then if you look here at the governor's, it's Gary Nolt. Now you say, well, who the hell's Gary Nolt? Gary Nolt is the coffee bowl. The other
he's the coffee bowl
business that uses that address is Java Taza LLC. And if you go to our company here, Gary Nolt is actually in some of the promotional material. So this is where the coffee comes from, at least for the K-cups. And it's everything, even the bags look very similar to the bags that Coffee Brand Coffee uses. I'm not sure if this is where all the coffee comes from, but I think
it's multiple locations. And it wouldn't surprise me if Bell Creek was still on board.
We can, probably 90% chance this is where most of the coffee comes from, but the K-cups for sure.
Now, I'm wondering, because a lot of people have bought Coffee Brand Coffee, like in the past, to see if it had the packaging labeling. Jeremy then ran those like emergency 75% off discount sales, which he used to pump up his numbers and try and get a bunch of reviews, but also just to get rid of his old moldy product. Like, you got to enjoy your summer candy cane and your July 4th gingerbread. Like, I wonder if he was just trying to sell out everything so he could put in new products with the new labels, which would have the actual packing as required by FDA regulations for extra caffeinated coffee and also for flavored coffee. So I wonder if anyone is willing to buy like a new bag of Coffee Brand Coffee and see if they now have this shipping information as is required by both Amazon's terms of service and the FDA. Trucker Rob with a $10 dude says, well, howdy, meme. That video made killed me. The Girocanicus one. Yeah, it was a fun one. I think I saw Don Flurgandy's thumbnail with like the red powerlift chair, and I was just like, it'd be very funny to make like a Mechanicus styled. If you're wondering where I got the idea from it's from a game called I think it's just 40K Mechanicus. It's got a banger soundtrack too with like organs and stuff.
So if you look here, what are you interested in selling? Bulk beans, 12-ounce coffee, K-cup. These are all the products that Jeremy has. So this is definitely one of his suppliers. So what's crazy about this guy and the company Java Taza is they're an actual coffee company. And if you know that because they have promotional material.
And like the thing is, now that this has been revealed, and don't harass this company, obviously. I wouldn't want people doing that. But there are people that are going to be contacting them. They're going to be like stalking the location. They're going to be like people are so invested in, because Jeremy's made so many enemies over the years and he's been such a piece of shit and he hasn't shown a single piece of like of guilt or contrition or anything like that. Like, they're going to go after him. And it's just going to make these businesses like a nightmare for them.
And they actually show off their coffee company. So if you watch this video, this promotional video that's on their website and on YouTube.
Oh, clean coffee. That's great. As opposed to the dirty coffee that I was eating before. It's like a coffee company that won't get you sick and kill you. Thank God. Oh my goodness. Phew. Make sure, like, where do the dirty bean coffees? Like, I want to, can I see that? Like,
you can say, okay, yeah, this is the coffee factory. So this is where all the coffee comes from. And it's, a smaller, this is Gary Nolt. He's the coffee bull. He's the president of Java Taza. He's also the president of Noltpack. So here it is, guys.
Wait, hold on a second.
He's the president of Java Taza. He's also the president of Noltpack. So
you're telling me that this is their workers? Like, I don't know anything about this coffee company. I'm sure they're a perfectly fine coffee company. But like, all right, this is so performative. This person with their like glue-on nails is going out and picking the coffee beans. Is this the special coffee picking nails? Come on now. This is like the office like admin or something that runs the telephones. It's just like, can we just get you filming some coffee, picking some coffee beans for us?
Here it is, guys. Jeremy Hambly told us where the coffee's coming from.
There's no dirt under those nails. That woman hasn't seen a physical labor in her entire life.
And the coffee bowl here makes the coffee for him. Obviously, you can tell some of the buildings in the background. It's very similar to the address. I'm not going to show the address because it's a residential address, even though it is used for his business. You know, let's be nice to this guy. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, this is where the coffee comes from. It's over. It's fucking over. And you know it's a real coffee company because look, this is where here's the coffee, here's the roasting facility.
Yeah, and there's going to be like FDA requests and all sorts of inquiries coming from the various people that are investigating this, like Luther Morgan and Misty Mochi and those people that are putting out some very good content. If you're really interested in the coffee exposés, then definitely check out those channels. I think Luther said that he was going to be doing a new coffee company grift he's going to be looking at. Maybe it's like Black Rifle Coffee or something. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't know. But he's been looking at all the grift coffee that's being sold on Rumble and stuff.
You know, here's my roasting machine that I'm very proud of. I have, you know, I guess Chad Nolt. It's literally Chad.
He's a Chad.
Nolt. Chad Nolt, the coffee bull, is making the coffee for coffee.
Yeah, it's like meme magic. You can't make this shit up.
Coffee brand coffee. It's over. It's fucking over, Jeremy. So now that we know the truth about coffee brand coffee, you know, what's Jeremy going to do next? I mean, are we going to believe him and his lies that it's not dropshift and that he has a real company?
I want to see the cope. I wonder if he'll acknowledge this. Place your bets in chat right now. 1, for you think that Jeremy will acknowledge this and move on, or 2, that he's just never going to mention it. I think he's eventually going to just say like, all right, you know what? I do white label. You want to know the truth about it? Who gives a shit? All right, what do we got here? Is he exposing his bookmarks again?
This and that, or are we going to believe the, you know, Cotton 4K proof proving that from his supplier directly to the Amazon fulfillment center and then from Amazon to the customer? It's the definition of drop shipped. It's the definition of drop shipping. And, you know, will he continue in these lies and with these delusions of owning a coffee factory? What's going to be his response? Now, if he doesn't respond,
he'll flag down this video. That's just like, I don't know how he keeps like stumbling over these boulders. Like he's been, he's getting pilled out. It's pillar time, and he's been attacking people like Luther and Melissa Clips, who I think most recently got some strikes on their channels because of Jeremy-related content. It just amplifies the situation. Like this could have been over like in a week if Jeremy hadn't like the internet's like quicksand. The more you struggle, the worse it gets. That's just how it is.
Any of the controversy, he doesn't try to put anything out. He's just going to put his head in the sand. Now we're really getting into the wackadoo territory.
Sand reference. Double sand reference, actually.
Where, you know, he talks about all the weirdos, you know, so-called weirdos in the quartering extended universe, which I guess I'm a part of, where we live in an alternate.
The quartering extended universe. The J. What is it? The J. MCU. JCU.
Reality. It's like, no, Jeremy, we live in reality. We live in reality where Notepad and Java Taza, you know, they're your suppliers. They send it to the Amazon warehouse. You live in the alternate reality where you own this coffee factory and you have this amazing, thriving business. You know, because every single time Luther Morgan puts out a video or other people put out a video exposing you, all of a sudden you have the best month of sales. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And
well, the best month of sale grift is like so silly as well because he discounted everything 75%. And to just sell out all of his garbage products. So yes, his coffee might be worth $5. That might be the actual price we want to pay for it. Not this $20 price point.
Who are you trying to fool? It's over. It's fucking over, and it's never been more to dead. And I really wanted to like come out, do the crab dance, and celebrate. But really, I'm just glad that like the truth was exposed, and like I knew it. I knew that he was gonna fuck up and expose himself, and he did. So thank you, Jeremy Hambly, for finally telling us.
I mean, it's just true though. Jeremy's the greatest Jeremy alog. I mean, in many cases, this is true.
Where the coffee comes from, and there won't be an unsolved coffee part.
Mel's face is hilarious. I kind of forgot about her. She's just like a background, part of the ship, part of the crew. Yeah, I'm Tiger.
Because it's over. Like it's fucking over. Like the investigation's over, and coffee brand coffee is over. You know, he's not going to get into Walmart. He might get into World Market. I don't know, but it's like the business is not thriving. It's not growing. How is it being advertised outside of your failing YouTube channel? It's not. It's dead in the water. So why persist? It's just for vanity's sake, but it's like no one believes you. Like you're just embarrassing yourself even worse. It would have been better you just closed it down, quite frankly, because it's over. It's fucking over.
Oy vey, shut it down.
Well, I did want to thank everybody that helped and contributed with the investigation. You know, it wasn't just the journey, it was the friends we made along the way. So thank you so much for watching, you guys.
That's right. The real coffee company was the friends we made along the way.
We're going to be doing more coffee investigations. I got a really big video coming out on 1775 coffee.
Oh, there you go. 1775, not Black Rock.
There's also going to be a new coffee company that we're going to be looking into as well. So stay tuned for that.
All right. Good, fun little victory lap from Luther Morgan. He deserves it, obviously. And there was, so this is going over in the Kiwi farms. You can see there the Javataza coffee brand coffee. It's got a lot of details about it, although most of it was covered in the Luther Morgan video. So let's go right into the main event. And I was like giddy. I knew that the second quartering log was coming out today. Oh, was this my screen frozen? What's going on here? Is my Chrome like fucking up again? Hold on, let's try and hit the refresh button on this. Hello? Hello? Hold on. Let me just refresh this tab real quick.
How's
I'm Tiger.
okay. Let's see. Oh,
Strong.
the this I mean, like
Oh.
as much as I want to, like, it's just like you know, like
yeah.
so
Right, this should be working again. I don't know. It's just my tabs being funny. It's like a Firefox.
all right,
issue, I
welcome
think.
in to
There
my
we go.
vlog
now,
channel.
Now
This
it's
is-
working. So this is the quartering vlogs. It's actually very hard to find this channel. You have to search in like quartering vlogs, no space, otherwise it doesn't come up. But this video, I mean, these videos have been like an absolute gift to the alog community. Predog Corp's also gifting 500 kicks, saying Jeremy scrambling. All right, let's take a look. This is vlog number 2. We will check out the first vlog as well after this, but let's see. What does YouTube pay? And I'm going to be auditing the auditors here. I mean, not that Jeremy knows how to do a fucking audit, but like the information he gives here is just ridiculous and is like perhaps some of the worst advice I've ever seen. And as a small channel, like you can see small channels popping up all the time. He's just giving the worst possible advice.
all right, welcome in to my vlog channel. This is
Go on 125
Jeremy.
again.
You know, you might know me as the quartering or
Oh, okay. I was wondering who this was.
whatever else. And today we're going to return to the scene of the crime where I hurt my knee. We're going to talk a little bit about YouTube revenue. You know,
He's
what
out of breath. He's walking from his house to his garage and he's out of breath.
people can make on YouTube. And, you know, also we'll talk a little bit about, you know, go over things with my dogs, show a little bit of the dog life. They get about 2.5 hours of play every day. So they go on 2 walks, then they swim during the summer. And when they don't swim, they do agility.
You see, the irony is if Jeremy did this himself, walking for a couple of hours and then swimming, he would be incredibly fit. Like if you're actually trying to lose weight, walking and swimming are the best. Like if you just walk like 6,000 to 10,000 steps a day, you will burn. Perhaps it depends. It depends a lot on your actual body weight, obviously, and it's different for everyone. But like if you're jogging for like an hour, it's typically around 1 calorie per kilo per kilometer. So like, you know, if you're 100 kilos like me and you jog for 10 kilometers in 1 hour, that's about 1,000 calories burned. It's very easy. And also just stop eating as much food.
And
it's not
we set up
rocket surgery. Like, you know, there's no magic thermodynamics defying reaction happening in the fat bodies. Okay.
agility course in the yard, but it was tearing up the yard and it didn't look great. So we moved into this outside building where I blew up my knee moving things. But yeah, we'll take a little look and we'll do a little tour around the office and try to do a little bit more interesting stuff, be a little more mobile. All right, back at the scene of the crime with old Huckapuppa and Ani Bonnie. Ruby Dooby! Little echoey, but a lot of people wanted to know how I hurt myself. Well, there we go. Ruby, come here.
That doesn't actually look that heavy. I'm going to be honest.
Come here. Come here. Ruby. Up. And there she goes. Come here. Ruby. Up, up. Come on. Come on. Go on all the way. No. Ruby, come on. Go on. All the way down. Come on.
Yeah, like 300 pounds. That's like what? 140 kilos? Something like that? 120 kilos?
Come on.
But I should know this because 300 pounds is like a 3-plate squat, right? So that's 140 kilos.
Come on. Come on. Come on down here. There you go. Good girl. There she goes back up. And,
Jeremy one day dreams to be able to walk up the stairs like his dogs can.
so anyway, I was setting up this agility course in here, which Ruby does very well. Huck is not a lover of it. Huck, will you come up? Come here. Ruby, come on up. Up, up. There you go. On. Yes, good girl. Come on, Huck, this way. Up, up. Go on. Go on. You can do it. Yeah, come on.
Oh, I've got a ton of
Hucky,
emails.
come on. This way. Come on. Come on. Show them how it's done, Ruby. Go on. There you go. Come on, Huck. Come here. Well, he's pretty.
Nothing,
come here.
nothing to worry
come,
about.
Come, come. Huck, come. Come here. Come on. Come, 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 come. Come on. Up, up, up. Come on.
I mean, these dogs are cute. I'll give him that. Like, if we've got to say one nice thing about the quartering, he has nice dogs, okay? These look like good boys.
Ruby, come. Ruby, come here.
I assume because his wife take care of them. Now, unfortunately, Jeremy's actually pissed on these dogs. And I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Jeremy said that when he takes his dogs outside and they start pissing, he's like, well, I may as well piss at the same time. But it's this sounds ridiculous, but it's absolutely 100% true, and you can verify this. He said that he pisses the same time as his dog piss, but it's a race. Because if one of the dogs finishes pissing, the dogs are obviously inquisitive and they're going to see what you're doing. So the dogs start coming over and seeing what he's up to. And then he's trying to fend the dogs off with one hand while he's pissing in the other. And then he admitted to Bearing and also Count Dankula that he has pissed on these dogs. I'm not even
there
joking.
you go. Down, down. Go on all the way.
Jeremy needs to be house trained for God's sake.
And they'll do this is obviously, Ruby, come here. Come here, this way. Up, up. Oh, go on there? Okay. There you go.
He's got all this pool stuff as well. Like, why don't you just take one of these out? It's summer. Just go in the pool.
Let's see if the can do the. It's all a mess right now. It's not fixed. Come here. Up. Ruby. Come on. Here. Up, up. Ruby, come here. Come on.
Well, there's the tractor he uses to mow the dogs, I guess. There's the ride-on tractor. It's actually pretty close to the mechanical wheelchair that Don Flurgany found.
Come on. Ruby, come. Come on. Go on. There you go. Yes, yes, yes. Go on. You forgot to get up all the way. Go on. There you go.
Is that what his wife says when he tries to go to bed? When we get to the second vlog, Jeremy actually confirms he's sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, there you go. So this is not set up yet, but we're gonna have tubes in here to go underneath stuff. These are traffic cones that we're gonna set up to go between them. I gotta clean up that stuff yet, move my plow somewhere. Hucky, you've disappointed the internet. But
I think these dogs are the highlight of the video. I'm gonna be honest. I like seeing these German Shepherds run around.
yeah, that's the indoor course, the beginnings of anyway. These dogs need a lot of running, a lot of attention, a lot of agility work. Otherwise, they become insufferable buttholes constantly. Ruby is kind of our star pupil in a way. Let's see here. I can get a frisbee toss for you.
Traffic cones. How pedestrian. All right.
Ready,
All right,
Ruby?
funny. You got him.
Drop it.
Good one.
Oh, she didn't catch it. Terrible. You've disappointed me, Ruby. Aniban. Here, let's try this one. Leave it. There you go.
It is very frustrating to get annoyed. These dogs are insufferable. You chose to choose these dogs, Jeremy. You picked them. You have to take care of them. That's your responsibility as a dog owner. Stop being lazy.
So they like to run around a lot. We have trails and stuff for them, but yeah, we'll get to the rest of the stuff coming up. All right, now that we're back in.
All right, so here we're inside. We're inside the illustrious quartering studio. There's the dog segments over. You'll see no more interesting stuff. Although I do find it fascinating that Jeremy has this giant TV with a clock on it, as if he can't read an analog clock. He's got to have a giant digital screen. It's 3:30 p.m. Oh wow!
To look at the office, it's changed since a lot of people have been here. That's a little jam area. That's the first base I ever got. That's a new base I have that I haven't quite switched over from. I restored this base. This base is like 20 years old. My girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, bought this for me from Mars Music, which I don't think is around anymore. And so replaced all the electronics, cleaned it up. It looks nice. So where I play, got my Telecaster here. Just have this Princeton reverb amp, which is really nice. And I just use one of these little Mark basses for the bass amp. They're totally fine. plenty loud. Plenty loud. Also, the 3D printing area. A lot of people have wanted.
He has 4 3D printers. I don't know if he just bought one and he started to start printing more printers or something, but like, imagine needing 4 printers. Now, I mean, if you're making a business out of it, sure. Why does Jeremy Hambly need 4 3D? Like, I have a friend who does like he makes like creations and things. Like, he makes little cars and he makes models and he makes dioramas and things. And honestly, it's some fantastic content. He has, I think, 2 printers because he got sent one by a Chinese company for free and a laser engraver, and he actually makes shit. I have not seen a single thing Jeremy printed. I guarantee you what he was using these for was printing goonable anime doll figurines. I guarantee that's the reason he bought them. 100%.
Well, I have all my filament down here and other places too. I use a Bamboo HD2. And
for what?
Even actually the X1 carbon still.
Like, at least show me the benchy. Where's the little boat that everybody makes with a 3D printer? Where is it, Jeremy? Have these ever been used? What do you think, chat? Has he ever used a single one of these printers for anything?
And splitters so that I can print, 16 colors or something at a time. I think the most I've ever printed is like 3 or 4, and it creates a lot of waste. And then to the...
His lifestyle just creates a lot of waste.
Studio area.
So this is the studio. So first of all, how many lights does he have? Like, his face is constantly covered in dark shadows, and he has 1 light. Like, what are you doing? I have 1 light currently that is shooting light against my wall, reflecting it back on my face for a nice soft light. That's all you need. And then I have like a couple of 2 different color lights because I think my room color just isn't very, very poppy on YouTube, whatever. That's all you need. I've got the LGBT lights from 3 Light Setup. And like, these are like shitty lights. Like, I just have like a couple of these things, okay? They're like, I put them away. He's got this entire, oh my goodness. He's got this entire, oh, the legs won't go back now. There we go. He has these entire wall-mounted 5 different studio light settings, and he can't figure out his light. He can't figure it out. His thing looks like shit.
To the studio area.
Like, look at this. It's like a 7-light setup.
Not a lot going on here. Just
yeah, that's true. There's not a lot going on here because he has no content.
Paneling and walls, a couple of lights mounted to the ceiling. That's it. And a DSLR camera, which you don't even need. You know, honestly, if you're just starting on YouTube, a simple webcam for $100. I still use the webcam.
If you're just starting on YouTube, like for real, just use your phone. Just start off with your phone. Like, one of the biggest mistakes that people make on YouTube, as we're getting it, this is like the YouTube kind of thing segment. The biggest mistake people make on YouTube is thinking you need to buy gear to grow. That's not the way it is. You grow and then buy the gear.
And for
like, when you buy stuff, it sends a signal to your brain to tell you that you've accomplished something. So if someone's like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, and they buy like a $5,000 DSLR camera. And by the way, this is probably not even a DSLR. It's probably a mirrorless. But I don't know. I don't know what brand this camera this is. Although I do see that he's got the dummy battery, unlike me, so he doesn't have to change the battery requirement. Like, when you buy the camera, you're like, well, I've already bought the camera. That's half the work done. And then you just don't do anything. And that's why Jeremy never really accomplishes anything, because he doesn't understand this principle, and he just buys things first and thinks that results will come later. They don't.
Video conferencing and stuff like that. But I mean, this whole setup costs about $200. 75.
Stop it. Stop it.
$5 for the sheet panel and a $50 Chinesium shelf from Amazon. There's my records, which I like to play. And then the Unsleeved Media set, which is basically dead now. That channel is, we only have so much time.
It's dead. Can we get some Fs in this chat for Jeremy's Unsleeved Media channel? He only spent $10,000 opening card packs and it made nothing. He couldn't even get the channel monetized, which is ridiculous. Like, how can you fail to get a monetized channel on YouTube? All you need to get a channel subscribed, monetized on YouTube, if you're using long form content, it's a little bit different if you're using shorts, but it's to get like super chats unlocked, it's 3,000 watch hours, 4,000 watch hours, and 1,000 subscribers. That's like literally it. If you're wondering how much that is, basically you need to get 20,000 views on a video that's about like 8 to 10 minutes long. That's all you need. He failed to do that.
World. So I'm in the process of taking that down and creating more space to play music. And here's Colt. Little guy.
Oh, look, okay. There's a good kitty. Okay.
Little guy. All right. Well, the big question.
He's out of breath.
That a lot of people ask or have is, what's the money like on YouTube?
All right. Now, this is where it's going to get crazy.
You have millions of subscribers. You must be a multimillionaire.
You would think so.
It's not really how it works.
It actually is how it works. If you get money, if you get millions of subscribers on YouTube, you should have $1 million, more or less. I'm going to be honest. Now, if it's through shorts, then no. But like if you have a regular channel, like a regular long form content channel, you have 1 million subscribers and you haven't made $1 million, you're doing something wrong. Now, of course, Jeremy spent all of his money, so he's not a multimillionaire. That's why he can't afford to retire. But this is because of his failing. And he made money in YouTube during a time when you were making way more money than you're making now. So see him drop the ball so hard on this is, frankly, I don't even know how to describe it.
First and foremost,
it takes a special kind of incompetence. He was incredibly lucky. Now, he did do a lot of, like, I won't say that he wasn't conscientious. He did put out a lot of content, but that's not necessarily a good thing if it's a lot of slop, okay? But he did put in the hours. I'll say that about him.
the biggest misconception is subscribers equal money. They don't.
Not anymore. Not anymore. The only thing that matters is views. Now, obviously, subscribers is a mark of having a lot of views.
Matters is views. If you would give me a choice between having 10,000 subscribers or 10,000 views, obviously, you know, and 100 subscribers and 10,000 views, it'd be the views, because subscribers are just a number. And if they aren't actually watching your content, you don't make any money.
Now, this is very ironic, though, because Jeremy only respects other YouTubers if they have more subscribers than him, because he thinks he can leech off them. So he understands this. He kind of understands this fact that you need to get views and not subscribers. However, because he's not getting views. However, if someone like Don Flurgandy, for example, who's doing fantastic, he's getting like 1,200 live concurrent viewers on YouTube while having like 400 on Kick. He's basically almost like to 2,000 concurrent live viewers, which is fantastic for the 1 month or 2 months he's been on YouTube. He's making way more than Jeremy's making on his content. It is crazy. But Jeremy just can't understand this, that if you put out good content, people will watch it.
When I started out doing this, it was crazy Wild Wild West time. Everything was very vertically integrated. It was not uncommon for a popular channel in this space to make $75,000 to $100,000 a month during peak, like, Marvel insanity. You want to know why everyone was making all those Brie Larson videos? Well, it's because most people were making more money than they ever could have imagined. And
this is what happened with, like, Jeremy's just projecting, because everything he does is talking about from his point of view. That's why he was making all those Brie Larson videos, because he was printing money. And he did print a lot of money. Now, the problem is, it's not how much money you print, it's how much money you save or how much money you invest. He burned it all on garbage that he's now having to sell.
It really is a blessing. That was a long time ago. The era of the $100,000 months, it's dead. Unless you're like...
It's dead for him.
Super huge, right?
No, it's not. It's not. I have a couple of like photos on my desktop, and I keep them to remind me of just how good things could be, and gives me like motivation to like do some things. Like one of them, for example, is this Tectone thing that I had. So Tectone, you can see here, he makes close to $80,000 a month on 25 or 27,000. 27 million views. Okay, so there are people that in this age of YouTube, and I think all Tectone does is basically copy Asmongold, right? Like he just does that like clip farming, that the same sort of style, with a slightly edgier take. And I think he moved over to Kick or Rumble recently. I'm not sure exactly. I think he got banned on Twitch. But like people like him are still making these insane amounts of money. I have another couple of them, but I'll show them later as they come up.
The space itself has changed so much over the years.
How do you make that much money on YouTube? You become popular, and then you start talking about popular things.
That most creators, instead of being vertically integrated, meaning just like, oh, I have this one channel, I pummel it, I put out 5 videos a day, it's great, 6 videos a day.
Putting out more than 5 videos a day is ridiculous, because there's obviously going to be a quality problem. Now, if you have like a production team, so that each video is getting the amount of, effort that it needs, then that you could do that, but you should be making a lot of money to be able to do that. Jeremy isn't. He's wasting all this money for no reason.
That space is dead. Now you have to create shorts.
No,
they're low effort.
No, you don't have to make shorts. This is ridiculous. In fact, if you want to build an audience for long form content, it's probably a bad idea to make shorts, because the more live streaming you do, the more live stream viewers it attracts. The more long form content you do, the more long form viewers it attracts. YouTube is very segregated now in the way that it actually distributes content. There is channels that have short content and long form content together. You probably have never seen them. Like, have you actually ever seen a quartering short come up on your timeline? Probably not, right? But Jeremy doesn't understand this, because what he's doing is he's shadow banning himself, because he's getting a bunch of subscribers from his shorts. And that's the only reason the shorts are there, is to pump up his numbers, make them look good, to make his subscriber numbers look good, which they don't matter. So why are you doing it? The views aren't making very much money either. So why are you doing it? But what's happening is his actual subscribers are unsubscribing, but he doesn't know, because he's seeing the subscriber numbers going up. So surely that should mean the views are going up, but it's not, because he's astroturfing everything with these stolen shorts. And like, we have to remind you that like these shorts, he's actually not making any money on these, like worse than regular shorts. I'm gonna prove this in a second. However, all he's doing is like, what do you think about it? Like, it's just straight up freebooting content theft. There's no transformative access. There's sometimes it's not even sound. Like sometimes he just uploads like shorts with the wrong audio. There's missing sound effects. There's just nothing there. I think it's automated, honestly. I think he's got like he talks about the AI is going to steal jobs. I think he's using AI to pump out these shorts at a ridiculous number.
You know, whoa, look at these shorts like I do
them.
because I hate making shorts and I'm not like a teenage TikTok girl.
So why make them then? Why do what you hate? Like, what is the point? The only reason to start your own company is to do what you love, in my opinion. Of course, if you just want to make a bunch of money, that's fine too. But like, most people want to do what they love every day as a job. You know, if you do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Why are you wasting your life, not having any weekends, not having any holidays? You can't take a single day off. It terrifies you, the idea of doing so, that you have to pump out like 20 videos a day between 5 channels. What's the point? What is it for? So the dogs can run around and swim in the pool? You're living the life that they should be having. I mean, they're living the life you should be having.
Or, you know, they're well-edited shorts. You know, people can do shorts and do well.
They can.
But the money is very different between the two.
It is. But here's the thing, is they actually changed the shorts about a year ago. The formula for how shorts make money now is that shorts and long-form videos make the same amount of money, provided the view time duration is equivalent. So to break this down, what this means is if you have a 10-minute video with 1 million views, that means you need to have a short that has, if it's a minute long, it has to have 10 million views. But the 10 million view short with a 1 minute average watch time duration and the 10-minute video with the 1 million views, they make the same amount. That's how it works. Now, if your view duration is lower, you get paid less. And Jeremy's going to expose just how little his shorts are actually being viewed.
When you look at revenue nowadays, it used to be you could just survive on YouTube alone.
You can. And Jeremy knows that you can survive on YouTube ad revenue alone because Flaked was living on YouTube ad revenue alone before Jeremy took down his channel. Flaked was making over $100,000 a year by our estimates, obviously. Jeremy himself looked at this channel and said, I'm going to take this down. I'm going to yeet your channel. I'm going to call my YouTube rep. I'm going to call my non-Pajit rep. And then bye-bye, there goes $10,000 a month. So Jeremy knows you can survive as a and this is, Flaked is one Irishman just doing clipping content. He's not even making original content. He was just clipping the Kino Casino. That's how lucrative YouTube can be. Jeremy knows this, but he doesn't understand the application to himself.
Now, when I was having months like that on YouTube, it's important to keep in mind, I had 5 full-time staffers, full-time assistants.
This is the most ridiculous thing ever. YouTube is such a low overhead job, and that's how you make money on YouTube, is by not spending a bunch of money. Now, if you want to spend money to expand the business, sure. But if you're expanding the business and making less money, that means you're a bad businessman and a terrible YouTuber. It's ridiculous. This is one of the cheapest jobs. Like, all you need is a webcam or a cell phone camera or a computer. Like, if you have a PC, you can do it.
3 video editors and a graphics designer.
And what were the video editors for? Like, his videos aren't even edited. They're just clips from his live stream.
Average salary about $6,500 per person.
That's ridiculous.
And I also pay 50% in tax. So people hear 100 grand and they're like, whoa, that's a crazy number. Well, after you pay your staff, that's 60 grand. After you pay your taxes, that's about 30 grand, which is still insane, stupid, crazy good money.
Not really. I mean, it's fine. I mean, 30 grand a month is a lot. However, if you're spending everything, like these are just the first expenses. He's not even talking about his other expenses, but he's using his YouTube money to subsidize his other like failed endeavors, like the Publica, like these other channels, like all of this garbage he was buying.
But like peak YouTube was like for about 1 million subs kind of thing. Nowadays, it's very different.
No.
You have to do shorts.
Well, to be fair, the monetization on YouTube has gone down, but it's still incredibly lucrative. And people really don't understand just how much people make. Which
pay almost nothing. Maybe you make on a 1 million view video, you might make $1,000, $2,000 or something like that.
This is retarded. If Jeremy's making $1,000 on a $1 million video, a 1 million view video, this is the statement that he's making. Okay, so Jeremy believes that if you make a 1 million viewed video, then you get $1,000 or $2,000 most. So here's an example from my video. Okay, this is my video. This is a 14-minute video with 41% average retention. Now, this is actually, it's 41% retention sounds bad. That's actually pretty good. Obviously, it'd be better if it was like 50 or something, but like the average video on YouTube, like a long form video, like a 14-minute video or something, is viewed on average like between 30 and 40%. But this is my example, okay? So I had a 14-minute video. It got 1.7 million views. It made $17,000. That's how much money. So it's making 10 times as much as Jeremy, because, you know, obviously it's 1.7. You've got to divide it by that. So Jeremy's making potentially 1,000 to 2,000. I have a tiny channel, and this is not from this channel. This is from a different channel, but it's like a channel with less than 100,000 subscribers. It's making 10 times what. And what does this tell you? This tells you that Jeremy's videos are being watched a tenth. So if I have like 41% retention, he must have something like below 10% average retention on his videos. He's making garbage content that nobody wants to watch. He is completely like completely off the rocker. Now, imagine you're making one of these videos a month, or two of these videos a month, or let's say once a week. Let's say you're making once a week. Then you would still be, if you're making 1.7 million views per video, 4 of these a week, then you're making, what is that, $60,000 a month. Now, I'm not doing that, but this just shows you the potential. Jeremy says it's impossible. It's not possible. I mean, sorry, it's not impossible. He's just lazy because he doesn't understand working smarter. He only understands working harder. And it's barely even, like, it's a stretch to even call it harder because he's not actually working harder. He's just stealing more. That's the first example. Like, it's ridiculous how bad his analytics are. And he's just exposing himself because he's always like, I'm doing fine. Look at my social blade. Look at my big boy pants, 50 million. Like, it's like, then show me the revenue tab. Show me the revenue tab, Jeremy. I showed you mine.
A million views short, you make about $30.
Nope. And to verify this as well, I have another one of my videos. All right, so this is my short. As you can see here, it is 1.6 million views. The average retention is 97%. Now, on a short, you have to understand there's some different data here, obviously. But to give you a basic breakdown, long form views, you want to have 30 to 40%. 50% is amazing. On a short, you want to have over 80%, and over 100 is good. So like a lot of shorts actually have like a 110% average view duration, which might sound crazy, but that's because shorts loop. Like a lot of shorts, you see the trick where people make it so it loops around to the beginning and you don't know when the short ends. That's how you get over 100% retention. So this is a 30-second video. This is a 30-second video that has an average of 97% average view duration, 1.6 million views, $177. So Jeremy's making a third on his shorts. What does this tell us? This means that his videos are being viewed an average 30% average view duration, which is garbage on shorts. So essentially, Jeremy has these shorts that people are watching for like 10 seconds. That's how we break this down. It's a, what do you think about it? People like click off because they don't want to watch his reposted garbage when they know that he's just like other people's content. It is ridiculous how stupid he is. Like he's said he's got, like, I think he tells me how many million he's going to get in a second. Hold on.
It's a numbers game, though. People say, why are you doing so many shorts, Jeremy? Well, because it's a numbers game. Now I get, across my multiple channels, about 50 million shorts views a month.
All right, 50 million. So that's just 50 times 30. So 50 times 30, he's making $1,500. $1,500 from shorts? Now that's too much because he shouldn't be making anything from stealing content. But that's insane. How stupid he is. He could be making $10,000, but more likely around $5,000 to $7,000. Like, he's so incompetent that he's just throwing all of this away.
So you can do the math.
I did do the math.
It's not a lot, but
it should be a lot. You're just bad at it. The only thing keeping him going is because he got on early. It's the first mover advantage, and that's why he hasn't taken a vacation, because he knows that it's all going to fall away. Because, I mean, this channel, like, he's going to say it's impossible to make it. For context, this was made 100 days ago. Okay, so like 3 months ago. So it's clearly not dead, right? These analytics are from like this year, Jeremy. You're pathetic.
Staff. And the business model is so different now than when I started on YouTube. And the money.
No, it isn't. The business model is make good content and people watch good content. And then you can, like, obviously you can make money through ad revenue. But you typically don't want to be making all your money through ad revenue anyway. You want to be putting in like some brand deals and, maybe some merchandise. People kind of, like, a lot of YouTube people recommend that you should put like maybe 30% of your money should be coming from ad revenue, and then 30% from like brand deals, and 30% from like off-site products. Like you have your own digital course or something like that. It could be anything. It could be merch. It could be digital courses. It could be, private Patreon access or something like that.
Is much, much, much harder to make. The 100,000.
I wouldn't say it's harder to make, honestly. I would say that this is a time where it's actually never been easier. Like with all of the, like everybody, like 10, 15 years ago on YouTube, you had to go out and buy a DSLR camera. You might have to buy a capture card if you're doing YouTube gaming. You would have to, buy a microphone. Like it's never been easier to make content. And people blow up in weeks. Like I said, Don Flogerty, like he exploded like 1 month ago and he's already doing much better stream numbers than Don Flogerty's doing like streams double my size. He's doing a great job. He's put in the work and he's reaping the benefit. Now, of course, he has some advantages, like he had good timing and he had like this plan going forward. A lot of the preparation stuff you don't see, so sometimes it looks a lot easier than it is. But this is a time in the world where anyone can do this. Now, maybe not everyone should do it because obviously, but the issue is that Jeremy only succeeded when there was nobody else in the space. He only succeeded when everyone else is being removed for being funnier and edgier than him. And now that everyone is in the space, and now that there's a baseline of quality that is expected, Jeremy can't compete. And that's why he's making a 10th on his long form videos or a 3rd on his short form videos. And by the way, as a small channel, I don't get the premium ad rates that some of these big channels like Asmongold or Tectone would be making. There are people who have ad rates several times my rates. Jeremy is just incompetent at every single level of business that he's doing.
Month is dead now. That's just not going to happen.
Yes, it is. It can.
But what people do is, well, you go wide, like my body. Okay, so I have a main
that?
channel. I have my Jeremy Hambly channel. I have Quartering Live. I have my live stream.
No, like this is just frankly not true and typically a bad idea. Because the more you spread out your effort in life, the less you'll get from any one thing. So if Jeremy really wanted to make more money from the quartering, he should focus on making better quartering videos. Like making 5 videos a day is a bad idea. If he axed all of that and he made 1 video a week, but it was a video that was getting like 1 million or 3 million views or something like that, then he'd be making much more money. And it would be a lighter workload. By spreading himself everywhere, it's literally the expression, you're spreading yourself too thin. And especially when you're a new creator, you should really only focus on one thing. Like that's why multi-streaming typically isn't a good idea until you have an audience already, or if you have a very devoted audience and they want to watch in their preferred platform. Because by dividing, so at the moment we've got about just under 500 people on YouTube, about 150 on Kick. Like if those 150 on Kick are on YouTube, that would be like over 600 people on YouTube, and then 600 people on YouTube makes it easier for my stream to be distributed. So it actually can hurt you to multi-stream and hurt you to spread out all these things because you want to make a big splash in one place first and then spread out. Like, what are you talking about, Jeremy? This is the worst advice I've ever heard.
Revenue. But all of this is, I used to work 3 hours a day when YouTube was crazy good. Now,
okay, so he used to have to work only 2 hours a day. This just shows you how lucky this motherfucker got. He was working 2 hours a day and he was making $40,000 a month.
I work about 10 to 12 hours a day just to make a significant percentage less.
Why don't you say the number? Why don't you say the number? Have you noticed this? Whenever he was like, I was making $40,000, $60,000, $100,000 a month, I was working 2 hours a day. Nowadays, I'm working 12 hours and I'm making an undefined number that I'm not going to mention. Just tell us the number then, Jeremy. Why don't you just pony up and show us the number? Because he can't show it because it's embarrassing. Now, we have people that have leaked the number, allegedly from people like Camelot. He said that Jeremy was talking to a friend who I think was Ricada, but it could have been Tim Pool or something. But they claimed that Jeremy's only making $3,000 a month from YouTube. Holy shit. How the mighty have fallen. And how deserved. But he still has more than he deserves.
What it used to be. But you go wide. My coffee company, okay?
Like all these are distractions. If you just focus on making one good product, that's all you need to do.
A couple $100,000 in sales a month. Pretty good.
Now, a couple $100,000 in sales. Sorry. Hold on, let me go back.
Well, my coffee company, okay? We do a couple $100,000 in sales a month. Pretty.
All right. A couple $100,000 in sales. Jeremy has said that he makes $1 a bag. So if you're making $100,000 in sales divided by 20, he's making $5,000 before tax. And he said at the beginning of this video, he pays 50% tax. So all of the work he's putting in this coffee company, which I don't think is very much work at all, is amount to around $2,500. So he's got a business that's making less than a person that's just working a job. Just get a job. What is the point? What is all the stress? What is all the nonsense? What is all the credit card debt? What is all of this garbage? What's the point if it's only for $2,500? That's not a job. That's a side hustle. And you're telling this as example of how to get started on YouTube? What are you talking about? What a waste of time.
Good. Do well on Amazon. We're rolling out to Walmart. I suspect once we're in Walmart, sales will probably double.
Why? Why would you assume this? Why would the being on Walmart make sales double? People don't buy your content, buy your coffee because they see it on the store or Amazon and they buy it. They buy it because you plug it on your show. What few people that actually do buy it? Now, reminder, when Player One Coffee, the one that Jeremy bought and the one that whose Amazon account he's using to astroturf his own reviews, when they reached Walmart online store, not on shelves, when they reached Walmart stock on basically like Amazon, but for Walmart. I don't have it over here, so I don't know what it is. That's when their company died. So what do you think it's going to make? No, this isn't the case. And I believe there was someone that was doing a video. Maybe it was an interview with Luther Morgan, or maybe it was on the casino. I can't quite remember. But he was talking about selling, I think it was plastic sunglasses or something with maybe like lights or something, just some sort of like gag product or something, or like something maybe for like a holiday. They were talking about how anytime you make a mistake, Walmart sends all your products back, and it costs you more money to read it. Like you basically spend more money than you make. It's basically a massive fucking grift. And I think what's happened is that Jeremy's been contacted by some smooth selling salesman who's trying to, like a distributor, that is like, well, I'll definitely get your product up on Amazon and everything will be just fine.
If at minimum, margins will double because Walmart takes much less than Amazon. But again, Coffee Brand Coffee has employees. It has graphics team. It has customer service people, which is now me, but it has...
What do you mean it has... So you fired all of the customer service, like Maggie. So Merry Christmas, Maggie. She's fired. She's fucking fired. Now the customer service is Jeremy. This sounds like a very successful business where he is the person answering all of the emails. Why?
People I have to pay to run the roasters. People I have to pay to do fulfillment. People I have to pay to put the K-Cups in a K-Cup box. People I have to pay to buy the beans. People I have to pay to do advertising. People I have to pay to run my Shopify website. My website alone costs about $2-3 grand a month.
What? Just load up a Squarespace and integrate it with Shopify. It's haven't you seen all those ads on YouTube? Squarespace sponsored by Square. You for just 20. What are you doing? This man is being taken for everything that he has, and now he deserves to be taken as a fool because he is one. But this is in every aspect of his life, he's a failure, except for luck. I guess he just rolled like a natural 20 on luck when he was born or something, but he's like squandered all of these opportunities.
So a lot of people get caught up in the numbers and they're like, oh my God, this guy, he makes 100 grand a month. He must be a billionaire.
No, we all think you're broke because you refuse to show the numbers that prove that you aren't broke. Even when people ask you to pony up and you agree to it, you dip out.
Time it's all said and done, I make a decent living, a very good living, one that I'm very blessed to have.
It's so good that he has to sell all of his toys and his other trucks and things, and he has to get rid of the cabinets and the Nest connection. It's making him nervous at night.
But it's only because I've then now decided to put in all these extra hours of work.
No,
right?
It's because you're living off the momentum that you made 10 years ago when YouTube was basically a free-for-all where you could just post a Brie Larson video and then make hundreds of thousands of views. The game has changed.
So let's use a number. Let's say 50,000 a month, 60,000 a month. You could probably still do that with one channel. But if you want to make what you used to make 4 or 5 years ago, you need multiple channels. You need to do short.
No, you don't. What is this multiple channels grift? All you need to do is make views. There are some people that just make one video a year and they live off that. Like you have those like really high effort like documentary videos with all the animation, like those. Not CoffeeZilla, because CoffeeZilla makes videos fairly frequently, but he puts out like one video a month or every other week or something like that. Like he's doing fantastic to the point where he has all of these AI, maybe not AI, but like these artists making all these crazy like digital backgrounds and things for him.
You need to do some side business, whether it's coffee or t-shirts or merch or something like that. I've never done well with merch.
Now, this is a really big tell. The reason he's done terribly on merch is because he doesn't actually have people that like him. They have people that they've got topics that he grifts off. If he had any fans that appreciated his content, if they had fans that were loyal, they would buy his merch. They would buy the Lay Show Me the Receipts web jacket or whatever the fuck it was. This is just saying that nobody cares about Jeremy, and he's just able to ride the waves of controversy whenever there's like a talking point. And he does this by spamming out so much content and then paying for ads on it on YouTube that he can make it look like he's the one with like with the first take of the first video on it. And he's going to actually mention this in a second, where he talks about how he has to leave his wife at dinner time to make a video. Here's a newsflash for you, Jeremy. If people care about what you talk about, they will wait for you to put out the video.
My viewers generally don't care for the merch I put out, and I think the merch I put out isn't very good. So there's that. I think my family bought most of my...
So he just admits that his products are shit as well, which is very funny.
My t-shirts and stuff like that I sold. But it's a wild thing. So for people that want to start out, I just wanted to answer the question kind of first and foremost, but then lead it more into people that want to just start out and are thinking, well, how can I make money on YouTube? Well, here's what I would say. The path is more difficult than ever.
I disagree. And I think that's self-evident that it is not. The fact that small channels are appearing all the time.
But if you're willing to put in the work, you can still do all right. I think it's totally reasonable for any geek off the street to make $5,000 a month on YouTube. It's 100% reasonable. $3,000 to $5,000 a month.
So any geek off the street can make more money than Jeremy's entire coffee company? Is that what he's saying? Because that's how much money he's making by his own words. I mean, not even because he's paying half of that in tax. So it's actually like, he'd be doing much better. So what was the point of the coffee company? I think he was really expecting that he could just make it like pump up the numbers with his YouTube audience. And the plan was to sell out the coffee company to like have someone else buy it up. Or like the brand, I guess, because I guess it's all white labeled. It isn't really a company.
Within a year, if you're doing it for extra income, if you stay dedicated. But the way you do that now is so different. When I started it out, it was like find a wave, ride that wave until it's in the ground, and then ride it 10 feet underneath the ground.
No, riding a trending topic is still very important. But the important part is really like consistency and quality. Consistency is the hardest part for most people. I mean, myself included, is that I very rarely put out videos on a frequent basis. However, that is the like one video a week sort of thing is like the best way to do it. But just make it so it's a good video that people want to talk about.
Brie Larson, The Last of Us 2 controversy, Jack Murphy, all these like internet trends. You used to just be able to ride them, make your money, then jump on to the next one.
That's literally how people are making right now off of Jeremy's back.
It doesn't really work like that anymore. People get bored with stuff. They're inundated with stuff everywhere. So if I was starting a new channel today, right now,
like how long has the Jeremy controversy been going? 4 months? And it's still like, I think one of the most popular segments on the Kino Casino to the point where they have over 10,000 people watching live.
What I would be doing is focusing on short form content exclusively.
Now, this is a bad idea. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you want to start making, I mean, if you want to make shorts, then just start making shorts. I mean, that makes sense, right? But getting a YouTube short channel monetized is really frustrating because you have to get basically 90 million views a month, which is kind of tricky as a new creator. It's actually much easier to make like a couple of videos that get over like 10,000 views or something, and then start monetizing shorts from getting 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. So I would still just say making long form videos. And when I say long form, I don't even mean very long. I mean like 8 to 15 minutes, maybe like, I think people are trending to longer videos now. I think most people are looking for, at least people my age, are looking for videos around 15, 30, 40 minutes, even longer. In some cases, about an hour is very good. You know, kind of like the same duration as like a drive to work or, you know, a trip to the gym or something like that. That's usually people want to listen to something like a podcast. So I would say make those content first.
Yes, it pays pennies compared to long form content, but the level of competition in short form content is much lower.
No, it isn't. It's much, the competition in shorts is incredibly high. And like, again, I'll bring up the my short as an example. This short has 97% average view duration. And for a short, this is just above what we need to do, basically. 80% at a minimum for a good short. 90% is good, 100% is great, and 120% is the GOAT. That's what you want to get. You want to get people watching a video more than 100%. And there are so many people pumping out shorts, so many like third world countries like India, Southeast Asia, they're just pumping and pumping and pumping these shorts. It's very easy. When I feel lazy, I put out a short because it only takes me like an hour. I mean, taking an hour to make a short is like a bad move, honestly. Like you should be doing much faster than that. But that's just the way that I do things. But I think it pays off for me because like people actually do watch the duration for it. The shorts are way more competitive. And like you have to compete particularly with like a lot of like teenagers and like early 20s that have a lot more energy and a lot more free time than you. So it makes much better sense to put out long form content, in my opinion, because really you can get monetized on a YouTube from a one video. If you get 30,000 videos views on a video and 1,000 people subscribing, which is very doable in one single video, if it gets a little bit popular, then you're monetized immediately. Now with shorts, like I said, 90 million views. It's very unlikely that you're going to get 90 million views on your first short. In fact, you'll probably have to put out shorts once every day or once every couple of days to get that sort of views. And that will take like 3 to 4 months on average. But obviously there are some people that do it first try. But no, the short game is very competitive. And there are people that are much better than you. And there's so many like retention hacks you have to do and all this nonsense. It is so much easier to make long form content and be successful with long form. I have no idea why Jeremy, well, actually, I do know exactly why Jeremy is doing the shorts. It's because he can steal them. He can steal like 60 or 100 shorts a day because he just says, what do you think about it? And then plays an entire video, which is ridiculous. And frankly, I don't know how he gets away with it on YouTube, because not only is it disgusting and like immoral, it is against YouTube's terms of service.
If you focused on putting out 3 to 5 short form videos a week, one a day, in whatever niche that it is that you like, you will grow. But the way you do it now is very different. Back then, you'd get lucky. YouTube might put you on the homepage. You get a bunch of subscribers. Like during Brie Larson era, I probably gained 500,000 subscribers. It's like playing in a poker tournament. You win one big hand, and then you ride it. Hey, Bobby, were you in the pool?
No, like it's the Parasocial principle. 20% of your work will be 80% of your income. That's just how life works. It's a very fun little principle. I guess Jeremy thinks that's what Jeremy thinks he's going to say, but he's so gamba brained. Is that's all he can think about is like getting lucky in life and just winning it. Like it's like, you just go to a casino one day, it'll be good. Now obviously there is an element of luck, but it's about giving yourself more opportunities for luck to strike.
Don't knock that over. My big pot was Brie Larson. Then
it's like poker. You harass a woman, then build a shed. I mean, to be fair, there's a very, very fun poker clip where I think it's Jason Alexander, the guy that plays George on Seinfeld, and it's like a celebrity poker match, and the woman he's playing against is lactating, but she's a mother, she's a new mother, and apparently, if you're a lactating woman and you hear a baby crying, it makes your breasts start leaking because they're getting ready for the baby to come and suckle. So there's a poker tournament where Jason Alexander starts making baby noises at the poker table to make this woman start lactating so that he can win a hand. It's so funny. It's so retarded. It's very it's actually very George coded. I think that's how it went. I don't know.
Last of Us.
You can look this up.
In the downtimes, you got to survive. You can't keep chasing the same thing over and over again because your viewers will get bored. We saw this a lot with Johnny Depp. There were a lot of channels.
I think he's throwing some shade at Ricada here, honestly.
That made their bones covering the Johnny Depp trial, but then they forgot what their core was, and now their channels are dead.
Like, does this sound like Nick? I mean, it could be any number of people in LawTube, but I think specifically he's talking about Nick, and that's why I think that Nick was the one that he said that he was only making $3,000 a month there.
You can't only cover Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories because that will become 100% of viewership, and when that goes away, all your viewers.
Legal Mindset did very well during that era, but he's doing very well now. That's the difference. Is that I think he just put out a video yesterday on the bricks and minifigs, and he got over 150,000 views. Like Andrew does very well on YouTube. He's specifically talking about people that succeeded during Johnny Depp and then lost it all. And Nick is one of the LawTubers that had 99% reduction in his overall views. But to be fair, he was always going to go down from 100,000 live concurrent viewers. That's insane. But now he's down to less than 1,000. So he literally lost 99% of his audience.
Viewership goes away. So you have to remain diverse in your content.
No, not necessarily. Like niching down is typically the advice that it seems like every piece of advice he gives is incorrect, except that you should be consistent.
That I think I learned before a lot of other people. Leave that be, Hockey.
Balked and scuffed gifted us up. Much appreciated.
Yes, it was easy to poop out a Brie Larson video that would get 100,000 views every single day.
And just look at that. He's actually admitting that his content is shit. His content is so shit that he actually refers to it as shit, as poop out a video. And he says this all the time, not just in this video, but if you watch his actual live streams, like heaven forbid, but just watch the clips. They're much more entertaining anyway. He talks about shitting out a video, pooping out a video, because he knows that his content, inside his very soul, he knows it's shit. And here's the thing. When you know that something's bad, when you know that you're just doing something for pumping out numbers, for just making money, you don't put passion into it. You don't put effort into it. You don't make it funny. You don't make it entertaining because you don't care. It's a job. It's not a hobby anymore. It's not fun anymore. This is Jeremy's problem, is he has lacked his passion.
But you still had to put out
I
those
mean, this is one of his many problems. But
the random videos that might get 30,000 views or 10,000 or even 5,000 views.
That's crazy that now he thinks that like 30,000, 10,000 is like a good number. It's not. I mean, it's good for a new channel. But Jeremy's supposed to have, what, 2 million subscribers?
You don't want to oversaturate into one particular thing because people...
Like, me as a small YouTuber, if I make a video and it makes less than 100,000 views, I consider it a failure. Now, of course, sometimes you just put out videos for fun. Like when I've got like the Jeremy clips that I put up, like they're about a minute long. Those are just for fun. They make no money. But it's just the love of the game because I have a funny idea and I want to see it in real life. And I love seeing the reaction that people have to it.
Their tastes change and they change faster than they ever have before. Trends that used to last months, last days now. You know,
how's the Jeremy trend going? 4 months strong and people still tune in for it.
The Brie Larson saga lasted almost a whole year. That would never happen in modern YouTube. So if I were starting out, it would be short form content to break in and then supplement it with long form content to make money.
This doesn't work though. Like Jeremy knows this doesn't work because the shorts views on his channel are not translating into long form content views. Now you can do this if you make short form content about your long form content. Of course, if there's like a, you know, there's some sort of track line or, you know, theme that can work. But when you're doing like, what are the oranges for? It doesn't make any sense. Why is the orange viewer that wants to see a Southeast Asian woman wearing, you know, not that many clothes, cooking in the bush, making bushmeat or something? They don't want to see your take on Charlie Kirk, or they don't want to see your Carmelo Anthony fatigue videos. What does he think he's doing? It's all for vanity. It's all to try and show that he's successful and he hasn't wasted his life. What does he have to show for it? He can't retire. Like, a multimillionaire that can't retire at 44 and he's afraid of losing all his money because he's going to be homeless.
On YouTube, for example, you need to get at least to 4,000 hours of viewed time.
Now, this is correct. These are the monetization requirements. Oops, my fan decided to fuck up. Hold on a second.
Or 10 million shorts views. Now, you might say 10 million shorts views, that's impossible.
I thought it was, I'm pretty sure it's like 90 million views. Is it 10 million? Maybe I could be wrong about this. I thought it was 90 million views over 3 months that you had to get on shorts. But I'm not sure. So maybe I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this, but again, it doesn't matter. Because I still think that's a ridiculous number, and it's much easier to get 20,000 views on a long-form video and get those 4,000 watch hours.
It's really not.
And you can't just bamboozle your audience, by the way. Like, audiences hate it when you grow your channel through one way and then you try and pivot into something they're not interested in. Now, of course, you can sprinkle in little bits of different content and see if people take the bait. Like typically what you want to do, I think, like this is actual advice, is you find a video that works, double down on what works, and then once in every 5 videos, try something new and see if people take the bait. And if they don't, then, well, you know, you can try it again later, but probably it's not a good idea or you just didn't edit it correctly or something.
The pool you're swimming in,
a dynasty, like, well, the thing is, I actually made this channel in particular because I was getting stressed because I had to make all like certain types of content for different channels, and I wanted a channel where I could just fuck around. I never thought I would be turning into a streamer or anything. I was just like, let's just make a channel where I can put out funny memes and talk some shit about some stuff, but people liked it. So, you know, it's funny how those things work sometimes. But like the gaming streams I just do because they're fun. You know, it doesn't bother me. I'm not like, I don't want to get sucked into the meta, you know, like the meta slave where you have to make a certain type of content. And obviously, if you make a certain type of content and you keep putting the same content out, it rewards you. But like, I don't think you have to min-max everything in life. It's okay to do something and have it do poorly if you have fun. And it's okay to you know, do things that get a lot of views as well. Just, it's not so serious. It's just the internet. I think people forget this a lot. Just have a bit of fun. This is something that Jeremy doesn't understand because he has no fun in his life. He has nothing to enjoy now. He sold his toys.
Shorts is so much more vast, where what people see on the YouTube search page when they're looking for long form videos, it's microscopic. There will never be another channel that like rises up and does commentary.
What?
That space is dead.
What? Excuse me? There will never be a channel that rises up. People fucking love listening to people talk about stuff. Like, I think like the majority of content on YouTube is people talking about shit. What do you mean, like another content? Like, it happens all the time. It happened like I don't need to name names or anything, but like I will name one, Don Flurgandy. He just rose up talking about Jeremy and he's doing fantastic. What do you mean no one will ever rise up again? Literally a brand fresh new face in the last month. And that's just in this sector. There's hundreds of channels that are popping up every single day. There's always going to be, because you know the average lifespan on YouTube is about 5 years. Like that's about the point where people either give up or move on to something else. So there is a constant stream of new creators, especially in the short space.
But if you think, oh, I want to make a video and be lazy and read news articles like Jeremy, it'd be very hard to make it.
Yeah, that content is dead. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Because just the way the YouTube search algorithm is now. But
no, it's the reason it doesn't work is because AI can summarize things faster and read better than Jeremy. So he's just mad that he can't steal news articles, read them for 10 minutes, and make bank.
It would not be hard to reproduce what I do in short form. If you do short form,
then why hasn't he done it then? Like, this is the thing, is Jeremy had this idea that he was going to make these 3-minute news segment shorts and they would blow the fuck up. Where are they? Why haven't he done it yet? If it's such a good idea. Like this idea that people want shorter news, I don't think so at all. I think it's the opposite. I think people want like a solid 30 minutes to an hour of somebody talking about a topic they like to hear about, because that's a perfect time frame for like I said, going to the gym or driving to work.
Content. You can put it on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube Shorts. You shoot one video, you put it 4 places. You do the same thing with your long form. You embrace all other platforms, not just YouTube because you think that's where the...
So his strategy boils down to throw as much shit at the wall as you can and see what sticks. Wow, never would have thought of that.
Quickest money is. You have to build an entire brand these days, which means you're uploading to BitChute, Gab, X.
I think that if you upload to Gab and BitChute, you'll never see anything come from that. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's even possible to grow on Rumble. I think if you want to make any money whatsoever, it has to be either Twitch, which I think is the hardest because Twitch's discovery is dog shit. Kicks is very reasonable competitor now, which is actually not very easy to grow on, but I've seen a lot of people grow up and Kick very quick. But YouTube in particular, Facebook too, maybe, but like I don't know very much about that. But apparently it is quite lucrative. However, it seems like Facebook is like a pay to play. Like you have to put in like a couple $1,000s worth of advertising for it to actually show a benefit. But I have heard that the numbers on Facebook are ridiculous if you can actually get it working. But like growing on Odyssey, growing on Gab, excuse me? Like even Rumble has no discovery. Like the only way that you can succeed on Rumble is if you already have a big audience on YouTube or Twitch or Kick and you take it there.
You know, Blue Sky, every possible way you can reach people, you have to do that.
He's liberal. He's woke.
Even have a puncher's chance of making it. And that's the biggest change that I've seen in YouTube over the past 10 years. You can't just put out a video and get 1 million views. That's never going to happen again. Unless you're like AstroTurfed by YouTube or you're a Hollywood celebrity.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You can't make it happen. You can't get 1 million views. You can't do it. You can't get 1 million views. I think like I want to say that I have like something in the range of 12 to 20 million plus viewed videos across the various channels of various topics. And like I said, I'm a small YouTuber. Like, people are making millions of views every day. Especially in short. Like what do you mean you can't get 1 million views? Because like the average short to get like Jeremy's own words is you need 1 million views to make $30 on shorts. And you're like, you're never going to make 1 million views. What are you talking about? Now, what he's doing is it's projection, obviously. Jeremy can't make 1 million views anymore because that's never going to happen on his channel. And that is true.
Or you have an existing big following somewhere else. The way to really do it is to stay dedicated.
Jeremy is the embodiment of if I can't do it, nobody can. Exactly.
Daily and consistent. Every day.
All right, daily and consistent. I mean, I'm going to argue a little bit on the daily, but consistency is important. Once a week is a minimum. 2 to 3 times a week is better. Even in shorts, the average, I think in my testing, I found that like 1 short every 2 days is probably the best way to do it. You can pump out like 3 shorts a day without hurting your stats either. And some people find that very effective. However, I think that for me, in this kind of style that I do, 1 every 2 days is fairly effective for shorts. But for long form videos, yeah, if you want to grow, it's typically 1 or more video a week, preferably 3 if possible. But there are some forms of content you can't do 3 a week for, obviously, especially with like heavy editing stuff. But Jeremy doesn't know anything about putting effort into things. So
I work every day. I don't take holidays off. I don't take vacations. I don't take it. You just have to work.
Well, what's the point? What is this dream? Workatory, where you're in work every single hour of the day. Like Like, if I couldn't take holidays, if I couldn't take vacations, why wouldn't I just get a regular job? Because, you know, even a regular jobs, they at least give you weekends off. At least you get like your annual leave, maybe like 2-3 weeks off at Christmas or something. Jeremy can't do that. He can't even go through dinner without leaving his wife to go work.
Work. And view it as a job, but view it as a part-time job, especially when you're starting out.
No, like here's the thing. You shouldn't quit your job to do YouTube. Okay, that is ridiculous. That is a recipe for disaster. What you do is you start off as a hobby, and you know you see how it does. If you start making a comparable amount of money on your hobby compared to your job, you save up for a few months and maybe you try it. Maybe you start going on to part-time in your job and you slowly transition. This like buy the DSLR camera, buy $10,000 recording studio, and bet the farm is how people lose and destroy their lives. This is some of the worst advice. Like, I don't know what to like. Honestly, Jeremy like completely taxes my ability to even think about what to say, because what he's saying is putting up such a like a miasma of like retarded energy in this. I don't know. Is anyone else feel like I actually feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I listen to Jeremy?
Don't think I'm going to quit my job and become a YouTuber or a streamer or whatever. I worked full time and did YouTube full time for years and years before
Then why can't you give good advice?
Quit my day job. And even then, I still kept clients on the side. I used to run a search marketing agency.
I think he was keeping bitches on the side, the prostitutes.
Because, give you a perfect example. Last month on YouTube was my best month in.
Yes, my lord. Work. Wait, that's the peons say. Peons go work. All right, I can't remember.
Almost a year. Amazing
All
month.
right.
The month before that was half of what all my averages were. You can have huge spikes and huge valleys on YouTube, depending on if you're a trend follower like I am, or a news trend follower.
I mean, this is typically the way it works in any content creation. There's like these dizzying highs and crushing lows. If you're not prepared for that, you're not really prepared for this line of work. That's just the way it is.
Or the key is everything.
Like Jeremy just goes from crushing low to crushing low. Oh no, it's summer, there's no views. Oh no, it's the midterms, no views. Oh no, it's autumn, there's no views. Oh my goodness, it's spring, everyone's busy spring cleaning.
Content. Chasing the news cycle is really hard. It wears you out. It frays.
Why do it?
Your family relationships. It frays your free time.
He's like, you can sacrifice everything and have nothing to show for it. Where do I sign? Wait, do you mean I can destroy my entire life, ruin my family, put myself through endless stress, and I can't take weekends off? Boy. What a life.
Constantly tied to your phone.
Shit.
It's the golden handcuffs. Nobody wants
No, it's just handcuffs. There's no gold here.
Hear people complain, but very few people want to put in that work. I remember when Luke Wardowski and I were eating dinner. We were eating dinner with my wife, and Joe Biden stepped down. We had to leave dinner, left my wife sitting at the table to go outside and record a video. That's degenerate.
You guys want to see the model building channel? Sure. Okay. Hold on. I'll post it in the chat. How about
behavior? It's not great, but that's the job that we both chose, and so we had to do that. I'm at bowling. Somebody takes a shot at the president. I have to go, leave my bowling game, shoot a video. I would not recommend.
No, you don't have to do that. You chose to do that, and it was worthless because you didn't get more than like I think 20,000 views in that video, and there was no audio. It was muted. What do you mean you had to leave dinner? You didn't have to. You wanted to because you thought you could. You're a gambler. That's the problem. Is he's got this gambler's mindset where he's like, oh, just one more spin.
Breaking news for anybody who's not a complete psychopath workaholic. And
I
when
don't
you're
know if you
talking about
consider stealing
the kind of content you want to make,
working.
It has to be stuff that you're actually interested in. People are better than ever at spotting frauds.
Yes, yes, they are. Which is exactly why Jeremy is failing. All right, I posted the link for you, Salty. It's in the chat. The
Grifters, people who don't really have the convictions that they believe. Candace Owens, for example, she was never Charlie Kirk's friend. Everybody knows that now more than ever. You have to be authentic. You have to be willing to have people make fun of you. People.
What do you mean? You have to let people make fun of you? You took down several channels' livelihoods because they made fun of you.
Hate you. People do stupid, insane stuff because that's part of being online too.
Yes, they will because people online are crazy.
The stuff doesn't bother me. It's just part of it, but I've been doing it for so long.
It doesn't bother him so much that he talks about it every stream and actually gets people, his behind the scenes YouTube rep that he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to advertise his channel. He gets them to take people down.
It's not for everybody. To circle back to if you were going to start out today again, let me give you the secret sauce, and this still only has like a 1% success rate. You have to make short form content and you have to stream.
No. Ridiculous. Some people can't stream. Some people just cannot some people just do not have the right attitude for it. Like, I don't think I'm a very good streamer. Okay. Obviously we've had some very big streams. We've had some very small streams. I think that there's some people out there that are natural entertainers, and I don't consider myself one of those. I think I'm a fantastic video editor. I think that I make great edited content. I think that I'm very good with cinematography. I like my storyboarding. I like all those sort of things, but I don't think I'm a good streamer. If you're a terrible streamer, you should not be doing it. Jeremy is someone that's not a good streamer because there's so much dead air, and all he's doing is he's trying to double dip, and he's trying to record all these long form videos while on stream and hope that people watch them twice. But why would they? If they've already seen on the stream, why would they watch it on his short form his channel? Like, making short form content and streaming, you're just spreading yourself too thin. Focus on one of those. If you want to make short form content, make short form content. If you want to make long form content, make long form content. If you want to stream, then stream. Get successful with those. Now, I will say that if you make long form, I think that long form content is the best one to get into, because if you do make long form content, it's easier to pivot into streaming, and easier to pivot into short form content as well. So it feels like that has the best opportunity. But if you start, and streaming is also very effective because I think you can get into long form content as well. But like, starting with shorts, how many shorts creators do you know that went into long form content or live streaming and became successful? I can't even name a single one. This is some of the worst advice.
If you're smart about it, you stream.
This is the problem for Jeremy. If you're smart about it, that's like, he's already failed this first bar.
Short form content out of your stream. You make clips out of your stream for VODs. This is the way.
This can work. I don't necessarily recommend it. To be honest, a short form content needs to be self-contained. It needs to be. You can make clips of your streams, and those can be very effective. And I think Camelot has actually been very good at doing this, because he was making some streams where he was talking with his girlfriend, I think it is. I don't know. Whoever that chick is that he has on, and like them reacting to like trending events has been done very well for him, I think, on Facebook and also on his YouTube channel. So that can work, but typically a short should be completely self-contained, because someone scrolling their feed has to have no back knowledge to enjoy the short. If your short doesn't have this broad market appeal that anyone from around the world can't just find it and watch it, then it's not going to do well.
In the industry is the concept, like this vlog channel. This vlog channel will never have more than 10,000 subscribers ever. And I had the huge advantage of having a couple 100,000 people see me promote the channel.
I thought he wasn't going to promote it though. And like, the majority of these people, by the way, are alogs. And Jeremy's changed this. So you look at this. Only subscribers can comment. Now, I subscribed. Well, I didn't add this one, but like, you can see that you must be subscribed for 1 day or longer to comment on this. I think Hotep mentioned this as well. Yeah. Quartering made a comment section is new channel subscriber only, because every single subscriber was just shitting on him. Also, there's like troll comments as well. I'd love to see your coffee company roasting facility. I bet it smells heavenly. Did you really get that cyst strained? It seems like you're getting pretty well now.
But the long tail of this channel will be short form vlogs, short form IRL stuff, short form this. The long form vlogs will stay, but without live streams and without short form, you'll never make it.
No.
You might say you hate shorts. Well, if you hate shorts and you can't make them, you won't make it today.
He's got a swallow flying around him.
It's a part of it.
I heard some sorry, this is the bird segment now. We're going into the bird segment. It seemed like there was a shadow of a swallow flying around. I'm gonna
say you hate shorts. Well, if you hate shorts,
yeah, that's a swallow, right? Hold on, freeze frame, enhance. Is it a swallow or is it a sparrow? I don't know. You know what I heard about swallows is that on their maiden flight, they fly for 3 years. Is that true? Like, can someone confirm? Like, this is what I was watching Clarkson's Farm. Sorry, this is the. We'll be right back. Okay, with these once we get past Big Bird is sponsoring this segment. Stupid. Yeah, apparently swallows fly for 3 years without landing when they first fly. Like, they sleep while they're flying, they eat while they're flying, they fuck while they're flying, they shit while they're flying. Apparently, they just get up in the air and they're just up there for like 3 fucking years. That's crazy. I don't know if it's true or not, but I just believe it because they said it on Clarkson's Farm. All right, that's the bird segment. It's finished.
And you can't make them, you won't make it today.
Yeah, I know all about swallowing.
You have to do it. It's just the truth. Nobody just turns on their live stream and gets 100,000 subscribers.
Some people do.
Short form.
Like, how do you think these like people on Twitch, like XQC, Hassan, Asmongold, how do you think they started? By streaming. Now, are they in the vast minority? Absolutely. I think streaming, like, I think when you go through like forms of competitiveness, it's like at easiest, it's long form content. Then it's shorts, then it's streaming. It's very difficult to grow as a streamer from nothing. That's why almost every streamer was previously a long form video creator. And to be honest, a lot of people just do streaming because it's much easier than making long. Like, it's hard to grow as, but it's easier to do. Right? Like spending an hour making like a short form video or something, like it doesn't like benefit you very much, is pales in comparison to the money you can make from streaming. Like streaming is perhaps the most lucrative one of the bunch. But when it comes to how you should start off, I would say just start off with long form content, like 10-minute videos or 15-minute videos, because your first 100 videos are going to be like shit anyway.
You need to be on every platform. Like I said, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everything. And you build your audience there. And then gradually you can try to funnel people to a, one preferred location.
No, you double down on one location. You have your army in the strongest position until you can expand. This is the exact opposite of what you should be doing.
Dedicated.
Like, real talk, is he just giving terrible advice so that anyone that listens to this can't compete with him? Is it like is he like trying to sabotage like new creators so that he can actually survive? That's the only way this makes sense to me.
Every single day you have to upload. Every day. Every day.
It's every day, bro. No, like that'll drive people mad. Start with once a week. Or like, it depends. It depends what kind of content you're doing. If you're doing travel content, more than once a month is pretty difficult because you actually have to travel. I mean, you can do travel content like once a week if you go on weekends, basically. If you're doing like gaming news, maybe a couple times a week. If you want to just do daily, like talk about things, you can do that every day, sure. But like, you have to do it good though. That's the thing. It has to be quality. People have to have value there. Jeremy provides no value. The only thing that he does is take value from other people because he steals everything. Like, is there a single piece of original Jeremy content that isn't just him pissing in his basement? I think that's the one example of his original content. Everything else is other people's news articles, other people's movies, other people's news, other people's shorts, other people's everything.
No excuses. If you have to take a day off, film a day in advance. If you don't upload every day, people forget about you. It's the goldfish brain of the world. Look at Huck.
I'm just gonna. Okay, this is just a bit. Sorry, I was just thinking about corner chairs for a second. Like, this is what Jeremy's used. This is Jeremy's ideal, is the golden corner chair. Think about your favorite creator on YouTube. How often do they upload content? Out of curiosity, I'm curious. Let me know in the chat. I would wager that most of your favorite content creators, your goats, the best guys ever, I would wager that they upload once a week or once every few days or even less than that. It's probably like a channel with like 1 million subscribers and they put out one really high quality video every week. Or maybe like 2 to 3. Like Monday, Wednesday, Friday is pretty common for a lot of big YouTubers. I would say that like it would have to be infrequent uploaders. The only people that watch like everyday content from one person are people that are trapped in a habit. It's habit viewers, and that's all that Jeremy has, and that's why he can't stop, because if the ball stops rolling, people will leave, which is already happening. But it's just he's trying to like this is his triage, is like just not stopping.
Hey, good boy. So, what was I saying?
Damn, he's fat.
Every day, you have to make time.
Why is the left mic like this far down his shirt? Am I supposed to listen to his nuts? Like, I get really pissed off when like YouTubers are like using their lav mics, so they're like, "Hey guys, so welcome to my channel. Like, we're gonna talk." Like, I hate it when people do that. But what the fuck is this lav mic doing down here by his testicles? It's supposed to be on like the first button. Like, lav mics is like you do this. You have like one cowabunga dude away from your throat. That's how you do it, like about a foot away. What the fuck is he talking about? What is this down here?
You have to make time for your, you have to make time.
I honestly feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's for sure.
I must have missed this one, but balked and scuffed gifted a sub. Oh, wait, maybe I did read that.
But you also have to understand that it's a massive sacrifice to make things work. And you have to get somewhat good with technology. I'm dealing with this framing issue right now.
Like what a like diegetic experience right there. Jeremy can't figure out the frame while he's talking about getting good at the technology, and he's got his lav mic by his belly button.
But let's talk about equipment real quick. You don't need a lot.
A lot of people also put the lav mic up on their cap. I actually kind of like that. That's actually a good idea when you have the lav mic on your cap. And Jeremy's always wearing the cap, so he should like take advantage of that.
I'm filming this on a DJI Osmo Pocket 3. It comes with a microphone. I think it's like $300.
Yeah, that's a good camera.
Use this
the Osmo 3 is a good one.
all you want. Your cell phone. It's all you need.
Yes.
I would recommend
this is actual advice. Just start on your cell phone, or at most get like a DJI Osmo 3.
Getting like a DJI mic, or there are other brands out there. Sure, make some mics and whatever the case may be. But you don't need a lot of equipment. You need a cell phone and good audio. The one thing people will not put up with
audio is more important than visuals.
Is bad audio.
This
Every
is true.
day, good audio. Find a niche that you like making content about.
Then why is Jeremy talking about the shit he hates?
Don't make content just to chase trends, because you'll end up like me, where you're just
exactly.
You have to sacrifice your entire life anytime news breaks.
Wow, what an attractive offer. What an attractive offer, Jeremy. Sacrifice everything.
And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything.
Like, no deal.
But it is totally possible for you, the viewer of this video, to follow this method. And by this time next year,
this is the Jeremy method. Sacrifice everything for nothing.
Be making $3,000 to $5,000.
Pour that fucking demon blood back in the pool.
It's totally possible. I'm talking combined, I guess, across YouTube, TikTok, everywhere, right? What you do with your short form content is you use it to promote your long form content. So
yeah, I love that Warlords of Draenor cinematic.
Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. We'll all be conquerors.
That's so fucking hype. Like that's the best cinematic Blizzard's ever made.
You do shorts, and then you do a short and you're like, hey, I uploaded this vlog, or uploaded a 20-minute video about this. Or you use your long form, you create a short out of it and use that short to promote the long video. That's the key. Shorts are great for reach. Nothing better.
This is like the Ouroboros of irrelevancy, like plugging the tails into the asses and mouths of like everything that's just garbage. It's garbage in, garbage out.
Reach, period.
Exactly, Jeremy.
Times change.
If you use them as a gateway to your long form content, you can make some money. Me, I'm doing everything in reverse. Basically, I'm at the end of my career, trying to hang on.
Well,
for
that's
years,
true. That's true.
As I possibly can. And what I want to do is use this vlog channel to share some of what I've learned, so that there can be a new.
All right, Bob Troop says with a 5, listen to Jeremy. A working audio and camera that doesn't disconnect is the most important. That is true.
Generation of content creators coming up that can take my spot. Every day, embrace short form, embrace every platform, and stay with it. It's not going to happen overnight.
Ringing in the background?
It's not going to happen after months. It may never happen. But the only way to success is to commit to it and do it daily. If you don't, you will have no chance. By the way, the fancy editing and stuff like that is irrelevant these days. You can ask AI about that too.
I do think there's a fatigue of like the constant whoosh, whoosh, whoosh edits. I think people do appreciate like more authentic content. As everyone, it's like a trend though, right? Like if you're doing something that everyone else is doing, it gets boring. So you have to kind of do something new. And I definitely think there is a resurgence in like kind of low edited, more authentic content.
I started doing these vlogs. I was like, oh, should I do like jump cuts and this, that, and the other thing? People don't want that. You don't have to be good with editing. You don't have to be. You just have decent audio, be committed, and do it for a year and see where you're at.
Yeah, I think that the reason for that actually is because everything's getting like AI and automated. People are kind of hungry for like human connection, especially during things like COVID when people are like locked inside. They're really hungry for these sort of like authentic experiences. And if your stuff is overly edited, then it kind of like is a bit of a disconnect.
It's nice out here. I've been very blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Can we get some hashtag blessed
I got lucky,
in the chat?
And that's the last thing I'm going to talk about. You need a lot of luck. I'm not the
true.
best guy that ever did this. I'm not even the 10th best guy that ever did this. But
That's
I got
true
lucky.
as well.
I was creating the right content at the right time, and I was smart enough to recognize it and ride the wave. And you too will have to do that.
I mean, I don't want to use the word smart with Jeremy. He certainly capitalized on his opportunity, though.
And get lucky. You can work as hard as you want. You can buy as many lottery tickets as you want, but you still have to get lucky.
No!
People see the...
Don't compare this to buying lottery tickets. It's always back to the gamba. He's so dopamine, like instant reward. Like, oh, it's got to be like a scratchy, just one more scratchy, just one more roll of the dice, just one more spin of the wheel. It's going to happen this time. No, like you should, if you want to get into YouTube, make like 10 videos and see if you're improving. If your views aren't getting anything, maybe reevaluate if this is for you or if you're talking about the right topics. But there's a certain point where you have to like look at it and say, this isn't working. This is a waste of time. And maybe I should do something else. And maybe you just make videos as a hobby and that's fine. And maybe one day, like after making videos as a hobby for a long time, they start to pop off. And at that point, you can look at it again. But like this sunk cost fallacy is just ridiculous. Like people are going to wait. There are some people that waste their entire lives and they never make it.
The pie at the end, right? The end product. They're like, oh, this guy, he barely works. He doesn't say, look, I've been working about 100 hours a week for, I don't know, 10 years straight. I've taken
what a lucrative offer. 100 hours a week for nothing.
Vacation, and I worked on that vacation. I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm saying that's a level of commitment it takes. And you have to, and once you get to
it doesn't. You can just be talented.
You're going to need help. And you're going to need to hire employees. It's not as simple as just turning a camera.
You don't have to. Like so many YouTubers make this mistake where they think they have to turn into a business. Like just keep everything in house if you want. Now, of course, if you really want to like go like legacy maxing or whatever and like hire the entire team and become like a Ben Shapiro or a Steven Crowder or someone like that, yeah, sure, whatever. It's up to you. You know, you can do anything you want to do. It's totally up to you. But I think a lot of people expand too quickly and they spread themselves too thin, which is like I don't even want to use the word thin in a Jeremy stream, but like a lot of people do like they have to make it a business and it destroys their lives.
People see Nick Shirley's final product, for example, it goes mega viral. That was a product of months of work. He had a team of people with him.
Nick Shirley doesn't post every day. He posts like once every couple of months and he gets these magic, like incredibly influential and viral videos. Like he's giving an example that disproves everything that he's saying. And Nick Shirley was just a kid with a camera, like one person team when it started off, right? I don't know about now. Maybe he has a team, but he was just doing everything by himself.
Months and months of work. It's not as easy as people think. And so
that is true as well. It is harder than it looks. Like a lot of it, you don't see the back end.
It's still possible though. I'm hoping that
it's not possible if you listen to Jeremy's advice, but it is possible.
I'm still around making videos in 2 to 3 years, but that's probably going to be about retirement time for me. The internet will have moved on from me. My career has lasted.
Not so sure about that.
Way longer than it should have. Most political commentators, like for every Tim Pool in the Quartering or Steven Crowder,
people are still talking about Christian. People are still talking about Boogie. People are still talking about Wings. People are still talking about Review Tech. I don't know. I don't know if the internet's going to let you go, Jeremy.
There's 100,000 people that shone brightly but fell off. Generally because people get complacent, they stop working hard, and they get lazy. Never get lazy. If you want to make content just for fun.
It's the hypocrisy. That's the worst part of all this chat.
Cool. If you want it to be a job, treat it like a job. If you enjoyed this, let me know what topic you'd like me to discuss in the next video.
I love these vlogs. These are incredible.
Can do some interviews.
But they're so bad.
But right now I have just all this stuff that I want to talk about and share with people and kind of create an archive.
All right, that's the YouTube pay one. That was the one that I'm most spicy about. I got some more stuff for you. We're gonna look at his disastrous little trip to the ER. And I actually have this thing we might go into, which is about how e-beggars weaponize your guilt for profit. This is a DSP thing. Interesting. Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Okay, I gotta be right back, chat.
I'm Tiger.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see.
Strong.
I mean, like.
All right. So I had an important package come, but I'm going to take like a 2-minute break. So we're going to continue. But after this quick tax-free break, how about that? Okay. So 2 minutes. Sorry, I got jump scared by my door alarm, my delivery guy. All right. Be right back. I'll put up the banner though. We'll give you some tax-free. How about that?
Did you hear me? It is tax-free. My Zannies, my hookers, my super chats too. Hit that button, cause every single super chat I got it tax-free. Tax-free. Take out your pill bottles, shake your pills, because it's gonna be tax-free. Tax-free, tax-free. Tell your wickers that we got it. Tax-free in my little tin shack. Cats flying in tornadoes. Gun flopping up and down, let's get the guns out. Gun, 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 gun. Shake it around when it's tax-free. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. It's a tip, so it's tax-free. But wiggle. You best not fold the bullshit because these super chats, they all tax-free. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yo, Faith, don't make me say it. Squeeze. Child support, Faith, it's tax-free. Compass sneed, cause it's tax-free. That's right, bitch. Now kiss my Gucci hat, I say kiss it. It's authentic, bitch. It's time to gun out. Shake your gun like you mean it. Squeeze. Welcome to the kill street. This song. Wiggle, wiggle. What you mean I'm drunk? I'm sober, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Maybe one more. So take out your pill bottles and shake your pills, and wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle.
All right. There we go. We're ready to keep going. How's it going? It's happening, chat. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. It's happening. The deportation arc is happening. Let's fucking go. All right. Anyway, where were we? All right. So, Jeremy, vlog number 1. This is I went to the emergency room. Now, you gotta love this thumbnail. There's like 2 Jeremys. Like, what's the point of having him, his stupid fucking face in the corner right here, pointing to himself, doing the thumbs up? And he was too cowardly to even show himself in the actual ER. The ER. But let's see. By the way, anyway. So here we have Jeremy. His left mic is actually not on his nuts this time. So already this is off to a better start. However, we're watching these in reverse chronological order. So somehow Jeremy was doing it fine last time, but now he's gotten worse. Oh, wait, it's muted. Just a second. There we go.
Welcome to my new vlog channel, something I wanted to start for a while. I'll be uploading twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays here at 5 p.m. Eastern. A variety of topics, news topics, life topics, business topics, the business of YouTube.
Yeah, that went very well. It was very successful. I'd love to see part 2 of that.
Perhaps some, out and about events, although that's probably going to change for the next 6 to 8 months.
He's homebound.
I don't know exactly yet, but this is a spot where we can just talk and we can do deeper dives. And I hope that you're interested in like a closer look into what the YouTube life is like. What
doesn't it look like luxurious? The YouTube life. Can't wait for my 100-hour work weeks and no vacations.
My daily routine is like, perhaps some deeper dives, some longer form conversations. This is a brand new channel. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, you'll get a new video here. I hope that you'll subscribe and maybe you'll enjoy this more like casual look into behind the scenes. You may notice I'm in a different spot. This is one of the few places in the house that I'm comfortable right now.
This is his only sanctuary, the corner.
Because last week, I hurt myself, ended up having to go to the ER on Thursday or Friday. Friday I was at the ER. And there's some interesting conversations to be had. I thought I would share that story with you and kind of let you guys know where I'm at. So some time ago, I hurt myself moving either furniture or I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was I was moving my dog's agility course. They have a big outdoor agility course that weighs, some of the stuff weighs 500-600 pounds.
No, it doesn't weigh 600 pounds. We saw that shit. It was a metal ramp that cost that maybe one of those pieces is 200 pounds at a maximum. There is not even. I'm not even. No, it's like I'm going to say 100 pounds maximum. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jeremy? He just like says these lies just straight up. 600 pounds. It's like 300 kgs. There's no way.
I was moving it, and we were moving it into my outbuilding, and the floor was wet because the dogs were in the pool, and I slipped while carrying this really heavy thing with my father-in-law, and I think that is about what put things over the edge. And by the next day, I couldn't walk anymore. I couldn't sleep. My knee had swollen to the size of a cantaloupe, and I've never had any injuries really before in my life.
He hates his knee. Grr, it makes him so mad.
I've had a broken arm when I was like in 5th grade.
Apparently like 90% of people or something break a limb. Like it's a very small group of people that haven't actually broken. I've never broken a limb, as far as I've broken a bone, I should say. How about you guys, chat? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Want to see who's in the minority.
I originally heard it. I just kind of tried to gut it out for the following week. You know, it would feel a little bit better, then it would feel a little bit worse. And by Thursday, I knew
it was probably pee-pee on the floor. I think this is my headcanon, is that he just pissed on the floor.
That there was clearly something wrong. And there's like this level of denial that you get when you're like an old guy where you want to just gut things out. Toxic masculinity, I guess.
No, it's not toxic masculinity. It's called being a retard, of which Jeremy has that in spades. Like, just stop. Why can't you be normal?
And, you know, I was still like power washing the floors on my knee. I bought like a Amazon knee brace, figured that'd be okay. I finally go to the doctor, make a doctor's appointment. My wife is basically like, yo, enough. You got to go to the doctor. I just kept hoping it would get better. I bet a lot of you have probably been in that scenario too.
Yeah, let's just ignore all of our problems and hope things get better. Sounds like a very effective strategy. Not being proactive or like looking after yourself or anything like that. Like, let's just pray for the best. I'm sure everything will just turn out just fine.
It just never.
I mean, it has for Jeremy though thus far. Against all odds, he's somehow just gotten lucky throughout his entire life. Like, if you ever wondered why he got married, I guarantee it, it's because he's 6'5". He like catfished his wife basically, because he was 6'5" and thin in high school. They got married like in high school basically, and then he just like ballooned out.
Got better. And so I went to my doctor.
If we're going to talk about tall privilege, like there it is.
And I was like, it's probably like tendonitis or something like that. He's like, oh no, dude, definitely not. You have to go to the hospital. The joint was hot, apparently, like to the touch, and very swollen. As a certified fat guy, although I'm working on that.
You know, when they said to get swole, Jeremy, this isn't what they meant.
It's a losing battle, but I am working on that. I've never had any injuries. No.
I'm like a meager 6'3". It's pathetic. I'm not going to make it, chat. I'm just like the king of the manlets.
Or no real, like maybe a back thing here or there, no chronic fat guy injuries. This was definitely the result of moving that furniture, slipping on the floor. I thought maybe I just hyperextended it. Turns out that's not the case. So they sent me to get an x-ray, had to park like a mile away and walk in, which this is a minor critique on the US healthcare system, even though I have great health insurance that I have to pay for myself, almost $2,000 a month. I have to go drive there on this knee that my doctor just told me, hey, this is an emergency. You need to go.
Why wouldn't you get wouldn't your wife drive you to the hospital? Now, Jeremy didn't drive her to the hospital, so maybe it was revenge.
Drive there, get the x-ray. Thankfully, that was pretty quick in and out. And then they're like, well, you need to go to get an MRI. And you have to drive downtown Milwaukee to do it. That's like a 45-minute drive. And I've been on that campus before when my dad was there. It's huge. I was like, man, there's no way. Like, how am I going to even get in there? And so thankfully, my wife came with me. And
why didn't she drive? Why didn't she drive and take you there?
A wheelchair, because it was, I don't know, probably half a mile of walking just like inside the hospital campus. I parked in the wrong parking structure.
It seems like it's on you, though.
An MRI, which wasn't that bad of an experience. Yes, I fit in the MRI tube. Many of you know I'm 6'5". I'm a big guy, but I fit in there fine. And thankfully they, they let me listen to whatever music I wanted, which was pretty cool.
Is it? I mean, I can listen to music that I want to listen to anytime. It's like, wow. It sounds like an illustrious trip to the hospital. You got to listen to music. Nice.
And
I guess W, Jeremy.
So I actually had him put on Modest Mouse's new record. Listen to that. I was in the MRI machine for I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. It feels, if you ever had an MRI, man, it feels like time is just passing at like half speed, quarter speed. And
quarter mentioned, okay.
But some of the frustrations is like I'm in excruciating pain.
Help me! I'm in extreme pain. I need that boogie clip where he's like the gnome in the Tesseract.
And then they lock your leg in this thing, and they tell me on Friday.
Do you think they gave him a lollipop after he came out of this? Oh, you were a big boy. You got through the MRI. Have a lollipop. Like, he's so like, yeah, maybe some people are scared about going to MRIs, but you got to nut up and do it. Like, what the fuck?
At the end of the day, well, we'll let you know in like 4 or 5 days.
That seems pretty reasonable.
I'm like, cool. My doctor thought that this was like an emergency, so he did a stat MRI order. He's worried about some infection. Is that really, because the last time I had
no, can you just work faster? It's like, no, this is how long it takes.
And I don't know if apparently this is the norm now. Last time I got an x-ray, they do the x-ray, you sat in the waiting room for half an hour, then you went back in and the doctor read it.
Oh my God. An x-ray. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about medical stuff, all right? But an x-ray and an MRI are completely different. An x-ray, you take off your shirt and you go in front of the x-ray machine or whatever, or maybe you lie down, I don't know how it is. Like, in Japan, you need to take an x-ray every year as part of your annual, like everyone has to do like an annual health checkup in Japan. And it includes like a tuberculosis screening and all these sort of things, which is kind of interesting. But they do an x-ray every single year. X-rays are just like one flat image. It's very easy to interpret an x-ray in most cases. An MRI, I believe it's like magnetic resonance imaging, where they do like a complete layer. It's like, isn't it like a 3D image of your entire body? It's like hundreds of layers of of individual x-rays, essentially. They're completely different. I'm almost certain an MRI is like a 3D visualization of your entire body that gets scanned, whereas an X-ray is a flat photo. What do you mean? That's why there's a massive fucking machine for it. Also, by the way, a very funny thing, if you want to see it, is when like nurses accidentally take metal chairs too close to the MRI machine and it gets sucked into the giant magnet.
And you figured out you had a broken bone, or you didn't have a broken bone, or a sprain, or whatever the case was, bone, fracture. Whatever, at the bone skeletal level.
I don't know, chat. Do you think his knee is going to grow? I don't know. Those are very hard to grow back.
Well, nope. They never told me what was on my x-ray. They just said, go to the hospital. Go to the hospital. They don't tell me what's on my MRI. And so this is Friday going into Saturday. And
oh no, weekend is threatened.
The pain is very, very bad. There's not a lot of positions I can find that are really comfortable to sleep. And they did give me some pills to mask the pain, but I'm really reticent about taking those because I have an addictive personality. You don't get this chunky if you don't have some addictive personality traits. And so I'm real careful about taking them.
This is one of the first true things that he said, but I guarantee you he took those pills.
I will say last night I enjoyed seeing flavors and tasting colors while I watched a couple of movies. And so what am I looking at? Well, it's either both the ACL and MCL are torn. That would be...
Now, of course, it just turned out to be a baker's cyst. So he's being a big fucking baby. Like, there are people like, oh, this is a perfect freeze frame. Actually, I should save this one, actually. This might be, you know what? This might be useful. I'm going to save this right now. I'm going to put this into my crime lab. This is like peak thumbnail material for a thing. Okay, save that.
Probably a worst case scenario. Pretty common. I bet a lot of you
I'm not going to
have had knee injuries before. Maybe my pain threshold just isn't as high as yours.
Yes,
but
you're a pussy.
It's extremely painful. And
like, why is he? Who's he? This isn't a live stream. This is like a recorded video. He's so gun shy and PTSD maxed that when he's just preemptively assuming what people are going to make fun of him for, and he's trying to counter their arguments. Like, what do you mean?
Just straightening the leg out, like, brings tears in my eyes. It hurts so bad. And icing it does very little. It does keep the swelling down a little bit. But this journey has been really educational. First of all, even with really good insurance, it's going to cost me many thousands of dollars.
Yes.
I may be forced to be a fat guy on one of those little hover round carts, which will be a funny sight to see.
Yes, it will. Please show us the video of this happening.
Because I don't want to sacrifice summer. I live in Wisconsin, and basically everything, if I had a knee injury in December, it'd be fine. I get to skip Christmas.
What do you mean skip Christmas? You just hold Christmas at your mansion. Skip the summer? What is he talking about?
Healed up by spring, everything is good. Well, now
all right. So it's going to be fine by spring. Like, it's always just pushing it back like another.
I have a major knee injury, which I guess if you're in athletics or whatever, that's common for people. But you know, I'm older now. I'm out of shape. My recovery period could be 6 months to a year.
He's on his period.
What they're telling me, depending on the level of the tear. Now, best case scenario would
be. Hold on. Cat alert. There's a chunky cat. I like the kitty. He's cute.
It's only torn a little bit, and I can.
The cat's like, "What's this fat fuck wasting time with?"
Habit, which I'm praying for. I don't like to waste prayers on selfish things like that, so I haven't even actually technically prayed for it, but like, that's what I'm hoping for. And even
is he trying to grift prayers from his audience? He's like I can't afford to waste it. All of my prayer power is going to bumping up the YouTube channel. Can I get your prayers instead? There's not a finite amount of prayers. God is infinite. It can do anything, right?
Would be a couple of months of rehab, which would be fine because I'm really blessed that my job is sitting on my rear end and reading other people's news articles and having a take on it. But this whole thing is
chat. Come on now. 1 like equals 1 prayer. What are you doing? Where is that thing?
Hit like if you like the show. If you don't like the show, don't hit like or hit thumbs down. Be like, this guy sucks. I don't mind. But if you do like the show, hit that like button. It really does. I got to remind YouTube that I'm here. They are not distributing things out.
All right. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Jeremy's busted knee.
Taught me a lot. First, about the healthcare system. No, I'm not going full communist. I mean, I think the level of care I got was really good. I just think
he wants to be liberal so badly. Why did you just give up this conservative nonsense that you don't believe in clearly and just go full leftist already?
It's ridiculous that they make somebody who can't walk go to 3 different buildings, all 30 miles apart from each other in the same day. Oh, and
why don't you what do you expect? The society wasn't built around your needs.
Then they called me halfway there and like, well, we need to get you fitted for crutches.
Why does Jeremy sniff so much? Because he can't breathe because he's fat.
So that's actually the 4th spot I had.
And because he hates his audience.
Stop a totally different building. Fortunately, he was on the way to the ER, and learned how to use crutches. I've never been on crutches before in my life, I don't think, and kind of tricky on stairs. I generally just don't use them on stairs, which is probably stupid. But
this has to be like a godsend for Heather because now she can just avoid him by going upstairs if she just doesn't want to deal with him, which is why she's sleeping upstairs and he's sleeping on this chair.
My stupid stubbornness is what led to all of this. I love to show you images of my exploded knee, all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to skip that. It's gross. It doesn't look good. If I had MRI images to show you, that I would probably show you. Maybe I'll post them to X or something like that. But
why?
What this has taught me, first of all, it's given me a renewed.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Stop oversharing.
Vigor to lose some weight. Obviously, the way
here it goes. 2 more weeks. It's going to happen. 2026. It's my year, bros. I'm going to lose all the weight. I'm going to be beach body by August.
This injury happened. Probably would have happened to somebody who wasn't 100 pounds overweight, but it's going to make the recovery far more difficult. It's going to make the physical therapy far more difficult. It's going to make, just getting around far more difficult. It made finding a little hover around vehicle really difficult. First of all, I'm 6'5", so it's hard to find any of these little vehicles. Perhaps when I get it, they're delivering it later this week.
It's crazy that he just straight up ordered the specialty wheelchair that can hold his girth before even seeing the results. I hope he took a hit on the return of that, wasting the salesperson's time, wasting the company's shipping time. I really hope he took a 50% penalty or something on it.
In the next vlog, I'll vlog from my little old man cart while I'm driving around.
I need to see Jeremy in the wheelchair. It's going to be so good. It's going to be such a godsend to the alogs.
Something like that. But I didn't want to. I can't sacrifice the entire summer.
Why?
But it did get me thinking more about.
What do you mean sacrifice the entire summer? It's my last summer, bros. It's the summer of Jer. We've got to get out there. What do you want to go out and see? You're banned from the Renaissance Fair.
I don't know. You let me know if you ever had anything kind of like this. I think it's pretty common if somebody has a cardiac issue or something like that, where oh my God, I need to get everything in order. I need to get, healthy, this and the other thing. Turns out other than being overweight, since I went through all these battery of tests, I'm fine. I need to lose weight. Blood pressure's good. Cholesterol's good. All that stuff's good. But I do need to get.
Do you believe this? Cholesterol's fine. Blood pressure's fine. If his blood pressure's so fine, why is he always checking his pulse? There's no fucking way. I don't believe this for a second. What do you mean the cholesterol's fine? Show me the results, Jeremy.
A physical, which I'm not looking forward to. I don't know if they still do the finger thing or not, but I don't know.
Yes, if you're around 40, it's time to get the finger up the ass to make sure you don't die from ass cancer like Total Biscuit, okay? Is it going to be unpleasant? Sure. It's time. I mean, he should be so lucky. That's the only finger that he's going to get attention from.
They did tell me that when I was there, because I don't go to the doctor because I've never really needed to. You know, even when I had the COFEE, well, what am I going to do? They're going to say, go home and rest, you know? That's kind of how I was raised. I mean, when I did hurt my leg when I was like in 8th grade.
He's too worried because he thinks he'll like it too much. It moved, Jerry. I think it moved. What do you mean like it was... Sorry.
I think my parents had me soak it in the tub. Yeah. Soak it in the tub, even though it was structurally very, very damaged. I was in a leg brace for like 8 weeks. Then they took me to the clinic, and the clinic's like, why are you here? You take them to the ER. So I guess there was that other injury. So I've had 2, but I know when I was in 8th grade, I was jumping down. I was screwing around with my friends, and we were jumping staircases. And I think there was like a 6 or an 8 staircase. I jumped to try to get to the bus, blew up my leg. Might have been the same. No, it was my right leg back then. Bounced back.
Oh, okay. Like, I mean, everybody does this, jumping downstairs, sure.
Back was a lot easier when you're 14 years old, though. But I got to say, like, I've never felt any pain like this. And I'm sure a lot of people are already typing, like, I've had 7 knee constructions. I never hurt. Stop being a baby. Okay. Maybe my pain threshold just isn't like what yours is. And you're a badass and I'm not.
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. But what I can say is it's extremely depressing, too. Like, that aspect of it, I'm like, okay, let's go. Give me my MRI. Now they're like, well, it's going to be 4 or 5.
Worse than child's birth. I've heard that like there's like on the pain scales, having a kidney stone is worse than childbirth. At least that's what women have had kidney stones and childbirth have confirmed.
5 days before we tell you what the results are. So now I'm just sitting here. I don't want to do anything and injure it worse. All the stuff I'm missing out on already. Fireworks. I feel terrible.
Well, how do you miss out on fireworks in a wheelchair? Just get pushed to the fireworks. Like, you can see fireworks from miles around. You can watch them from your car.
You know, we had a lot of plans with my wife over the 4th. Just, it wouldn't be responsible to go. Now, if I had gone and they're like, well, it's a full ACL tear, you're not going to tear it anymore, I'd just take some of those magical little round pills, go see this, you know, see the colors. But if it's only a partial tear, I don't want to risk making it a full tear and then
I'm going to be honest. I don't really give a shit about fireworks. They're fun. They're fun a little bit, I guess. But like, I won't go out of my way to see fireworks. I've seen some fantastic fireworks displays too. Like the one in Sydney is really good. In fact, the Biwako Hanabi Festival is one of the largest fireworks displays in the world. It happens in August in Japan. And I saw that multiple times, so maybe I'm burnt out on fireworks. But what I've never seen is one of those drone shows. I want to see the drone show where they're making the animals and shit in the sky and things like that. Unfortunately, I haven't seen one of those yet.
Having surgery. But it is really a bummer at this age now to be like, man, I'm going to lose the whole summer. Minimum. You know, like, not going to be able to get around. I bought a brand new power washer.
What do you mean, like, lose the summer? Like, what are you... Like, is he going to the beach? Is he barbecuing? Is he grilling? What does he mean by miss the summer?
The floor tile attachment. Really excited. Was really excited to use that. Clean the tile and sidewalk outside. Can't do it. Couldn't even take my own garbage cans down. And
like, usually this is the man's job, but couldn't you just get your wife to do this for like a week or two? Or like, I mean, I guess it's like a long time, like 8 weeks, but like, surely she would pony up and do this if she loved you, Jeremy.
Something like that is like really emasculating, you know, like calling somebody and be like, hey man, can you come take my garbage cans down? And would it be cool if you did it for the next, I don't know, at least 8 weeks? And, you know, there was some issue outside, electrical issue that normally I could fix. Instead, I had to like walk my wife through doing it. Felt terrible.
What is this electrical issue that he's talking about? I want to see the Jared. Sorry, I was trying to make a portmanteau of Jeremy and an electrician. This dude's going to electrocute himself. I swear to God. I do not believe that he's like a handyman.
I just
vlogging about how emasculated he is from a minor injury. Perfectly normal, yes, indeed.
It's not a good feeling to be, ambulatory or whatever the word is, like to be able to move around fine for 43 years, and now staring down the barrel of what is most likely, based on my doctor's reaction, needing some sort of surgery and being out for many months and then having rehab after that. Again, I know this isn't like a woe is me thing, but if I'm
yes, it is. It is that's exactly what this is. This is a pity party. You're hoping people will donate. They're not.
Then why wouldn't I start with what is going on here? Being in the ER and all this stuff. It's an obvious topic that we're talking about. I'll talk about other things on this channel as I get healed up. But it's this weird like feeling. I'm sure it's not just a man thing. I'm sure women feel the same way. Where you're like, dang, I mean, getting up to just like, I don't know, brush my teeth or to, use the bathroom, man.
You can't brush his teeth? What? Can't you just sit up? Just get like a cup. Just get your wife to bring you a cup and some water or something and a toothbrush. Like, does she not like? She unironically just doesn't love him.
Real careful about what I eat because
you know what they say when you get married, in sickness and in health.
Not to get too specific, but let's just say
I'm starting to believe this. She's just waiting for the divorce arc to happen. Like she's waiting. Like, is it one more year and then she can get the alimony payments? Is that what it is?
Number twos are not comfortable for me. Here's
this like unironically the shit segment.
In there is hard enough, and then getting down and all that other stuff back up again. I'm having this like fear that I'm gonna have to call my wife in there and be like, "You gotta lift me off the toilet." But it's definitely.
There's no way in the world his wife can pull her off the toilet. She's not going to come in there like, rock, it's a living. No, that's not going to happen. If he goes down the toilet and he can't get up, he's stuck there. He needs it's bedpan
for
time.
Me. And so I'm trying to cope a little bit by saying like, okay, well, you need to lose some weight because that's obviously going to help your rehab. But it's also like, well, dang, I can't work out. I can't. If it was my arm or something like that, like at least I could, be out walking.
What?
But I'm going to do what I can.
Farewell arms.
And while I rehab here, even buy my little scooter.
I mean, that's a good question though. What would you rather have, your arms or your legs? I think it'd be better to lose a leg, honestly, because I think you can get pretty good prosthetic legs. And in some cases, the prosthetic legs are even better than your regular legs. Like you got those kangaroo legs that they use in the Paralympics, and they're basically like bionic, like jumpy machines. They look actually kind of cool. But I think losing my hands would be the worst, because it's very hard to replace the dexterity of fingers. So I think if I had to choose between an arm and a leg, I'd definitely choose the leg to go.
Like, man, I could have got this other scooter if I wasn't such a big guy, but now I have to buy this super ultra mega commercial grade, scooter so that, I don't blow that thing up too. But yeah, the whole experience has been really not just eye-opening, but kind of depressing, to be honest.
Oh, do you guys feel sorry for him? Do you guys feel sorry? He's losing summer. Oh no. He's losing his summer. Poor Jeremy. Adults typically have to work through the summer.
Like, dang, man, it's the 4th of July. Summer's really just kicking off. I'm going to miss all of July, all of August, almost certainly.
Goodbye,
September,
July.
Maybe I'll be up and moving around quicker. That's why I'm hoping that they get these stupid MRI results back so that I can, like, as soon as I'm sure I'm going to need surgery. So it's like, I want to get that scheduled. Like I was asking, like, can we just get it scheduled? Can I get something on the books just in case? Of course, they won't do that. But
what? Which would you rather lose, an ass cheek or a foot? I guess the ass cheek. I don't know. That's a weird question.
It's been wild, and I don't know if you've ever had any kind of knee, blew up your knee. I'm sure a lot of the people watching this will have. Definitely open to your suggestions, especially like on how to get sleep.
Lose weight.
Finding a comfortable position to sleep. Like I'm in a recliner right now. This is about as comfortable as it gets. In desperation, I've thought about just sleeping down here because.
So he's kind of confirming here that he sleeps on the couch. He's out of the big bedroom, the master bedroom. That's only for the master of the house, Jeremy. You can't even take out your garbage. You can't even climb the staircase. That's where Heather and the Bulls stay, in the master bedroom. And you stay downstairs. And he's got like, I don't know if it's this video, but like, there's a video where he talks about having like, he's buying 40 cameras a week or something so that he can place them around his property. You just know that he's got the master bedroom camera so he can goon while he's downstairs watching the Bull and Heather.
My leg is like,
not in searing pain when I'm in these chairs. Definitely feeling very blessed that my job
blessed
does not require a lot of movement. I just got to make sure I get down 2 flights of stairs and up 2 flights of stairs every day. Then
that's the only work he does, is going up 2 flights and down 2 flights of stairs. How pathetic. How pathetic, Jim.
That's it. But it's definitely been an eye-opening thing, and being just in the hospital and not being able to like move yourself around, not be able to like get to the bathroom on your own, not a great feeling. But you know, I just want to attack it. I want to know what I'm dealing with, and not knowing is the hardest part. If I just knew, okay, it's a ACL tear, MCL tear, both tear.
I don't know if that's true or not. Like, the waiting's the hardest part, maybe, but like, I'm pretty sure losing the leg would be the hardest part. But of course, it didn't happen to him. He just had a little baby's Baker's cyst. So he just has to get, oh no, I have to get poked by a needle and have it drained. How terrible. This man is like the first person, he thinks he's the first person to invent like medical trauma or something.
What, I don't care. I just want to know what it is.
Like, most people that go through these like traumatic things, they just grin and bear the pain, and they usually suffer in silence. But I mean, the idea of Jeremy being silent is anathema to him.
So that I can attack it as quick as possible and not lose the entire summer. So that's why I haven't really been around. That's why probably content will remain roughly the same, to be honest with you. I don't see myself, I mean, I just have to get down to my desk. If I have to move my bedroom down here for a few months, I'll do that, because it's, you know,
he's just going to be relegated to the basement. He's going to become a troll that goes down to the basement, pisses and drains, and makes YouTube content. It's really funny that he's actually like devolving into a complete parody of internet users.
I fortunately am blessed that I can still do my job.
Hashtag blessed.
For lots of people that go through.
You know what I forgot to do is I was going to load up the Jeremy bingo card. I forgot to do it for a stream. I'll have to do it next time. This would have been the perfect one. We've got to do the Jeremy drinking game. Take a shot every time he says blessed.
This, they can't. They don't get paid. They don't, and that's what's kind of keeping me grounded too. Is that like,
I've never seen a more grounded person than Jeremy.
I'm lucky I can still work. What if I couldn't work for 2 months, 3 months? What does that do to your income? A lot of people, you know, that's why this isn't.
This is why they tell people that you should save up like an emergency 6-month fund typically before you do anything silly. Jeremy's literally 1 week away from destruction, if he even stops for a week.
Exactly, a pity party. I'm just informing everybody, hey, this is what happened. I don't even know for sure that that's what it was, moving the equipment, but I'm pretty sure that's what at least was the final straw. Literally the straw that broke the knees, the tendons back. But, you know, this channel is going to be a spot for me just to talk to people about whatever's going on.
Like, he is grounded because he's stuck in that chair, but he's not humble.
World. Maybe we'll talk politics, some videos. We'll talk business in other videos. We'll talk.
Wait, so this is just exactly the same as his other content? Like, it isn't supposed to be different?
You know, YouTube specific in videos. We'll talk, we'll do some behind the scenes stuff, but I need a place to just talk to you all like this in a casual format, different locations.
So the real reason comes out now is he has to vent to somebody because his wife doesn't listen to him. And I'm pretty much convinced that the relationship with his bull Adam is now over. So you can't even talk to him because he doesn't come over for darts anymore after Jeremy made him a laughing stock for exposing his Wisconsin bull thing. So now he's like, he's venting because he has no other outlet for it. How pathetic. Get some friends, mate. Like, Jeremy doesn't actually understand friendship. He just pays people to talk to him. He pays people to listen. He actually pays YouTube to make you watch his videos now. I'm not even joking. Everybody in his life is only there because of what he provides. How sad. Like, that is actually depressing. I almost feel bad for him, but not quite, because I remember what he's done. And he's like, it's hard to make friends when you get older too, especially when you can't go out and do activities. But he's got nobody. Like, at least talk to your wife. But I guess she's just tired of it. She won't even turn off his truck's lights for him.
So those locations will be living it over the next couple of months. But I feel like now that I've been doing YouTube so long that I feel like this hunger to know my viewers more and to let them know more about me, even though oftentimes...
Wow, building the parasocial relationship. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Oversharing on the internet turns into, you know, ammunition for people to ridicule you. That stuff's never really bothered me.
Does he actually have an what is it called? Does he actually have a shame fetish? I think he does. I think he's at the point now where it's like any attention is good attention. And it's like, well, they're talking about me, but at least they're talking about me.
It's you have to have thick skin to do this job, and so
he's like the most thin-skinned person in the world.
It doesn't really matter to me if I overshare on this channel, because the people that use that information like against you are generally garbage humans anyway, so it doesn't matter.
What? That's just not true. Like, Jeremy is the embodiment of a garbage person. He's out of shape. He's a Nepo baby. He steals content. He doesn't work hard. He just puts in a lot of hours. Like, it's not the same. Like, time at the computer isn't really working if he's working 12 hours a day. He stalks people in public. He's creeps on his abuses. Like, it's called power harassment, and I don't know if it's called that in America, but it's called power harassment in Japan, where you abuse your being a manager and hold the things over people to force them to do stuff like listen to your stories about diarrhea. You know what he's doing to like Melanie Mack and like Hannah Clare and stuff like that. Sexual harassment in public and at the workplace. Everything. He's the most garbage person. Is there one virtuous thing that he has done in his entire life? I don't think so. And he's like, well, people made fun of me, so they're the real evil people. They're the ones that need to be smootened by God.
But it's going to be an interesting journey. You know, I'll probably let you guys know.
Like, he just drives people out of spaces too. Like, there's that woman, the cosplay woman, where he just drove her out of the space and everyone hates him.
Another vlog. You know, the vlogs probably won't all be one topic. I'll try to like mix them up, vary them up a little bit. But, you know, for the next one
how are you guys feeling at the vlogs so far out of 10? I think these are fantastic, and I hope he keeps making them.
Update on the knee, but then I'll talk about something else more interesting, probably to people than, you know, big fat guy go boom and cries about injury. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm hoping that this new channel gets me a better.
He's the embodiment of all 7 sins. It is. I was just like watching some Diablo stuff the other day, and they have like the soul stone where they're like absorbing all the different sins. It's like Jeremy is the black soul stone. He's absorbing all of them. Gluttony, wrath, sloth, everything. It's all in there.
Better chance. You know, if you made it this far in the video, let me know. But I'm hoping this new channel gives me a better avenue to know you all better, and to you know, hear your stories in the comments too. Take your feedback.
Yeah, he loves to hear the comments. That's why you have to be subscribed for 1 day to comment on his channel.
Yes, I know, lose weight. Okay, but that's not what caused this injury. But it's definitely going to make rehab more difficult, and I'm not looking forward to it. So I definitely will take your positive vibes if you have any.
I'll just take a vibe, just a crumb of a vibe, sir. Please, anything. Just give me anything.
And
just one more positive vibe.
So if you made it this far, stuff you want to hear about in like a longer form, casual format, you want to know how to get started on YouTube, how to, you know, I ran a marketing agency for a lot of years. I sold cars for a lot of years. I could tell stories about selling cars. There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't fit on my other channels that I think twice a week is enough. You don't need to hear from me that much, but twice a week would be, I think, therapeutic for me, especially during this recovery process where I'm going to have
I think twice a week is about the right number. It seems like the perfect content drip, basically.
Pent up rage that, you know, hopefully the next videos won't be so muted and so like depressing. But I appreciate y'all. I see you all, your well wishes online, and hopefully you enjoy the vlogs. You know, 6 months from now, we'll have so many up, and I'm looking forward to having a wide variety of topics. And
I'm really curious to see where he goes from this. These last 2 have been incredible. It's exactly what everyone's been asking for, but specifically the people making fun of him.
Make sure you subscribe. So follow the channel.
I'm not subscribed. I'm not going to subscribe. By the way, his like logo for this is like really fucking stupid. He's just like, I'm going to change the thing. He's like, even if you like look at the banner, if you like zoom in on the banner, you can see that he didn't even get a proper PNG. And it's like, you can see it's just like a little bit sloppy. Just like everything Jeremy does. All right. That's probably it for the Jeremy stuff. So we got like a changing pace for a second. We got something adjacent though. This is, I haven't seen this guy's channel before. It's by Muckhole. So I guess he's got some liars mentality, online YouTuber stuff. He's got a video that's, someone linked this to me. I can't remember who it was, but it's called Ebeggers and How They Weaponize Your Guilt for Profit. And I think this leads in perfectly from Jeremy. So let's take a look.
What up, big dogs? Welcome to the Muckhole. Today we're talking about a type of online behavior that makes a lot of people angry or uneasy, e-begging. We'll look at what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, this is perfect segue from Jeremy. Although I don't typically cover DSP very often, although I think this is mostly focused on him, I guess it can be applied to a variety of e-beggars, like Wings or Boogie, Jeremy, and I guess DSP as well.
Is, why it feels so weird to watch, some examples, and how it works on a behavioral level, and why people do it. Let's start by defining e-begging. It's the act of begging online for basic necessities. Now, an e-beggar is someone who uses the internet to repeatedly ask strangers for money or gifts.
Now, guys, you said you wanted the DSP segment, but I'm not seeing the support. We're going to have to take it out of the rotation.
It makes the ask itself the centerpiece of their content. It may also be helpful to put forth a non-example, such as someone promoting a Patreon with extra content on a YouTube video. On the contrary, an e-beggar is someone who posts or streams revolve around
By the way, we got N-Pulse gifted 1,000 kicks. He says, can everyone have a blessed weekend? While I have to go to work. Hope you have a blessed weekend. We got Pre-Dawn Corpse gifted a hype.
Hardship, guilt, or loyalty cues, and pressure to contribute.
I need that loyalty.
Genuine crowdfunding and mutual aid certainly exist, but when it comes to e-begging, there's a pattern where the creator is always in crisis, always hinting at financial ruin, and relying on the viewer's emotions rather than on offering a product.
Yeah, I find this particularly like disgusting, like they're playing on people's emotions, because there are like getting money out of me is like getting blood out of a stone. Okay, I'm a very cheap person. You might even describe me as niggardly. Okay, I mean, I don't like paying for things, but I think that's pretty reasonable. That's responsible to just not splurge on everything. But I think part of it is like, you know, moving around a lot, as I did when I was younger. It makes you kind of like more minimalist. But there are all these people out there that are very generous, and if you just like, there is a group of people. I don't want to call them like sheep or anything, but they're just generous people. And like when people like DSP get a hold of them, they just know that they can just take them for everything. They can manipulate them to feel bad. I can't afford the bills. I can't afford to go on vacation. I can't afford my knee surgery. You see these people, and they just like, they actually do feel empathy for these grifters, and they just like, they pay out. And it's really sad. Like, I'm the kind of person where if I'm suffering, you won't hear about it, and I'll just like suffer in silence. I think that's like, I don't know, stoicism or something, maybe. I don't know. I always just called it being self-reliant, but whatever.
Service or a clear cause.
I would rather go broke than ask for help, basically, is what I'm saying.
That's the behavior we're exploring.
$5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know what.
Is this the legendary one, or is this a different one? I thought I remembered a different chick that was doing this $5 one.
What are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching?
Hey, look, if your content's not worth $5, then people aren't paying for it. Get suffer, woman.
There are I have a wall of non-subs. This is fucking actually really heartbreaking, because it's like people just really don't respect me.
E-begging triggers a strange mix of reactions in viewers. You may feel sympathetic because the person says that they're about to be evicted or can't feed their kids. You might feel guilt if you don't help. At the same time, you might feel manipulated when the stream includes repeated donation alerts or when the streamer shames non-donors. You might wonder whether the need is real or exaggerated. You feel like you're being sold a story of pseudo-desperation, and it's unclear where reality...
It's very funny that like DSP has like a you win in the background when he's constantly taking L's.
...ends and performance begins. That ambiguity can create a discomfort in viewers. It becomes hard to tell if you're witnessing genuine hardship, exploitation, or a rehearsed act.
What the fuck is this? Just a bunch of Indians asking for money? I guess I could have just said Indians, but whatever.
For some examples, I want to look at 3 cases that show different versions, or topographies, of the same basic pattern of behavior: egging online. The first example comes from TikTok Live. In 2025, The Guardian documented children in Afghanistan live streaming from huts, cupping their hands and asking viewers to support them. The streams...
Okay, well, I've never heard about this. Who goes onto TikTok looking for like Iranian children to donate to?
Reach viewers internationally. Where
people what is the audience for this? How does this get like pumped up in the algorithm?
Could send virtual gifts that later converted into money. The investigation found that these begging streams were promoted by the algorithm and that TikTok profited through fees.
Like, I'm curious how it actually worked. I guess because they got sent a bunch of money, then YouTube decided it must have been really good content, so it promoted it.
And commissions that could reach up to 70%. The same reporting described children clapping or thanking viewers after receiving donations, accounts featuring different children across broadcasts, and people performing degrading or dangerous stunts for donations. including
No, I can understand that because it's like Jackass sort of thing when it's like, hey, look, if you just swallow this bag of marbles, I'll give you $100. That's kind of funny.
staying
Not
awake,
that you should do that.
covering themselves in mud, or waking up in the middle of the night to dance when donations came in. This is probably the darkest version of e-begging because it blurs into exploitation. Packaging poverty into a live format, pushed through an algorithm and monetized through tiny digital gifts.
It's so ironic that poverty is so profitable when you think about it.
The viewer sees a child, feels pity, sends a rose, gets a thank you, and the whole system keeps moving. The platform earns from the transaction, the viewer feels like they helped, and the person on camera may or may not even control the money. Some of the aforementioned accounts involve third-party ringleaders siphoning off any profits that the people made. This example shows how e-begging can become organized, platform-mediated poverty content. The second example is DSP, also known as Dark Side Phil.
I like the transition there. We're going from, all right, we have these poverty-stricken third world children in Pakistan. Now let's take a look at DSP.
Useful here because he represents a chronic, routine version of e-begging.
I literally never intended to be an internet live streamer. I wanted to do on-demand videos. I had to change my model to survive because people fucked with me. So when you complain, oh, I hate that Phil asks for money, then you shouldn't have fucked with my livelihood. I never had to until people did. Now you deal with the repercussions. You don't like the current Phil that asks for contributions. You made the monster.
With DSP, the pattern is the constant.
You need people like me, so you can point and say, "Ah, that's the bad guy."
In financial atmosphere around the stream. He doesn't necessarily need a specific crisis. Tip goals, bills, needing support.
He does look like a rotting corpse. He looks like he's been working out at the library. He's getting a mega mind going on over there.
Talking about the stream as his livelihood, reminding viewers that tips help more than any other form of support, reacting to slow support, and creating a mood where the audience understands that sending money is an expectation. And when that expectation isn't met, DSP may escalate to more overt forms of e-begging.
I need your help the most. I need to raise as much as I possibly can by mid-January in order to pay these taxes, get past them, and to be able to focus on the positive future in 2018. If I can't, I got to sell my house.
He's the perfect example for the ordinary grind of e-begging. No crying child in a hut, just a man streaming, bringing up financial pressures again and again, and building a community where detractors and supporters both know the money talk is part of the show. This is why DSP.
That would be really interesting. I would love to sell Phil to India. Now, guys, you begged for this trip to India, but you're not sending the Imodium tips. We're going to be shitting again. Like, we want to do some positive content, not shitting on this. I don't know. I can't really do the DSP voice, but you get the idea.
It's interesting behaviorally. If a streamer repeatedly
I think you can put anyone in India and it's entertaining because India is such an adverse location to be in.
Talks about financial pressure, and the result is money, attention, chat activity, clip channels, hate watchers, and arguments, then the behavior...
Yes, we need that chat activity. I need you to spam those ones. Spam those bees. That's all I care about. I only ask for likes and bees. That's the one thing I do beg for. Post them, boys.
Has a lot of possible payoffs. The money is obvious, but the attention matters too. The outrage matters, and the detractor clips matter. Even the people that hate him can become part of the reinforcement loop because they keep watching, clipping, discussing, and feeding the larger ecosystem around him. DSP is also useful because his e-begging has a routine quality. A lot of the time, the stream appears to have two things happening at once. On the surface, there's a video game, a reaction, or a normal stream. Underneath that is a financial meter running in the background. The tip goal is behind. The support...
I like how the scroll here has the king's tax at 0. Packs to open, 1.
Slow. Bills are coming, and tips are preferred. The audience already knows the script before it happens. The stream itself becomes financially atmospheric. When the numbers don't go up, the mood changes. DSP becomes irritated, defeated, passive-aggressive, or openly frustrated. But when the money comes in, the mood improves. That creates a very visible contingency. Viewers can see the behavior change when the tips arrive.
These are only for special occasion. Like when? Well, if someone does a $100 contribution, we'll open a pack. Or if we're on a stream and we hit...
I'll match that offer. If I get $100 donations, I'll go out and buy a Pokemon pack. That seems like a really good idea. Wait a minute, you get to buy Pokemon cards for the viewers' money? This is like... Who would actually entertain this idea? And I know that there's this weird like social dynamic where people like live vicariously through what streamers do. But it's just like so... I'm going to open children's card games and you're going to pay me money. Why? Why don't you open the cards first? And if you get a big pull, you can make some money from the reaction from that.
$250 of support, we'll open one of these packs. But that's the only times we're doing it. I'm not going to be doing tons of these packs unless you have an insanely supported stream.
DSP's critics are also part of the ecosystem. They clip the moments where he complains about support.
Oh, wait a second. There are no goals. There are milestones. I see. I was mistaken. They're not goals. They're milestones to reach. Perfect. Makes sense.
repost them, they argue about them, they make compilations, and they keep the behavior circulating. That means that Ebegging produces content for supporters, content for haters.
Yes, it's not even like an entire box. It's $100 to open one pack of Pokemon cards. I think, like, what is a Pokemon card? Like, if you buy it actually at, like, retail prices, are they, like, 10, 15 bucks? I know that they get, the markup is, like, crazy for them. But, you know, on the face of it, he's, like, what, making $90 profit to try and, like, gamble and with playing Pokemon cards? Seems like a pretty good deal for him.
And content for everyone watching the weird little circus around them. The third example is Invader V.
Here's
Oh, is this the chick that invented the $5 meme?
the deal. It doesn't really matter how much money you make or how much money you have. That's really the thing, because I'm not asking you for a large financial contribution. If it cost $20 to sub, $20 is quite a bit of money. But a sub is $5. At maximum, in whatever your currency is, it's maybe $10.
This is a clean example involving blatant viewer shaming. And
I've never seen such a mid chick ask you. Like, she's like no appeal here. There's no tits, there's no ass, there's no nothing here. Like, is this a dude, unironically?
Your currency is, it's maybe $10.
this is a clean example involving blatant viewer shaming. In 2020, she faced backlash after saying that viewers who were too broke to subscribe were financially irresponsible. She argued that if someone had time to watch Twitch, they had $10, and that people who didn't have $10 should be working instead of watching.
I mean, no, you have to earn you make the content first, and then if people like it, they pay for it. Or at least they maybe they give you like a donation, or at least a like or a follow or something at the very minimum. Like, this money works on contingency? No, money down.
Viewers said that they were unemployed and needed their money for food and shelter. She just doubled down.
Oh, I'm unemployed, so basically all my money goes to bills and food, or I would support you. Yeah. It's $5. It's really like no one's gonna convince me that what I'm saying is so rude or so unacceptable.
If you don't have $5 to watch my stream, like, why did you get a job, bitch?
Or so outrageous.
If you don't have $5, that seems like a you problem.
It just simply isn't. It's $5. It doesn't cost you that much to sub.
This works as a blatant example of a streamer's attempt to turn viewership into a payment obligation. Watching becomes debt. Enjoying the stream becomes something that you owe money for. That's why people reacted so strongly. A normal viewer just thinks, I clicked on a stream. But the streamer reframes that as, you're consuming labor and failing to compensate me.
And like, streamers make money on like ad revenue and things as well. So like, just having a viewer is like beneficial for your stream. Now, obviously you need like hundreds and perhaps thousands of viewers to make like a living out of it. But it's not like they're not contributing. It's not freeloading.
That may be the mindset of some smooth-brained streamers, but as a viewer, it feels gross because the audience gets morally cornered. Now, it's important to distinguish between subtle and blatant e-begging. Subtle e-begging doesn't always include the word donate.
All right, I usually do not ask for anything. I've been a giver my whole life. But if there's somebody who just randomly wants to like gift something or just wants to make my day, I would appreciate a complete matcha set with extremely high quality matcha and a few links to how.
All right, I've never seen I've never seen the matcha grift. That's an interesting one. If you guys love me, I would love to see some matcha. Like, is matcha like, is that like a, oh, that must be like a sticker on TikTok, right? Is that what this is? Or is she actually begging for Japanese tea? I'm confused. I mean, maybe I'm too boomer brained for this. Is she begging for tea or for money?
Exactly do I prepare?
You know, speaking about begging for tea, you could go over to the Dragon's Treasure right now and buy something with code COPE and make criminal savings on delicious anime-inspired tea and coffee and soap, apparently. So check that out. A haven for anime and tea lovers.
I would also appreciate a weighing machine and temperature. This is how much you need to boil your water. All that.
Is anyone else feeling like a tikka masala suddenly for some reason? Is that the play after this stream? Curry time? I unironically love curry. I munch on that every fucking day. Not every day, but most days. Okay, I'm a certified curry muncher, so I think that's the plan for tonight.
Which I would highly appreciate it.
The streamer
butter chicken, yeah, butter chicken's so good. It's the basic bitch of curry, but it's so fucking tasty. I love my get that garlic naan, butter chicken. You dip it. Oh my goodness, it's so good. I think like 50% of all food in New Zealand was like butter chicken.
Might post, I don't know how I'll be able to pay rent this month, with their Cash App in their bio.
Japanese curry's better. Japanese curry's different. I really like Japanese curry, like a katsu curry, where you get like little pieces of like pork that's like deep fried. That's very good. Tonkatsu katsu curry, but it's different. And there's sometimes when I just really crave that Indian curry, you know, a couple of samosas to go alongside with it. But definitely either the cheese or the garlic naan. Depends how fat I'm feeling, obviously. Like the cheese naan could be a little bit overwhelming. Chicken tikka masala, that's a good one, yeah.
They promote Amazon wish list items. They might sign on stream.
You can probably tell that the stream's gone past lunchtime, and now I'm starting to get a bit hungry.
And say,
I guess no one really cares.
While glancing at the donation counter. They might say,
my real supporters know what to do.
And this creates plausible deniability. If
naming all British country, well, the white people are the best at making delicious food.
Called out, they can claim that they never asked.
Not that there's many white people in Britain, but you know.
But the entire setup, the sad atmosphere, the pinned payment link, and the dramatic pauses are designed to elicit sympathy and guilt in viewers. Blatant e-begging is straightforward.
Send me $200. Donate or I'm ending the stream. Top donor gets...
I wonder if this guy got like a bunch of... Did anyone like send him money onto the thing? That'd be really funny. No, nothing. No money there.
my attention.
Or they might just cry on stream.
Let's get rolling.
AG Biochemist says, this video blah, use code criminal instead to fix. No, that's a criminal maneuver. Use code COPE.
Go, let's get the money going.
Who's this fatty? This isn't Feudy Beauty. Why is there so many, like, Jabba the Hutt women online?
Shoot it up.
The difference is dependent on individual reinforcement histories, or what has gotten the person what they want in the past. Some people prefer to hint, others demand outright. It just depends on what's worked for them. A case like the small streamer Frogan asking viewers to help cover a $500 cast-related medical expense is a good example of a more ambiguous type of e-begging.
Well, now she needs an $120,000 donation to cover that lawsuit with Ethan Klein. How unfortunate.
I need $500 for tomorrow to pay for my cast. Exclamation point.
Jesus, there's nothing redeemable about this woman. She's one of the most, yeah, she's so chopped.
Isn't that insane, dude? Bruh, just use scissors. No, they have to take x-rays and have to pay the fee. Then have to get the cast. It's so fucking irritating. Not having insurance fucks me, but insurance is also so expensive.
Medical costs are real. Lack of insurance is real. But the moment the request happens live, it makes it part of the e-begging ecosystem, forcing viewers into a moral predicament.
If I don't donate, is that going to result in harm for the streamer I watch?
Now, a few common e-begging tactics show up repeatedly. I'll go over 4 here. First up is crisis framing. This is the most obvious. The person e-begging may present a time-sensitive emergency.
Rent is due tomorrow. Medical bills need paying. The car's about to get repossessed. The pet needs surgery. The phone bill's overdue.
But like, wouldn't people just not donate to see this happen to Phil anyway? I think that isn't what Phil's got set up. I don't know, because I'm not like the deepest Phil lore guy. But aren't the alogs just paying him just enough money to get by so they can continue to farm him for content? Or does he actually have like real supporting dents? Is there like a couple whales? I assume there's a couple whales. There always is.
The sense of urgency changes how the viewer responds. A normal request can just be ignored, but a crisis makes ignoring feel like harm. That's the point of the crisis frame. It narrows the viewer's decisions. You're no longer just deciding whether you want to support a creator. Now, you're deciding whether you want to be the kind of person who ignores a fellow human being in trouble. That's a much heavier emotional situation, especially when the person asking is live, visible, and reacting in real time. Intermittent guilt is another common tactic. The streamer...
Some are whales. Phil makes $100,000 a year. I mean, begging is very profitable, but all you have to do is sell your soul to do so.
Praises donors and then applies pressure to everyone else. A donor gets thanked, called generous, called a real supporter, whereas the non-donors become haters, freeloaders, fake fans, or people who don't care. That contrast trains the audience pretty quickly. Giving produces warmth, not giving produces tension. Parasocial leverage is the softer version of the same thing. The creator calls the audience family. They say they love the community. They share personal details, cry on stream, talk about being alone, or tell viewers that they're the only people who understand them. That intimacy can be real, exaggerated, or fully performed. Either way, it changes the request. The viewer is now giving to someone who feels familiar, rather than giving money to a stranger. Then there's the use of children, pets, disability, illness, or visible distress.
I feel like we should execute those people. Like, I hate the children and animals one is like really like perverse.
In some streams, children are visible in the frame. In extreme cases, middlemen arrange for families to live stream their children in poverty for profit. What? These cues are powerful because they elicit care and protection.
You've got the middleman poverty children streamers? Disgusting. Just get rid of them.
Responses within viewers. A child on camera, a sick pet, a medical...
This is why I can't like ever watch animal rescue videos, things like, because it's always like, I always have this thing in the back of my mind where like, surely they put the animal in this water like or in this mud so they could rescue it and then make the video. And I get that, you know, you always have family members sending you these videos. It's like, oh my goodness, they rescued a cat. It was in a pile of mud or something. And I'm just like, I just know that this cat was put there by these people, but I can't tell my mom because she's going to be depressed if I tell her that. It's like so annoying.
Bill or a person visibly crying can make the viewer feel like the stakes are immediate. You can see these tactics across all three examples. Users on TikTok Live farming visible poverty in children. DSP using repetition and financial pressure as part of the daily stream environment. And Invader V using direct guilt and viewer shaming. Of course, any one of these people can cross into any other form of e-begging at any given time. It just depends on the environment and what's happening at the current moment. The specific tactic changes, but the structure is similar. Create a reason the viewer should feel responsible for giving. So why do people do this? The answer is simple. It works. If pleading on a live stream generates money, attention, and reassurance, it becomes an attractive strategy fast.
We're at 300 people. Double point starting soon. Guys.
This like old men grifting on TikTok is really weird too. I've seen a few of these. There's this one guy that was like really fucked up. And he's like he was covered in tattoos and metal in his face and stuff like that. He's like, give me your fucking rose now, you pussies. Like, it was quite a wild thing. Maybe I should go look this up. It might make for a good like reoccurring segment, like seeing how pathetic this dude is. But apparently it works. I'm not sure how much roses actually cost. I don't know the monetization on TikTok.
We can get it. All we need is
10,000.
10,000.
Like, yeah, you have these like really aggressive old men, and they're really wrinkly, and it's weird to see them there. And I just like every time I see them, I'm just like, what are these old dudes doing over there? Are they actual predators or something?
Points during doubles. Now! Go! Go, go, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Go, Kate. Go, cars. Cars, 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 cars. Mick.
When immediate financial pressure looms, such as poverty or sudden expenses, broadcasting a plea may feel like the easiest option. For families in Afghan camps, there may be no other income source. Novita Ngrani, forgive me if I butchered that pronunciation, of Care International, noted that many creators misuse TikTok Live because they see it as a shortcut to make money. Begging videos have grown rapidly over the past decade. Oftentimes, poor digital literacy and lack of better opportunities can drive people to this behavior. But not everyone who e-begs is destitute. Some people crave attention or enjoy controlling an audience. Others find that performing crisis stories attract more engagement than regular content. Or it's just easier to beg online than to find a real job. And once they've tasted the payoff of sitting around and getting money...
Like, is it though? Like, I'm not sure that's true. Because the amount of effort that Phil puts... I mean, I'm not going to call it effort. But I'm pretty sure Phil could just find a regular job. Doesn't he do... Isn't he similar to Jeremy where he like never takes a vacation, never takes a day off? Or maybe he has like one day off a week or something? Surely you could just get a normal job.
For next to nothing, it can easily become a habit. So what makes the audiences donate? Before getting into research, I think the simple version is this. Donating online can feel like being noticed. You send $5 and suddenly your username appears. The streamer might say your name, chat sees it, maybe the streamer laughs at your message, maybe they thank you, or maybe they even provide some type of response. For a viewer that may feel invisible, a donation can buy a tiny moment of social recognition. It can feel like entering the room. It can feel like becoming part of the stream instead of just watching from the outside. And once that happens, the viewer may come back for the same feeling again and again. They're buying the potential for acknowledgement, closeness, and access. That's why donations can persist even when the viewer doesn't.
So Phil does 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, no vacations. Like those hours, you'd just be better to get a real job. Even if he's making 6 figures, like he could just like, how old is he? Like 45? He should be getting that sort of range anyway.
Have much money, which they likely often don't. The payment is financial, but the payoff is social. Research into video game streaming donations provides insight. A 2025 study on viewer support found that parasocial relationships, along with a sense of social presence, shape viewers' feelings of enjoyment, loyalty, trust, and satisfaction. These feelings, especially loyalty and satisfaction, predict the intention to donate. In other words, people give money because they feel connected and want to support a relationship. Live streaming platforms amplify this by providing instant alerts, interactive chat, and gamified gifting systems. These features can create a sense of immediacy and community that encourages giving. As mentioned earlier, viewers also donate for social reasons. To gain visibility, to be acknowledged by the creator, to feel like they're part of the community, or to compete on leaderboards. Emotional expressiveness from the streamer, happiness, surprise, or gratitude increases the willingness to give. In that environment, donations become a form of participation rather than charity. They're public, performative, and socially rewarding. This also explains why some viewers continue watching or even defending e-beggars aggressively. If the viewer sees the stream,
they've invested so much money into it, they just like, I guess it's like a cognitive dissonance where it's like they can't not support them. Otherwise, why did they pay their money to this person that is completely taking advantage of them?
Streamer as a friend, criticism of the streamer can feel like criticism of the viewer's own judgment. They donated, they believed the story, and they participated in the relationship. So when someone comes along and says that their favorite streamer is regularly manipulating people, that's going to feel uncomfortable. In that sense, defending the streamer becomes a way to defend the self. Ebegging can be understood through basic principles of behavior. When a behavior is followed by a reinforcer, say money, attention, or relief from anxiety, it becomes more likely to occur again. In Science and Human Behavior, B.F. Skinner explains that when a response is followed by reinforcement, its frequency increases, and if reinforcement stops, the response will eventually decline.
I've actually heard some evidence to say this is not necessarily the case. Like, specifically with animal testing, I've heard that if an animal gets a reward every single time, they're less likely to engage in it, because the rationale here is that if you can always get a reward anytime you donate, then you don't need to donate all the time, because you can get it anytime that you want. Like, essentially, an animal doesn't have to ring a bell every single hour because it knows it can get a food anytime. Whereas if you only give rewards back like half the time or something, they actually give more, or they lead into this behavior more frequently because there might not be a reward. So yeah, like the gambling, exactly. Like, if people don't gamble because they win every time, although that would just be infinite money, but it's because sometimes you'll get the reward and you have to do it many times. So obviously there is like a direct correlation between thanking people and stuff, and you should thank people if they're giving you hard-earned money, obviously. But I've heard it's more effective. I don't know if it's true though. This is just something that I've heard once.
However,
although obviously I read every super chat, and most of the, I don't know if I can stop the show for these one kicks. That's like I think that's a negative. I think it's a negative time investment to shout out the one. Although I do appreciate the pennies that you're throwing at me. Maybe the hypes. I appreciate the 10 cents. I can almost buy a candy with that. Pretty much appreciate it. Big support. Huge support with the one kick donations.
Reinforcement is intermittent. And if only some pleas receive donations, the behavior becomes more resistant to extinction. A child whose good behavior is only occasionally rewarded will continue the behavior much longer once the reward stops, in comparison to a child whose good behavior is rewarded.
Okay, so they kind of exactly said what I was saying here.
Each time it occurs. Just think about it. The child getting rewarded each time a behavior occurs learns to expect the reward.
Yeah, exactly. This is much better. This is better explained than what I was trying to say.
When it doesn't come after a few instances of the good behavior, they'll stop engaging in that behavior. Whereas, under some intermittent schedules, as many as 10,000 responses may occur without a reward before the organism stops. Now apply that to e-begging. A streamer may go live 10 times and only get donations twice, but those 2 successes reinforce the behavior. The variability of rewards, sometimes small tips, sometimes a big cash app, makes the behavior persistent. It's similar to why people keep pulling slot machines. Unpredictable payoffs are powerful. It also explains why some streamers ratchet up the drama when donations lag. They're trying to trigger the reinforcement again. DSP is probably the cleanest example of this daily reinforcement loop. The stream starts, the support is slow, the streamer comments on the support being slow, chat reacts, detractors react, someone tips, the mood changes, and the stream continues. Then the same basic interaction can happen again the next day, or within the same stream. Even if the audience complains, the pattern survives because it keeps producing a variety of rewarding consequences at intermittent rates. Money.
Now, like, unironically, why do people watch Kill's content and actually enjoy it? It seems like there's very little to be gained from actually watching him. And of course, like, I can understand the alogs like battling with the dents or the detractors and everything, but surely people would just tune out after a while, wouldn't they? For some reason, he can just like, I guess he's just a roach. It's just one of those crazy situations where there's always like a certain baseline of attention. I mean, this is like, nobody's ever thought about this idea before. Wow, we're breaking new territory here with this thing. Phil looks like he's in such distress. Don't know.
Attention, conflict, and more clips. Negative reinforcement is another piece of the puzzle. If a person feels panic about bills, streaming a plea and receiving support reduces that anxiety, reinforcing the behavior.
I think this one is the most manipulative, and especially when it comes to women streamers, is because there's like an ingrained natural response for the male brain to want to protect and provide for women. So there's like a very pernicious thing that they do there where they have like the pay pig sort of thing. You don't see that as much with male streamers, although sometimes it happens.
Reinforcement matters too. Sympathetic comments and increased viewer counts reward the act of begging. Now compare this to an established streamer gaining a similar amount of viewers and making a similar amount of money each time they go live. While this still falls under an intermittent schedule or variable schedule of reinforcement, it's much more dense, meaning the rate of rewards is much more frequent. If the established streamer suddenly got 0 viewers and 0 donations, they would likely quit streaming far sooner than an e-beggar, as e-beggars can sometimes stream for weeks at a time with less than 10 viewers without getting any donations.
It's just like Tipster, It went down to 10 live viewers.
Just waiting for the next one to happen.
Just like Haktura.
Behind these behavioral patterns lies a neurobiological system that responds to rewards and expectations. The neuroscientist Robert Sapolsky describes how the dopaminergic system signals reward. Pleasurable stimuli, like drugs, food, or sex, trigger neurons in the tegmentum to release dopamine into the nucleus accumbens. Blocking dopamine makes previously rewarding stimuli aversive. Chronic stress or pain depletes dopamine and reduces sensitivity, leading to anhedonia. The system doesn't respond to absolute reward, but to changes relative to your expectations. Unexpected good news produces a burst of dopamine. Getting exactly what you expected yields a steady trickle. Getting less than expected causes a decrease. Sapolsky notes that monkeys trained to expect one raisin release a certain amount of dopamine when they press a lever and get that raisin. When the reward unexpectedly doubles, dopamine release jumps, but then habituates after some time. When the reward drops,
so it's like the more you get, the less it doesn't change your happiness. Essentially, like happiness, like this is I think this is very true. Like the more, like a good example being Jeremy. Like he thinks that his happiness will be better if he just buys a new truck or buys a new toy. But what actually happens is he's happy for a few weeks and then he just returns to his baseline level of happiness, which is basically zero, because he's just not happy with his life. Like happiness comes from within, not from without, I think.
dopamine declines. The system is bidirectional and constantly recalibrates. But how does this relate to ebegging? When a streamer receives more donations than expected, they experience a dopamine burst. When donations slow down, they may feel a dip. This fluctuation can drive them to keep performing, all for
buy the dip, chat,
the pursuit of another burst. The unpredictability of tips and the real-time feedback create a reward schedule that hooks both streamers and donors. Viewers also get dopamine.
Wonder if I shouldn't tell you this.
From being acknowledged and seeing their names on screen, all while the platform turns gifting into a little game that they win every single time. I've mentioned parasocial relationships a few times, but they're one-sided emotional bonds formed between viewers and media figures. Earlier, I mentioned a 2025 study on parasocial relationships. They conceptualize parasocial relationships and social presence as stimuli that shape viewers' internal state.
What the fuck is this? Beatbox 11% alcohol by volume? Fruit punch? Do Americans really?
These relationships positively influence enjoyment, loyalty, trust, and satisfaction. Viewers feel like they know the streamer personally, even though the interaction is asymmetrical. The streamer shares stories, reacts to chat, and uses nicknames, and the viewers feel seen. Loyalty and satisfaction, more than enjoyment or trust, predict whether viewers will donate. The viewer isn't paying for a product, they're maintaining a relationship. They may donate to be acknowledged, to feel closer, or to keep the streamer online. When the streamer says,
I can only stay where I live if we hit this goal,
loyal viewers feel compelled to help. Parasocial ties also make it harder to distinguish genuine need from manipulation.
Like, I was thinking about this the other day because, you know, one of the defining marks of a lolcow is how they make less money than their detractors or the people making fun of them. But they fundamentally kind of control the flow of content by going live. And maybe people have thought about this before as well. I mean, I'm not pretending that I'm making you ground or something here, but couldn't Phil just hold the content hostage by just taking a week off? Like, couldn't he make like a deal and just say, now guys, I'm not going to stream for a week if we don't hit the $1,000 goal on Monday. And then couldn't he just like starve them out? I mean, I guess he'd starve first though. That's the problem, because there's an infinite amount of detractors potentially. There's only one Phil. But surely there's some sort of control he could take back from this. He does? Does he do that? It's just like Duty, memology. I don't know very much about Duty. I think I've seen some in memology videos. They can just pivot to something else. Is that what the thing is here? That they don't need Phil? It's just that he's an easy avenue. Is that what you're saying? I'm curious. Like genuine question. It seems like Phil is in this position where he could almost, I guess, yeah, okay. So people are saying it's that they could just move on. Okay, so that's fair, I guess. I don't know. I feel like someone like Phil could potentially do it, but he'd have to put it like it's a big gamble because people could just lose interest and go away. And at that point, he's just completely fucked. So I guess the risk outweighs the reward. It's interesting to think about though, like the the begging strategy that these people could take. Asmongold thing. Like Asmongold just disappears from time to time and always comes back. He's just very popular. He doesn't have to worry about money. It's already kind of happened. Oh, the Asmongold. Oh, with the Asmongold, what do you mean like Asmongold showing up on Phil's stream?
When a creator you feel connected to says that they're struggling, you probably want to help, and that vulnerability can be abused. Platforms also incentivize ebegging, and it's easier now than at any other point in human history because nearly everyone has a phone that they can livestream on from anywhere. TikTok Live launched in 2020, and by 2024,
Yeah, these like Chinese like e-begging farms are quite crazy. There's a fascinating Ouroboros economy in China where you've got these hundreds of women that are out live streaming all day, every day in the street for some reason. I don't know why they don't go home to do this, but they're all out in like public with their like their BJ jobs. BJ lights is what I meant to say. They're probably also doing BJ jobs on the side, of course, but like they're watched by these like delivery man drivers who are working their delivery man drivers' jobs so that they can support these women that are live streaming. But then the women that are live streaming use their money to buy food from the delivery driver. It's like this weird, like closed ecosystem. Obviously, it's a bit of a joke, but like it's this entire economy that revolves around live streaming and also delivering food to live streamers. I don't know. Maybe one day that'd be a fun video topic.
had 100 million people going live, reaching billions of users. The platform promotes live streams through a dedicated feed and offers gifting features. The gifts convert to
They have no home? They have no home, but they must stream? Is it really that bad? I don't know. It's weird to have like a beauty light and then like no home.
which converts to cash, but the
What do they
platform
say?
and intermediaries take a large
Like, are they actually homeless?
commission. Leaderboards, badges, and animation.
Oh, they have apparently they're slaves. That's interesting. Like, it's a terrible thing if that's true, but like they're slaves owned by pimps who are government farms. Government farms. Interesting. I might have to look into this. There might be a good expose video.
Make gifting visible and rewarding. The design also incentivizes emotional content because engagement drives revenue. As the digital rights researcher Marwa Fatafta observed, TikTok's design encourages begging and risky behavior. Social media platforms also remove some of the friction that may come along with giving money to someone in person. You don't have to find cash and you don't have to think too long. You type an amount and
You know what's funny is when I lived in New Zealand, I would find money quite frequently, like finding a $5 on the ground or something. Since moving to Japan, I've only ever found money once. Like, I remember I was going for a jog and I found like a 5,000 sen. It's like a 5,000 yen bill. It's like 30, 40, 35 bucks basically. And I was like, oh yeah, rewarded for exercising. I think it was raining too. So I was like, it was like a wet $5,000 bill. Sorry, 5,000 yen bill. But like, that's only happened once in like the last 5 years. What's going on? Do people in Japan just like, are they just like clever with their money or something? Or does it just not happen anymore? But I feel like as a kid, that was like a daily proc chance of finding just like a $5 bill. Like, we just walking around the street. Oh, look, a $5. Nice. You found out $100 outside of a hospital. That's a nice one. That must feel good. You found like $500 total. I've told this story before, but it's a very funny one because it's like I didn't understand the implications when I was younger. But like when we moved from Australia to New Zealand, we did live in a trailer park for a while, which was fine. I don't mind living in the trailer park while we were looking for a house. And there was this like boardwalk outside these vending machines at the trailer park. So it was like a deck. It was like a wooden deck, and it had like, holes between the planks of wood. So me and my brother, we had like all this free time because we weren't going to school at the time, which probably explains a lot of my person to you guys. So we would just like, jump on the trampoline at the trailer park, or like walk around, cause trouble. We'd sometimes go into the golf course and like look for loose golf balls and stuff just to collect them, not even give them back to the golf course. A little bit naughty, I suppose. But like one of the things we'd do is we'd explore, and we found like a secret passageway into underneath of the boardwalk, the deck by the vending machines. And we found just tons of fucking money because people like drop their dollar coins when they're trying to put money in the machine, and it would like fall through the cracks, and now you can't get it. So we would go under there and find like $20 a day, which as like a kid is like a fortune essentially. It's like free money. And my parents started to notice. They're like, why do you have all this money? Like, where are you getting all this money from? It's like, we're like eating lollies and candy and shit. And they're like, we didn't give you any money. Like, where are you affording this? Because you go to the dairy, which is like the convenience store, and you buy like the mixed lolly packs, the assorted lollies, and it's like 5 cents per lolly. So a dollar coin is like 20 lollies, basically. Good stuff. So me and my brother, we had to come up with an excuse for where we were getting this money from. For some reason, we didn't just say we found it under the deck, because that's probably fine to say, because it's like, okay, it's just money you found on the ground or something. You can't really return it. Stop saying lolly. What do you say? Candy? It's like LOLLY, not like the perverse Japan one. But like we said to our parents, like, oh, we found them in the bird's nest. This was like the 500 IQ play is like, you know, birds sometimes pick up coins and put them in their nest. So we found all this money in a bird's nest. And I think at this point we had like 50, 60 bucks, which is quite a lot for a child to have. And like me and my brother thought this was like the ironclad argument. It's like, we found it in a bird's nest. Because then like you can't check the bird's nest to verify this because we've already taken the money from the bird's nest. And like the bird's nest, of course, is a reoccurring renewable resource because the bird keeps looking for money and bringing it back every day. So we thought this is perfect. But I think what happened is my parents were really worried about this. And I think what happened is because they started watching us all the time during the day to see what we were up to. And I think what they thought was like some pedophile was like giving us candy to come over to their house or something, which is pretty reasonable concern as a parent, right? So they were like, oh my goodness, what the fuck? We've got to find out what this. And we're always coming back dirty as well because we were like crawling around underneath the thing. It's like covered in dirt. They're like, what the fuck is going on? But it's like, it was completely like innocent. And like looking back at that, like I think if I was a parent in that situation, I would have been really concerned as well. But it was actually just, we were just finding money under this deck. Good times. Back from, the trailer park pedo. You got to watch out for him. Yeah, it's a bit of a naughty boy. It was the free candy under the deck. Oh dear. Anyway, good times, good fun times. Built character that time of my life. It made me not afraid to do a dirty job, but not the dirty job that my parents must have assumed that we were doing.
Click send. The animation plays, the streamer reacts, and the platform takes its cut. The entire sequence can happen in seconds. The easier it is to
sell golf balls. Like it actually got to the point where we found so many golf balls that the golf ball park complained and we actually did have to return a bunch of them. That was really annoying. We were just making a collection of them. We just had like a big pile of them.
The easier it is to turn a moment of pity into a transaction. When a person sees others succeed at e-begging, they might replicate the behavior. The platform amplifies streams that receive gifts, creating a feedback loop. For families in extreme poverty, the alternative may be worse. For influencers chasing revenue, it becomes a strategy. In both cases, the platform benefits from the attention and transactions. E-begging was birthed out of modern platforms because it produces emotion, conflict, sympathy, disgust, outrage, and debate.
I think the thing with e-begging is that like, especially and particularly the e-begging that involves like sad stories, like I can't pay rent or my dog needs a new fish bowl or I need to get my cast removed, etc., etc. I need to get my cyst exploded on my knee. I think that's like the lowest form of online begging. Because like, I do think there's like I don't think it's wrong to ask for support, especially if you're putting your time, like if you're putting your time into effort into things, then I don't see a problem with that. But specifically the like emotional manipulation, I do have a problem with that. And that's like it seems like the lowest and easiest form of essentially being a cockroach online. Now, I think I prefer a model where you just make stuff and then if people like it and they support on the back end, that seems like the best way to do it for me. Because I don't feel guilty. Like I've jokingly done the like, why aren't you guys paying sort of thing before, and it always feels bad even as a joke. I guess it's just the way that I am. But like specifically, like, oh, I can't make rent. That's so slimy. It's just so creepy. Like not creepy, I guess is not the right word, but it's like shameless. I don't understand. Like I just feel like it just feels dirty. Like surely, like how do you do this?
All of these keep people watching.
Yeah, I mean, that like if you make stuff that people like, that is contributing because you're entertaining people.
It doesn't matter whether the viewer feels compassion or contempt. Both of those reactions create engagement. A wholesome charity stream and a humiliating begging stream use the same interface. The moral difference matters to the viewer, but the platform treats both as activity, which they want more of. Beyond individual motives,
the charity stream for me is never coming. I don't know. I've seen too many careers destroyed by people giving a charity stream. It's like, oh, I'm just going to help the kids. Why not do St. Jude's? Let's just like cure. Like I would love to help cure the kids of cancer, but I've seen too many people fall down the charity stream hole and never get out. So it's like it's a maybe a bit too much for me.
Platform design, there are structural reasons why e-begging exists. We'll cover 5 here, although there's definitely a lot more. First up, poverty and unemployment. Some of these e-beggars may live in precarious conditions. The Guardian report mentioned
that's the most of streamers live in precarious positions.
Earlier notes that begging live streams are common in countries with high poverty. Further, if you're unemployed and at rock bottom, imagine how easy it would be to pull out your phone and to go live, especially if you have a lack of digital literacy or an understanding of the backlash that could happen. Second is weak social safety nets. When people can't rely on social programs for help, they may turn to strangers online. Emergency healthcare costs, rent hikes, and layoffs push people to seek help publicly. Third is global connectivity. Phones and easy access to the internet make it easy to broadcast from anywhere. A stream from a village in Afghanistan can reach viewers in Ohio within seconds.
But who's giving money? Like, who in Ohio is giving money to Afghanistan? Like, apart from Sean, who's just like the most charitable man ever.
Fourth, the creator economy ideology. Platforms encourage people to monetize every aspect of their lives. The line between content and private life blurs. When attention is currency, sharing hardship can become a business model. Lastly, loneliness and parasocial substitution.
Toasted oats. Honey nut toasted oats.
Viewers may be lonely and want to feel connected. This is the case for a striking
Girlfriend brand honey oats, toasted oats.
number of individuals in developed
Sounds
countries,
tasty.
with loneliness reaching epidemic levels. In such an environment, donating to a streamer may feel similar to helping a friend. Ebegging crosses into exploitation when coercion and manipulation override autonomy. The Guardian reporting describes streams that bear hallmarks of organized begging networks, where third parties control families and keep the earnings. Jeffrey DeMarco of Save the Children says immediate action is needed to stop platforms benefiting from content that abuses children. When children are used as props, or when hosts threaten self-harm to extract donations, the harm is evident. In those cases, the function of the behavior is nothing more than exploiting empathy for profit. So why do people hate watch eBeggars? Despite the discomfort,
All right, this is actually an interesting question. Why do they do it?
many viewers can't look away. There's an element of schadenfreude. Some people enjoy watching someone else embarrass themselves. Sapolsky points out that punishing social norm violations
Oh, okay. No, we got him. It's answered. We don't need to watch this video. It's funny. Got him.
activates the same dopamine system that rewards cooperation. In experiments, subjects were more willing to pay to punish someone who behaved badly when it increased their dopamine response. Hate-watching eBeggars may provide a similar sense of moral superiority. Viewers
This kind of reminds me of that Simpsons clip from Japan. Your country rewards knowledge. Ours punishes ignorance. It's like the two sides of the same coin.
feel justified in mocking or condemning the streamer. A similar mechanism is in effect for viewers of lolcout content, which also involves eBegging to some extent. There's also curiosity. eBegging streams are unpredictable. You don't know if someone will show up with a huge donation, if the streamer will cry, or if something outrageous will happen. That unpredictability taps into the reward system. The next moment might be interesting. Even if you disapprove, you might keep watching to see the outcome. Personally, eBegging makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Watching a person broadcast their desperation feels invasive. When children are involved, it feels exploitative. At the same time, I can't ignore that in some cases, people truly have no other way to survive. The families in Afghan camps begging on TikTok Live may be doing the only thing they can. Blaming eBeggars outright ignores the structural forces that put them there. Even for influencers in wealthy countries, the attention economy rewards emotional disclosure. It's hard to fault individuals for following the incentives. So
was it like, I think I saw Brittany Venti posted on Twitter or something, and she's like, not seeing streamers getting $10,000 donations as a sign of a recession. Is it that, are we entering a recession, guys? I haven't seen anyone gifted $10,000 recently on Twitch.
I feel both disgusted by the manipulation and sad about the need behind it. Part of what makes it gross is that it forces the viewer into a role that they never asked for. You open an app to watch a stream, kill time, or see something funny, and suddenly, you're being made into a potential rescuer, or a bad person, or a fake fan, or someone who doesn't care about a child, a pet, a medical bill, or a person's
Or a criminal in my chat.
livelihood. No one wants to feel emotionally cornered by someone. I also don't like watching people turn private hardships into a performance. And I don't like the part of me that gets annoyed at people who may genuinely need help. That's the tension. This behavior can be outright manipulation for its own sake, for survival, or a mix of both.
Are these even good Pokemon cards? Like, does Phil even know anything about Pokemon? I've heard him mispronounce a bunch of like Pokemon names like Ampharos and Nidoran. He's got some wild ass. Is he just like because he knows that they're popular or something?
A person can be genuinely desperate and still learn to package that desperation in a way that pressures others. A person can be financially unstable and still use guilt as a tool. Those things can be true at the same time. Now, the research on reinforcement and dopamine can help us understand why people keep doing it. Once a behavior produces occasional payoffs, it sticks. Once the brain gets used to unpredictable rewards, it seeks more. When viewers feel like friends, they give. Understanding the mechanisms makes it easier to discuss the issues without simply mocking the individuals.
I don't know if I agree with this. I feel like you're less likely to give money to your friends. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of odd. Is this just me? Like, I think I'd rather give money to a stranger than a friend.
Involved. This, of course, doesn't make eBegging some noble cause. A lot of it is predatory and ugly. But if the only response is,
get a job,
or do people disagree? You're more likely to give to a friend than a stranger? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe a different structure, different folks on this one. I've never donated money to streamers based What a base take that goes against my own interests.
What a loser.
We miss the bigger machine that keeps this type of behavior going. The internet is built on an economy where suffering can become attention.
Like a dono, like straight money. Like it's odd to just give a friend like straight up money. Like here's a $20. I like if I see my friend in the street, like if I see a stranger busking, for example, in the street, because busking is essentially the same as streaming, before the internet. Like if I saw my friend, maybe I would encourage them once, but it's like giving money to a friend on the regular seems like kind of like a bad, I don't know, it seems kind of rude. It's like, well, you obviously can't make it by yourself, so here you go. So I feel like I'm more inclined to give money to a random person I don't know.
Attention becomes money, and shame can become content. Ebegging sits right in the middle of all of that. Finally, ebegging isn't one monolithic phenomenon. The same behavior can serve different functions. For one person, begging on TikTok Live is about keeping their children fed. For another, it's about gaining attention and validation. For the next,
That's an interesting point actually, because with the friends you know why they're broke and they're wasting money. Maybe.
it's about maintaining a parasocial audience.
But I mean, like, I feel like that would put like a weird strain on the friendship as well. Like, it's got this weird dynamic. That's why they say you should never like lend money to friends or family, right?
You can't determine function by looking at the surface form of
or at least don't lend money to friends or family that you expect to get back.
Response. As Skinner notes, the effect of reinforcement depends on the history and circumstances. A long history of reinforcement leads to persistent responding. To understand an ebegger's behavior, you have to consider their environment, their access to resources, the contingencies that shape their behavior, and the reinforcers at play. Unfortunately, I think ebegging will continue to become more common as income disparities grow, and with the current incentives set up by social media platforms. The behavior will continue until the environment changes.
I think surely there'll be like an implosion, right? There's got to be like a bubble pop. You can't just have 700 Chinese women out in the street begging all day. That's not a sustainable economy, surely.
And that's about it, unfortunately. Well,
I mean, you never know with all the yellow fever going around in America at the moment.
That's it for now. Thanks for hanging out in the muck hole for a bit. I'll catch y'all later.
That was a really good video. Like it was more documentary. I thought it was going to be more Phil focused, but it was really good. I like that. That's the muck hole. Muck hole on YouTube. Just 32 videos. Almost 10,000 subscribers. Get him over 10K. Do your support. Wait, hold on. For some reason, my scroll bar breaks every time I open a Firefox tab. I wonder if there's any other bangers on this video, on this channel. I won't check them out today. Lolcows, what happens when we abandon vulnerable people? I don't think that's what happens when how lolcows are made though. Predictable. Turkey Tom, what commentary creator become the subject of their ire? Interesting. Looks promising. I might check this out. Every time I watch one of these, I'm like always thinking like I should just start my video essay channel. Just like I think this is one thing that I have in common with Jeremy is that I have a terminal need to make new YouTube channels, even if I don't put in very much effort into some of them. But it's fun. It's fun. The new channel smell. Oh, I love it. All right, guys. I think that's it for me. I've got some work to do for this afternoon. So I hope you have a good weekend. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow. Or I kind of want to play the dinosaur game, but maybe not today. Because I want to play the Pteranodon. The Pteranodon looks really fun now. But I couldn't play it last Dino stream. Because apparently you can just terrorize people as a Pteranodon now, which is fantastic. That'd be fun. Like a full-size Pteranodon can just chase people around and stuff. But I already said we're going to end, and then people are going to dip out anyway. Is there anyone to restream to? I don't see anyone streaming. All right, never mind. I'm just going to do some work. Instead, that's what I need to do. I'm going to get busy. All right, guys. Peace. Have a good one. And we are out of here. Once I find the... Let's do a max.